Devil in Disguise, Devil's Own Book 4, by Kiara Graves.
Chapter 1. Ashmielle. Electricity ricocheted through my body like a wild beast. I screamed. Hef's mad cackle was everywhere. Flashes of light from the cage blinded me. Why was I still in the cage? Samazrael had saved me. I knew he had. Hef's face appeared in front of me, and I lashed out, shouting for him to get away. "You're safe," a voice grunted, gently capturing my wrist. "Millie, it's all right. Just a nightmare." I shot upright, expecting to see the bastard, but we weren't in the cage. Sharp pain engulfed my back a second later. I gasped at the sensation. "Easy," Samazrael's growling voice uttered to my right. "Easy. Don't try to move yet." I winced, squeezing the hand he slipped into mine. I tried to speak, but the pain rippled through me from my head to my toes. I buried my face in the blankets, trying to understand what was tearing my body apart. Why was I on my stomach? I glanced past Samazrael's worried frown and his solid black eyes to the room beyond. This wasn't the safe house in New Mexico. Where were we? My wings jerked and I shrieked, pushing off the bed, or trying to. A quick glance over my shoulder showed me why I was lying on my stomach. My wings, which had once been so beautiful and powerful, were covered in dried blood. The leathery skin was torn in several places. However, it had started to stitch itself back together from the look of it. Metal rods were attached to the tops, holding the bones in place. They fluttered, and I bit back another screech, the jarring pain chasing away the last of the haziness of unconsciousness. Samazrael said my name, and I turned toward him. His face was contorted amid the rage taking hold of him. His black eyes were bottomless pits of murderous intent. The longer I held his gaze, the more the darkness steadily gave way to that glowing sea green I'd fallen in love with. His lips parted like he wanted to speak, but the words never came. I was going to ask him what happened, but a flash of the fight came back to me. That horrible cage. I'd been trapped in a cycle of torture, and Hef had been there, so had Samazrael and Lucifer. I strained to recall how we got out of there. Everything was fuzzy. A few random details returned to me, and my pulse raced. "Dahlia," I breathed, my heart breaking as my voice did over her name. Samazrael gave me a confused look. "Her Grace Hef stole it," I whispered. "He used it to power the cage." He pulled me into his arms the best he could, running his fingers through my hair. "And her soul," I went on, the words tumbling out of my mouth. "He gave it to the Order. She's gone, right? They wouldn't have held on to her." "I don't know," he replied quietly. "We can talk about it later." I let my head fall to his shoulder, trying to remind myself I was safe, and so was Samazrael. I wanted nothing more than to soak in the heat from his body, but Hef's plan came back to me in a rush. I pushed away, trying to stand. Samazrael's growl rumbled through his chest, and he eased me back onto the bed. "Your wings haven't healed yet. You're not supposed to be moving around too much." His eye twitched, and the muscles in his neck were tensed about as bad as his jaw. "Lucifer, is he here? I need to talk to him. Hef's plan, he's going to break open hell. He wants to take over the surface." I made to stand a second time, but Samazrael blocked me in. "I'll find him, but you need to lie back down." Aside from my wings, the rest of me felt fine. Why did he look so pissed? A strange tightness started in my gut. Before I had a chance to tell Samazrael, my limbs seized, and the same pain that woke me struck me all over again. My claws burst from my fingertips, digging into the bed and Samazrael's hand. I tried to let go, but he only held on tighter. I snapped my jaws, my gums aching from where my fangs sprouted abruptly. I waited for flames to follow, but there were no sparks. There wasn't even a rush of heat. A hollow sensation like someone punched a hole through my chest was there to greet me instead. Reality shattered the splinter of hope I'd been holding onto, that I'd made it away from Hef unscathed. I clutched a hand to my chest, struggling to get air in my lungs. The excruciating agony tore through my limbs and left my joints aching. Tears seeped from my eyes. Something slick coated my right hand. Belatedly, I realized it was blood, Samazrael's blood. "Let go," I rasped. "Not happening," he growled. I snarled, each jerk of my body only adding to the torment. Staying still was impossible, and no matter what I did, my wings wouldn't retract. Just when I thought the pain would go on forever, it ebbed, and I collapsed to the bed, a cold sweat covering my face. I shivered, a chill seeping into my bones. Samazrael's fire wound around me seconds later. More coated the hand that cupped my cheek, smoothing my hair from my face. "He took it," I whispered, my voice shaky. "It's gone. All of it's gone." Samazrael nodded stiffly, his eye twitching far worse now. "I failed you." "I'm alive," I pointed out, trying to smile despite the lingering echo of discomfort in my bones. "And so are you." I tugged him closer to the edge of the bed. He hesitated, then gave in, gently pressing his lips to mine. He was trembling, probably out of trying to keep his rage from exploding. I tried to check his wounded hand, but he growled, his eyes glowing. "Don't." "I hurt you," I said. "I'll heal." He looked like he wanted to say more, but kissed my forehead. "Sleep. I won't be far." "Where are we?" "New safe house. It's well guarded. Hef won't find us here." "Why aren't we in hell?" His eye twitched, and the look in his black eyes turned murderous. "Long story." I wanted to push, but Samazrael already looked ready to lose it. Exhaustion crashed into me the moment I laid my head down, and I passed out. When I opened my eyes again, Samazrael wasn't in the room. There was no pain either. Well, that wasn't true. Shifting my wings caused a stabbing ache to shoot through my back and shoulders. Staying as still as I could, I turned my head, taking in the room. It was smaller than the one in New Mexico, and had more of a rustic mountain feel. Everything was plaids and dark forest greens. It looked like a large log cabin. A standing mirror stood in the corner, a chest of drawers was beside it, and a door leading to what I assumed was a bathroom was just across from me. The door to the left of the bed was cracked open. Voices filtered in. I craned my neck, biting back a curse at how even that little bit of movement hurt. "Hell isn't safe," a deep voice said on the other side of the door. It had to be Commander Bones. "Do I look like I care? Hell is my domain. No one is going to sit on the throne except for me. We're returning to hell." "We don't know where Hef is," Bones argued. "Sire, please, he could be waiting for you to return to finish what he started. That sword dealt far more damage than it should have. There's no way to know what a second blow will do." "Then I'll take the damn thing and smash it to pieces," Lucifer snarled. "My brother is not going to steal anything else from me, not while I'm still breathing. You gather your black hearts, and you prepare them to return to hell." "That's an order, Commander Bones." A tense silence followed his words. Bones said something in demonic too fast for me to understand, then heavy steps retreated away from the bedroom door. "What about Ashmielle?" Samazrael asks. "The moment I ensure hell is secure, you'll bring her to the fortress. The time for running around on the surface is over. Hef believes me weak. It's time to show him how wrong he was." "I'm not going to put her life in danger," Samazrael warned. A loud thud shook the walls, and a fierce growl made the hair on my arm stand on end. "Neither will I, but her place is in hell, and that's where you're going to bring her. And what if Hef isn't the only one ready to betray you?" A second thud knocked pictures off the walls in my room, sending them crashing to the floor and breaking the glass panes. "Hell will be purged of any demon who believes him above me. I am Lucifer, king of hell and all its demons. Hef is nothing more than a traitorous imp with a sword powered by my daughter's hellfire and grace. Without it, he's just another lowly demon. Anyone who believes he's stronger than I am will come to learn the truth at the end of my claws." More steps moved down the hall. "I'm sure I don't have to tell you to watch over her until I send word." Samazrael's deep-throated growl had me wondering if he and Lucifer were about to get into a fight in the hall. "You're lucky I'm feeling merciful. Otherwise, you'd be finding yourself back in your cell." I flinched, wanting to get up and yell at Lucifer that he wasn't going to lay his hands on Samazrael, but my arms gave out and I collapsed back to the bed. One moment of weakness, and this is what happens, Lucifer whispered just loud enough for me to hear. You're out of chances, Samazrael. One more fuck up, and you'll never see the outside of a cell again. Soulmate or no soulmate. You'd be damning your daughter. Then I suggest you think about that the next time you let a traitor get close enough to throw her through a portal and straight into the hands of the enemy. There was another round of growls, and the air in the cabin pulsed with heat, making me break out in a sweat. The heavy presence that alerted me to Lucifer disappeared, and I sucked in a quick gasp of air. Outside in the hall, Samazrael cursed the harsh words of demonic grating on my ears. It wasn't his fault Kara betrayed us. How could he have known she was with Hef? I never suspected anything from her. She treated me like a sister when she wasn't worrying over me. My lip twitched, and my claws lengthened, longing to sink into the bitch's throat and rip her to pieces. If not for Kara, I might still have my power. Needing to get to Samazrael and calm him down, I levered myself up to my knees on the bed. My body protested the movement, muscles tight from lying in the same position for so long. It was dark outside. Had I slept another whole day? Didn't matter. I eased back on my heels, so I knelt, then rolled my shoulders, trying to make my wings retract. Neither moved the way I wanted. I slumped forward, gasping while my limbs trembled from the strain. I shut my eyes and tried again, willing them to fold into my back. With a searing pain that left me seeing stars, my wings finally retreated. Proud of myself for not screaming, I smiled at the tiny victory and maneuvered my legs around so they hung off the edge of the bed. The floor was cold beneath my bare feet, and I jerked my legs back. Right, no more fire. I guess that meant no more intense body heat either. I planted my feet, ignoring the cold the best I could, and pushed off the bed. My back and legs were stiff, but I made it toward the door one slow step at a time. I opened it, using the frame to hold myself up, and stepped through. A wave of biting pain built in my gut, then shot out to my limbs. I cursed, falling to my knees with a loud thump. Footsteps came running, then Samazrael was in front of me. What are you doing? Making sure you're not going into a rage you can't get out of. I grabbed hold of his arms, biting my lip and keeping my face tucked so he couldn't see how bad the episode was. When it ended, I fell forward into his chest, mumbling I was okay. Sounded like you and Lucifer were having a great conversation. Samazrael's eyes turned black, and he helped me off the floor. We're returning to hell soon. I heard. You sure it's safe? We don't exactly have a choice, but no one is getting to you again. Not while I'm breathing, he whispered roughly, the muscles in his arms and neck starting to bulge. I cupped his cheek, forcing him to look at me. He leaned into my hand, the anxious lines etched into his face growing more profound by the second. I willed him to calm down, wanting him to focus on the bond that connected us. But when I searched for the warmth that always came to me when I thought of us, nothing but a pit of despair was there to greet me. Confused, I closed my eyes, reaching deep into my soul, searching for the love I had for Samazrael. What I found had me staggering away in disbelief instead. I sensed our bond in fragmented parts. They were there 1 second, then flickered away, as if carried off like leaves on the wind. I don't understand, I whispered. It feels wrong. Why does it feel wrong? In stealing your power, Hef shredded your soul, Samazrael answered, his words heavy with regret and fury. You won't be able to feel as you used to, and I can't feel you at all. Your aura, your presence? They're just gone. No wonder I couldn't calm him down. There was nothing of me to reach out to the inner turmoil that drove his rage. On the bright side, my anger wouldn't set off his anymore. From the strained look on his face, trapped between normal and enraged, that wasn't going to matter. I'd almost died, and he'd had to watch. I had to be near him and close the distance between us. He caught me in his arms, crushing me to his chest while he kissed me with a furious passion that reached into the parts of my soul that remained. You don't get to leave me, he growled against my lips. Never. I could only manage a nod of agreement, Then he was guiding us through the cabin and to the bedroom. He bundled me into his arms, then kissed me until the room spun. I was in his arms, and he carried me to the bed. We laid down side by side, our fingers entwining. Flames slipped from Samazrael's hands to curl around us. I waited for my own fire to join his. When it didn't, an emptiness filled me. "We'll get it back," Samazrael said, then kissed the back of my hand. "Draven, a fallen who helped us, tried to repair your wings, but the damage was severe." I had enjoyed being able to fly, but they were just wings. I'd made it most of my life without them. Being alive and having Samazrael with me was far more important. "How bad is it?" "The pain," he asks. "Tolerable. I'm sure it could be a lot worse." Samazrael growled, hugging me to him, the flames pulsing with his anger. I tried to soothe him as I usually did by tracing the tattoos on his neck and chest, but nothing relaxed his heavily furrowed brow. I yawned and he whispered for me to sleep. He dragged me onto his body, sat up and let his wings slip free. They pressed against my back, his warmth and love surrounding me. "I'll kill him," he whispered, and I sat up, looking into those black eyes I was going to be seeing a lot more of. "We'll kill him," I amended. "Hef will regret ever thinking he could steal my power." I curled into Samazrael's chest, planting a kiss on his collarbone. Sleep came for me, and I passed out, trying not to be terrified of what the next few days would bring. Chapter 2. Ashmielle. I stood in front of the full-length mirror in the bedroom, tugging on a clean dark blue long-sleeve shirt. My body was covered in bruises and gashes. All of them were slow to heal, since I wasn't carrying heavy-duty firepower anymore. I rolled my shoulders, debating on drawing out my wings to witness the damage for myself, but the door opened behind me. Samazrael's scowl was there to greet me in the mirror. "I take it we're going back to hell?" I asked. "By Lucifer's command, yes. There's no sign of Hef, or Kara, or any other demon who stood with him at the warehouse." I gulped, clenching my jaw, fighting no to fall back into the memories of that damn cage. "That's good, right? I'd rather they be in hell. At least then we'd know where they are. But it's hell. If Lucifer's back in charge, Hef doesn't stand a chance of breaking it open." Samazrael shifted on his feet, his eyes darting away. "We need to go. Rollins is waiting for us outside with a portal." I glanced around the warm, cozy bedroom, wishing we could stay here. Not that my quarters in hell were terrible, but they weren't exactly homey. Quietly, I said goodbye to the room and headed outside with Samazrael behind me. Rollins was on full alert, his sword already in hand as if he expected an attack to happen at any second. Several more demons, all wearing long black coats, surrounded the open portal. I wondered if the Black Hearts had been here through the night guarding me. I hadn't seen anyone, but that meant nothing. Taking a deep breath, I walked through the portal and stepped out into hell. We were just outside the fortress where more Black Hearts waited for us. Commander Bones stood by the open doors, speaking angrily with someone who was definitely not a demon. The being with silver hair turned, and I was rooted to the spot by sky blue eyes. He spotted me, cutting himself off mid-sentence. "I see you've returned to hell," he said, his eyes flicking to Samazrael. "I trust it was quiet last night?" "Yes. Thanks for letting us use the safe house," Samazrael replied. "Ashmielle, this is Draven. The fallen who helped us last night, right?" He bowed. "I'm also your mother's brother." It wasn't hard to see the similarities to Dahlia in his face. I wasn't even shocked at finding out I had another family member running around. I waited for the anger to rise, knowing he'd been out in the world while Dahlia and I had been on the run. There was nothing but numbness, and I quickly covered up my confusion after noticing Draven and Samazrael watching me closely. "Thanks for trying to save my wings." Samazrael said they were broken pretty badly. "I did what I could, but I'm afraid even my skills weren't enough." "They're just wings," I said, hoping my tone didn't sound as depressing as I thought it did. Draven gave me a sad smile that also reminded me way too much of Dahlia right then. "I won't keep you. I believe the King of Hell is expecting you," he muttered, his eyes flaring a bright blue. Tell him not to exert himself until his wound fully heals, he added to Bones. And that if he can't track down Hef on his own, the Fallen will have to step in. Hef is a demon. Therefore he's our problem. Until he manages to follow through with his plans of unleashing hell on Earth, Draven snapped, then rubbed his forehead and sighed. Keep me apprised of the situation. That's all I ask, Bones. I will, but you have my word we'll stop the bastard. Draven turned to me. Ashmielle, it was good to finally meet you. White feathered wings spread from his back, so large they dragged on the ground behind. He walked away from us, set his gaze to the heavens and set off. A blue portal appeared over his head, and he flew through it and disappeared. So much for a happy family reunion with that uncle. It was probably for the best. The last thing I needed to deal with right then was more family drama. He's right, Bones said. Lucifer is waiting for you in the throne room. I assume Hef wasn't here waiting to kill him. Samazrael asked while the three of us made our way inside. No. No sign of him or his traitors. We'll find him, don't you worry about that, Bones growled. So he's just on the loose again? That's great news, I said sarcastically and rolled my shoulders. A rush of burning heat, followed immediately by freezing cold, shot through me. I thought for a second we were wrong, and I did have some of my power left, then the pain hit. I doubled over as the worst stomachache of my life spread to encompass my entire body. Pins and needles stabbed at my chest and stretched up my neck. When it reached my temples, I gasped, my vision blurring. Samazrael held me up, and I dug my claws into his arms without meaning to. I tried to pull back, but his hold on me was too strong. The pain pulsed in time with my racing heart. As quickly as it came over me, a wave of heat shot through my limbs. It faded, and I was left trembling from an icy grip on my body that I couldn't shake. Samazrael's hands were coated in fire, and it wrapped around me, chasing away the biting cold. Lucifer can wait. You need to rest. He's demanded your presence, Bones said quietly. He's in no mood to be kept waiting. Ashmielle is in no condition to see him in the throne room, not now. I'm fine, I said through my chattering teeth. I'll be all right, Sammy. Let's just get this over with. How bad can it be? The conversation I overheard between Lucifer and Samazrael last night came back to me, and I cursed. Lucifer had threatened Samazrael with the cell again. I ground my teeth, my anger rising, but it was the mention of giving into a moment of weakness that left me itching to smack him. I thought I'd broken through to Lucifer. That I was finally reaching the father he could be behind the devil. Maybe I'd heard wrong. But I knew he'd warned Samazrael about messing up again. I might be without power, but Lucifer wasn't going to toss my soulmate back in the cells, not while I was still breathing. The two black hearts standing guard outside the throne room crossed their arms at Bones' arrival, then opened the doors. I expected to find Lucifer waiting for us by himself. I presumed it was too much to hope he didn't want an audience to speak with me, after what transpired with Hef. I presumed wrong. A large, round table was in the center of the room, surrounded by demons. Their dress varied from elegant crimson and black robes, to black leather coats, to battle-ready dresses covered in chainmail. A few others wore gleaming obsidian armor, their wings out and ready. I assumed these were the elites Samazrael had mentioned a few times before. I'd met them briefly during that awful dinner, but so much had occurred since then that none of them looked familiar, and I certainly didn't remember their names. Most were marked as Samazrael was, tattoos covering hands, arms, whole faces, and necks. If I hadn't just been through a terrifying shit show and had my power stolen, this might be intimidating. Instead, I waited impatiently for Lucifer to notice us and say something. The King of Hell stood on the far side of the table, his blood-red silk shirt partially unbuttoned and his face freshly shaven. His black hair was slicked back around his horns, and red fires burned in his eyes. He appeared as the devil many humans pictured him as, minus the tail and pitchfork. If Hef's traitors were in hell, they're gone now, a female spoke up, her voice punctuated by a growl. Her black dress wasn't cut out for a night on the town, Instead, it was overlaid with obsidian shoulder guards and matching chainmail at her chest. The slit in her dress let me see the knee-high boots she sported. One showcased a protruding dagger's hilt. They left no trail to follow, another said. He was as tall as Samazrael but was built like a wall, his leathery wings folded behind him. The warehouse has also been abandoned, a third added, his face pinched in anger. Again, we were unable to pick up a trail. All that remains in the structure is the remnants of the cage. I tensed at the mention of that horrific place. Samazrael growled, shifting closer so our hands brushed. My fingers twined around his, and he gave my hand a firm squeeze. The air warmed, and Lucifer's aura reached out, pulsing with his rage. The demons around the table flinched and dropped their heads in the face of it. Samazrael growled quietly, pulling me back a few steps. Without my own power to push back against Lucifer's, I found my head lowering and the rest of me ready to bolt out the door. Lucifer's outburst came a second later. He slammed his fists on the table and fire exploded from them, shooting through the room and throwing the elites back. I will not tolerate these failures, he bellowed, his voice bouncing harshly off the stone walls. You will find Hef. I don't care if you have to tear apart the surface world to do it. Find him and his demons, and you bring them to me. If my brother wants a war, I'll give him a bloody war. The elites bowed as one, then stormed for the doors, passing Samazrael and me on the way. None of them bothered to look at us. A voice in the back of my head said that was a bad sign. I was, after all, the daughter of Lucifer. The first time I met them, they'd bowed to me. The doors closed with a foreboding thud behind us, and I jumped. Lucifer hadn't looked up from the table yet, poring over whatever papers were scattered across it. Bones remained by the doors, not saying a word. I wasn't sure if we should speak up, and decided to wait for Lucifer to acknowledge us. Or I was going to until the seconds turned into a minute, then two. Did you want something or not? I snapped. Samazrael sighed. Lucifer lifted his head, and the total weight of his glower pushed me back. He straightened, the flames in his eyes shrinking to a bright simmering orange. Samazrael, Bones, you can wait outside. Samazrael opened his mouth probably to argue, but Lucifer growled, his fangs extending past his lip and his claws stabbing into the table. I motioned for Samazrael to go. I'd be fine. Lucifer was pissed off, but I doubted he was going to kill his only kid. Eye twitching, Samazrael gave in and left with Bones. The doors closed a second time behind me, and I crossed my arms, refusing to back down from Lucifer's glare. His aura pricked at my skin, but I held my ground, planting my feet and locking my knees so I wouldn't move an inch. He grunted, then returned his attention to the papers. I'm pleased to see you're able to walk. Thanks, I think. Be nice if you were there when I came to last night. I had matters to attend to. Yeah, of course, like tracking down Hef so we can get the sword back. Lucifer's lip twitched and his shoulders hunched a hint. My arms fell to my sides and I inched my way forward. You are trying to get the sword back, right? You know, the sword he used to drain my power and leave my soul shredded? I'm going after Hef, yes, Lucifer replied. If he happens to still have the sword with him, then by all means, we'll find a way to return your power to you. But that's not your main concern. Hef told you he was going to break hell open and unleash it on the human world. Stopping him and destroying every vermin who believed they could turn against me is my priority, he said, finally looking at me again. Until then, there are few rules you are to abide by. Rules? I repeated, scoffing. You don't give a damn about what I'm going through, do you? Those are your words, not mine. You told Samazrael what happened to those other demons that experienced this same fate. You expect me to stand by and be okay with suffering every damn day while you go after Hef? We need the sword. Giving me orders now, is that it? He demanded. I don't know why you don't want the sword. It was capable of wounding you severely. I've already healed since I've returned to hell, he said as if this was the most boring conversation in the world. My brother will have to try much harder than using my daughter's power against me to take my life. I thought, I murmured, feeling the blood drain from my face, but he said my power would be enough to kill you. That's why he took it. And Dahlia, she saw me being used against you. And you were, but not in the way you and she assumed. I swallowed hard, the dark reality of what this meant tearing my soul apart even more. You're strong, it's true, but I'm the king of hell. I'm Lucifer. Hellfire is my core. You might be strong, daughter, but not even your power can kill me. Everything I went through in that damned cage, the torment, having the last of my power yanked away, all of it was for nothing. Not that I wanted Lucifer to die, but at least there'd been a reason for it having been stolen, for my life being effed up all over again. Dahlia was wrong, I whispered, but Lucifer shook his head. You just said it. You were used against me. I searched Lucifer's face for a hint of the father I'd been getting to know. It was nowhere in sight. Bones was right all along. Having a child made me vulnerable, made me weak, and Hef took full advantage of that. Now he's stirring up a rebellion, and I have to quash it. That's all you care about. I yelled. Demons turning against you? This is my domain. No one betrays me and lives. Hef will pay for what he's done to you. And what about getting my power back? What about fixing me? When we find Hef, we'll most likely find the sword. I have no doubt finding it, and destroying it, could return you to how you were before. Could. A weapon such as that sword has never been forged before. There are no guarantees. Until such time as Hef is found, you are to remain on the fortress grounds under guard at all times. You are not to leave hell. Do I make myself clear? No, I argued, and his brow arched. If you're going after Hef, then so am I. You can't, not in your current state. I can still fight. Can you? All this time you've been driven by your hellfire and your grace. You no longer have either, last I checked. My hands curled into fists, and I marched around the table. What are you saying? I'm useless now? A burden? That's all children ever are, he said. My fist flew before I could stop it. He snagged my wrist, preventing me from connecting with his jaw. His grip turned painful, and he bared his fangs in my face. You will remember whose presence you stand in. So, I guess the happy father-daughter moments are over. I tugged on my wrist, but he held on. His eyes narrowed, and for a second I spotted how much he cared for me behind the rage. I blinked, and it was gone. He released me, dismissing me with a wave. You will always be my daughter. Just not one you care enough to save from torment. He grabbed hold of my arms, fire flowing from his hands to wash over me like waves of water. Don't presume what I think or feel. It's true though. Now that I'm powerless, I'm nothing to you. Admit it. He worked his jaw back and forth, then let me go. My arms ached from where he'd grabbed me, but it was nothing compared to the episodes of pain I'd endured in the last 24 hours, so I ignored it. Prove to me you can hold your own in a fight, and I'll consider changing my mind about keeping you under lock and key. You're such a bastard, I snapped, backing away. What did Dahlia ever see in you? I never bothered to ask. Of course you didn't. I wondered if he was acting like a jackass to put distance between us, since I was indeed a weakness to him. Dahlia had been right. My being born had given Lucifer's enemies a way to finally get to him. The sword might have only wounded him, but I had a feeling if Hef managed to kill me, if I didn't survive, the world would finally get to see how evil the devil could become. Have you talked to Peter? From the Order? He's dead and his soul is in a cell with the rest of his minions. Why? Hef might have used Dahlia's grace to power that cage, but he gave her soul to the Order. Lucifer's face went dangerously blank. I pressed on. I thought you'd like to know she might still be under their care somewhere. Halfway to the door, the pressure built in my stomach again, and I cursed, trying to get out of the throne room before Lucifer witnessed one of my fits. The last thing I needed was his seeing how weak I was, since he already assumed I couldn't hold my own in a fight. The agony exploded, and I gasped, falling to my knees. My claws created sparks where they dragged across the stones. I growled, curling in myself while I waited for the pain to pass. 2 fiery hands took hold of my shoulders, and Lucifer held me against him, his heat breaking through the cold encroaching up my spine. Thankfully, the moment didn't last long, and I sagged forward once my muscles stopped seizing. I glanced over my shoulder, then wished I hadn't. I'd never forget the look of utter disappointment on Lucifer's face before the blank mask returned. I shoved out of his arms and hurried to the door on shaky legs. "They're going to get worse," he called after me. "I know," I said, not turning around. "No, you don't. The pain will become unbearable until you'll only see one way out." "Why are you telling me this?" "I want you to be prepared. Hef has created a living hell for you. And you're just what, rubbing it in?" "Thanks, I really needed that." Without looking back, I flipped him off and yanked open the door to the throne room. Samazrael had been speaking with Bones, but at the sight of me, they fell silent. "Are you all right?" he asked. "Oh, I'm great," I muttered angrily, setting off toward my quarters at the other end of the fortress. "I'm on lockdown again, and dear old Dad thinks I'm nothing but a weakness for him." I stopped myself from saying anything else, unsure if Samazrael would be able to handle Lucifer's warning about there only being one sure way out of my predicament. Death. The pain would become so horrible that I'd pray for death. Too bad I wasn't going to go down that easily. Hef might have taken my power from me, but I was going to get it back, damn what the devil had to say about it. I'd show them all I wasn't weak. No matter how much pain I had to endure, I'd keep fighting and I'd win. One way or another, I'd get the sword from Hef and restore my powers. Lucifer could go screw himself for all I cared. Ashmielle. Samazrael caught my hand and pulling me to a stop. His eyes searched mine, and his furrowed brow told me he wasn't sure he liked what he saw. "We have a lot to talk about," I said, cupping his cheek. "You're with me?" "You never have to ask me that," he replied. "But why do I feel like I'm going to regret whatever plan you're concocting?" I smiled. "You know me so well."
Chapter 3. Samazrael. Ashmielle sat on the couch, her feet tucked up under her. I stood behind her, unable to sit down. I'd barely been able to stay with her through the night, too restless and angry to stay put. I growled, and she reached over her shoulder without looking. I rested my hand on her, and she covered mine with hers. Physical contact was the only way to calm the rage inside me that shouted she wasn't really here otherwise. Not feeling her emotions and aura sent me back to those horrible years in my cell when I believed her to be dead. "I'm ready to get back to our training," she said. I stiffened. "No. No. What do you mean, no?" She turned all the way around, nailing me with a glare. "Now of all times, I need to able to fight. I'm kind of powerless here, remember? Which is exactly why you're not going to be getting into any fights. You don't get to sideline me." I gritted my teeth, willing her to see reason. We had this same argument last night, and neither of us had come out on top. Learning her power had been stolen for no reason cut us both deep. She'd lost what little she'd had left to save me. Hef had been a fool to think he could kill the king of hell so easily, let alone permanently wound him. The notion did cross my mind. There was a much bigger game at play here, but I hadn't the slightest idea what it was. For the last 2 days, I'd been cooped up in Ashmielle's quarters with her, watching her experience more pain than any single person should have to endure. Not going after Hef myself made it impossible to get back to a stable state of mind. Not feeling Ashmielle's aura made it 10 times worse. The rage was a constant now, much as it had been when I first left my cell. There were no voices, thankfully, but the visceral anger was back. Thinking of Ashmielle fighting without her power, imagining her being hurt worse than she already was, had me stalking to the other end of the living room. I stared out the windows overlooking the fortress grounds. Any of those demons down there could be working with Hef. Any one of them could be a traitor, as Kara or Alron had proven to be. Lucifer said Ashmielle was safe here, but was she really? 2 arms wrapped tightly around my middle, and I covered Ashmielle's hands with mine. Flame sparked to life at the touch of her skin, and she sighed, pressing her cheek to my back. "I need to be able to fight," she whispered. "Getting that sword is the only way to fix me. The sword is with Hef. And I'm not saying we attack him outright or try to kill him. If we manage to do that in the process of getting the sword, then it's a win-win." "Millie." "What?" "There's no other way to fix me." I spun around, staring down into her pleading gaze. "You're one of the best fighters in hell." My hands still worked. "Train me, please. I can't sit in this room every damn day waiting for my shredded soul to destroy me, not when there's something we can do about it. We're under orders not to leave hell." She grinned. "And I was never very good at following orders." She certainly wasn't. My forehead rested against hers. She stood on her toes, kissing me softly at first, but the last few days caught up with me. I lifted her off her feet, deepening the kiss. My wings slipped from my back and hugged her to my chest. Her legs wrapped around my waist, and I spun around, pressing her back to the wall. I missed feeling her rush of desire, as I had before, but it was there for me to see in her eyes. "I want to keep fighting," she said, burying her hands in my hair. I kissed her one last time, then set her on her feet. "Then I suggest you put different clothes on," I said, giving in. "Let's go, Millie. Days a-wasting." She gave me a wicked grin. One I wasn't used to seeing on her face, then darted for the bedroom. I waited for her by the door, hoping I wasn't going to regret picking up her training. She had a point about being able to fight, but she was different now. She'd have to relearn how to move, how to attack and defend without a rush of power backing her up. It would be rough, especially considering if she was overcome by any of those fits flooding her body. There was no way to predict when they'd hit or how often. She'd had two during the night. Watching her body seize up and her face scrunch in pain wasn't something I was sure I could handle every day from now until. I cut my thoughts off with a growl. I didn't give two shits about what Lucifer told her. Ashmielle was strong. She wouldn't turn to death as a way out. And even if she did, I wouldn't let her. Sword or no sword, I'd find a way to fix her soul. I hadn't remembered her, only to lose her now. Ashmielle exited the bedroom and joined me at the door. She wore a tight-fitting gray t-shirt, her black pants, and knee-high boots that had my brow arching and a quiet growl rumbling through my chest. She winked, and I thought about convincing her to wait another day before we started her training. She laughed and reached around me for the door. "Later," she whispered, and my hands twitched at my sides. "Later, you're going to be passed out," I warned. "It's not like this is my first day of training. I've been through this before." I said nothing, and followed her out the door and through the fortress. 3 hours later, Ashmielle collapsed to the ground in the training circle. Sweat soaked her shirt and dripped down her face, matting her hair to her neck and cheeks. She fell back, staring up at the sky. "Not fair," she panted, glowering at me. "You didn't do terribly," I said, to which she barked a laugh. "Give yourself time. I told you it wasn't going to be easy." She started to sit up, then fell right back down. I didn't realize how much strength my power gave me. Punching hurts now. Did it always hurt before? I don't remember now. I sat beside her, watching several demons wander by on patrol. The entire time we sparred, I'd been worried she would have a fit. Somehow, we made it through the whole session without her being overwhelmed by agonizing pain. We stayed on the ground for a few more minutes, then Ashmielle was hauling herself up and shaking out her hands. "What are you doing?" I asked, remaining on the ground. "What's it look like?" "I'm not wimping out yet. I can't, not if I want Lucifer to lift the damned house arrest he's got me under." "And what makes you think I'm going to let you leave hell, even if he gives the go-ahead? Aside from being your boyfriend, I'm still your bodyguard, remember? I have my ways." She motioned me toward her. "You going to sit there all day, or let me kick your ass?" I flipped to my feet and stretched out my arms. She bounced around, grinning. Despite having her soul shredded, seeing her so full of energy after the past few weeks had my hopes high that she'd make it until we found a way to fix her. The fight hadn't left her eyes. If anything, it had grown. I was ready to make the first move, taking a step forward, but stilled at the last second. Ashmielle's eyes widened, and she cursed, curling in on herself and falling to her knees. I caught her before she could topple over. She growled, her claws digging into the arms I'd wrapped around her. I hardly felt it, too focused on the shuddering breath she took and how fast her pulse raced. I waited for her to pass out, then she was slumping forward in my arms. "I hurt you again." "I'm sorry," she whispered weakly. "I'll live. Think we're finished training for today?" She didn't argue. Keeping a firm arm around her waist, I guided her inside and up to her quarters. She snagged clean clothes and took a quick shower, then tumbled into bed. I stayed with her until she fell asleep. Closing the bedroom door quietly behind me, I stalked around the living room, my blood boiling beneath my skin. I needed an outlet for my rage, but there was nothing here to take it out on. A walk would help, but leaving Ashmielle made me almost as anxious as staying near her. Watching her go through these episodes left me feeling helpless. I could fight a demon trying to kill her. I couldn't reach inside her and stop the agony from attacking her body. The sword. We had to find the sword and destroy it. I feared it was the only way to make Ashmielle whole again. It didn't matter what either of us said. The longer she had to deal with these episodes, the more I worried we wouldn't survive it. Not wanting Ashmielle to wake up and find her quarters destroyed from one of my outbursts, I went to the door leading to the corridor. Rollins stood at his station just outside it. "I need you to stay with Ashmielle." He frowned but stepped through the door. "Where are you going?" "Take a walk, maybe find some answers while I'm out." "You're sure a walk is enough?" "For now, it has to be. I'll be back soon as I can." I glanced past him to the bedroom door, but it was still shut. I longed to feel Ashmielle's presence as I used to. With an angry grunt, I stormed away from Rollins and through the fortress. Bones and his black hearts were hunting for Hef, but Lucifer clarified that their priority shouldn't be the sword. Mine, however, was. Figuring they'd be deserted, I left the grounds of the fortress and headed to the forges. With any luck, Hef might have left something behind for me to get a better understanding of how the sword worked. Maybe even what the rest of his plans were. The blade was the key to saving Ashmielle, and I was going to find it, just as Ashmielle wanted to do. She just wasn't going to be with me once I did track it down. The forges were empty as I'd hoped, the furnaces cold for the first time ever in my lifetime. From the mess of blueprints and scattered armor and weapons, the Black Hearts had already come and gone, probably taking any helpful information with them. I sifted through the stacks of aged prints on the floors and tables anyway, cursing with each stack that came up empty. Smashing my fist on a table, I stalked through the forge back to Hef's private rooms. They too had been torn apart. Realizing I'd reached a dead end, my rage peaked, and I snarled, grabbing an end table and throwing it into the wall. It shattered on impact, and I toppled a bookshelf next, destroying every last piece of furniture in that place. Hef might not be here, but I could imagine beating him to death until he was finally in my grasp. Lucifer might claim revenge, but I was going to be the one to see he wasn't dealt a swift death, not for everything he'd done to Ashmielle. Figured it'd be you making a mess. I spun around, hand raised and claws extended, but it was only Bones leaning in the doorway. "What do you want?" "To update you on what leads we have." Bones kicked a table leg out of the way and strode toward me. "Sadly, there aren't many promising ones." "What were you hoping to find?" "I need the sword." "You think destroying it will save Ashmielle?" "It's the only plan I have right now. If I don't try to find it, she's going to." Bones moved slowly through the room, his hands clasped behind his back. "She's a lot tougher than I gave her credit for. Even now, she's fighting back with everything she has. I'm going to assume it was her idea to continue her training?" I crossed my arms with a scoff. Bones smirked. She is certainly Lucifer's daughter, but that stubbornness, that's Dahlia. He reached the one table I hadn't broken yet and rifled through the pages. We found no blueprints on the sword, no mention of it at all in his notes. But if you are so keen on finding it, I would like you to come with us. When we have a lead, I'm willing to follow. You look as if you could use a way to release some of your rage. I'd appreciate that. I might not have always gotten along with you, but you are one of the best fighters ever trained. I could use you. He tapped his fingers on the table, then sighed. Lucifer can never be the father Ashmielle wanted, or needs for that matter. Why are you telling me this? Because the sooner she accepts that truth, the better for everyone involved. I know they shared a moment back in New Mexico. She saved him from himself, and I'll be forever grateful for it, but it can't happen again. The genuine regret in his eyes confused me. You do care about her, don't you? How can I not? She's a princess of hell, but being so means there are some hard facts she has to come to terms with. I told Dahlia the same all those years ago. Lucifer is who he is, for a reason. That can never change. He can't show weakness, can't be vulnerable. Look what happens when he is. You're saying he can't ever be happy. I'm saying he was given a duty to carry out, Bones argued, but there was no anger in his words. He swore an oath, and in doing so, he became what hell needs to survive, to function and keep our delicate world in balance. There's no room for mercy. There's no room for love, not for the king of hell. He talked about hell needing a change, I said, recalling those few moments with Lucifer. That Dahlia saw Ashmielle taking over. Being stronger than him. One day, many hundreds of years from now, but not yet. The truth is, she may never be the right leader for hell. It needs a change, yes, but that change has to come from someone willing to cross the line. Willing to embrace their inner darkness. Is Ashmielle in that place? Lucifer isn't evil. Bones laughed. No, he's not, but who said understanding your darkness makes you evil? Hell is filled with the souls of the damned, with demons charged with collecting their souls and guarding them for eternity. Do you really want someone taking the throne who isn't going to dole out punishments that are deserved? This is hell. Ashmielle has yet to fully understand who she is. The grace within her, however small, will always hold her back. I wanted to argue, but everything Bones said was right. Hell was fragile. If it were thrown out of balance, catastrophe would strike. Or a demon like Hef would step in to try and take advantage of whatever weakness was exposed. I'd seen a hint of the ruthlessness within Ashmielle, witnessed the murderous intent in her eyes when she was pushed too far. Unlike Lucifer, though, she shied away from it. Until she could accept all parts of who she was, she'd never be ready to rule. I laughed quietly, knowing she was probably all right with that fact. I understand, I told Bones. And I think Ashmielle does too, at least when it comes to Lucifer and what kind of father he has to be. I had a feeling she would. It's not an easy life, and one day hell will need a new ruler, but not today and certainly not tomorrow. He walked to the door, and I followed him through the forges. And his wound? It is fully healed. Bones nodded, but his eyes narrowed enough for me to know he wasn't telling me everything. Lucifer had physically healed, but that sword had drained Ashmielle's power, stolen the rest of it on contact. Had it really not done any lingering damage to Lucifer? I'll send word once I have a lead, Bones said, pulling me from my thoughts. I'll be ready. Good. Think it's time you send an unequivocal message to Hef about what awaits him once he's found. Bones glanced toward the fortress, his brow furrowing. Something else on your mind? I'm sure it's nothing. Tell Ashmielle to keep fighting. We'll get the bastard soon enough. Neither of us said it, but the worry was there that it might not be in time to save Ashmielle. Chapter 4. Samazrael. A crash came from the bedroom down the hall. I rushed through the living room and pushed open the door to the sound of Ashmielle cursing. She was hunched over on the floor, her claws digging into her arms, while her body seized in the throes of another fit. I knelt behind her, prying her fingers loose so she'd stop hurting herself and take the pain out on me instead. Her claws tore through my skin, making it slick with blood. My forearms were covered in puncture wounds and scratches. A few more weren't going to matter. And my pain was nothing compared to hers. It had been almost a week since we'd been back in hell, and the episodes had remained the same. Some were thankfully shorter than others, but seeing her go through one at all was torture. She rolled her shoulders. I was worried her wings were going to break free like they had yesterday, out in the training yard, and pressed my chest harder against her back. They weren't fully healed, and her shriek of agony had torn me to pieces. Her death grip on my arms lessened after a solid minute, and she collapsed into a shivering mess. I sent my fire to wrap around her body to warm her while I hugged her close. "That was fun," she muttered, her teeth chattering. A deep growl rumbled through my chest while I rubbed her arms. Fun wasn't the word I'd use to describe these moments, not even close. She might say she could handle the agony that ripped through her body, but I couldn't. Each attack left her weak and freezing cold to the touch. It took forever to warm her to a decent temperature. Yesterday, when her wings freed themselves, she'd nearly passed out, and it had taken over an hour for her to ease them out of sight again. I hadn't been able to forget what they'd looked like, the bones jutting out at odd angles, even after all Draven had done to set them. Sadly, he'd been right. She'd never fly again. Once again, I wondered how Dahlia missed seeing Ashmielle enduring so much agony just to what? Die in the end? Be killed by Hef? I held Ashmielle tighter, terrified of what would happen if I let her go too soon. "I can stand," she said, holding on to me while we found our feet. "Think we should hold off on training today?" "What did we agree?" "Give me an hour, and I'll be fine. This shit isn't going to defeat me." My chest swelled with pride and relief that she was still staying strong. At the same time, I didn't want her overdoing it and hurting herself more. 2 hours. Deal. We reached the couch, and I sat her down, ready to ask her if she was hungry. A knock came at the door, and I went to answer it. "Commander Bones. We have a lead on Hef." "Where?" I asked. "West Coast in the States." Could be nothing, but the demon was fairly adamant that's where Hef was. I noted the dry blood covering Bones' knuckles. I was ready to say yes, but turned back to where Ashmielle sat on the couch. "Go," she insisted. "I'll be safe here. I've got Rollins to bother for a while." My fangs grew thinking of another demon being in here with her. It wasn't only my rage that had been harder to control. The natural possessiveness I had for Ashmielle had also increased, probably as a result of overcompensating my protective instincts needed to keep her safe. She nodded. "You need this." "We both do." I went to her, sinking to my knees. Her smile was bittersweet. "Kill some of them for me, would you? And then you come back to me, preferably in one piece. You have my word on both counts." She kissed me, and I wrapped my arms around her. When I leaned away, the darkness was back in her eyes. I wished she could come with us and let out some of her own pent-up rage, but I'd ensure whatever demons we found paid for siding with Hef against their princess and their king. She wanted blood just as much as I did. I sealed my oath with another kiss, then straightened and turned to Bones. There was no more room for love and mercy in my heart, not now. I waited until Rollins joined Ashmielle on the couch, gave her a firm nod, and set off after Bones. "Ready to spill some blood?" he asked. I smiled, my claws growing. "You have no idea." Chapter 5. Samazrael. Blood dripped from my claws. I tossed the dead demon aside, snarling at the footsteps approaching me from behind. I'd been clearing a path through the old apartment complex the second we burst through the front door. The information from the demon Bones tortured led us here. The place had been abandoned for years, but wasn't even close to empty. I lost count of how many demons I'd dug my claws into. I'd started with my sword, but the blade simply wasn't cutting it. I breathed in deep, straining to pick up on a scent that would lead me to Hef. This building was 5 stories with 20 apartments on each floor, plus a basement and a rec floor on the upper level. None of the rooms I'd cleared out yet had anything in them saying Hef had been here recently or was using this as his main base of operations. I did a thorough search of this apartment on the 4th floor. Aside from a few sleeping bags and empty takeout containers, there was nothing. I kicked the only kitchen chair, sending it crashing through the sheetrock from the force of the hit. The floor creaked behind me. I whirled around, hand raised to strike, but it was only Bones. "I told you to keep up," I snapped. "Don't worry. We're just following the trail of dead bodies." He whistled quietly at the 3 dead, to the right of the corridor. I grunted, turned around, and stalked further down the winding hall. His demons finished checking the rest of the rooms on this floor, and I darted up the steps heading for the 5th. I kicked open the set of heavy double doors, ducking at the last second beneath the 2 swinging blades of the demons who'd been waiting on the other side. Their yells of alarm were cut off when I slashed my claws through one of their throats and quickly snapped the neck of the other. Ashmielle had been right. I needed this release. The second we stepped foot in this building, I let my rage out, and it hadn't calmed the entire time we'd been here. We'd entered a gym, but several more doors led off the main room. Bones motioned his black hearts to the right while we turned to the left. The first door opened to an old supply closet with nothing but a hole in the ceiling and rotten wooden shelves. Behind the next set of double doors, voices filtered out. I held up a hand to Bones. He positioned himself on the other side, and I knocked. There was a growled reply, and I knocked louder. Footsteps stomped toward the doors, 2 demons from the sound of it. Grinning like the wicked devil I was right then, I snatched them after they passed over the threshold. They drew their swords, but I dodged and blocked their frenzied attacks. I kicked the taller one in the knee, then used his sword to obstruct a hit from the second bastard. I nailed him in the face with my forehead, then turned the blade around and ran the first demon through. Wrenching the blade free, I spun it casually in my hand, waiting for the second guard to come at me. He was dead not long after. I left the sword jutting out of his chest. "You could at least let me have one now and again," Bones complained. I gave the dead demon a hefty kick. "Gotta be faster, old man?" He grunted in reply, and we met up with the black hearts at the last set of doors. They tried to push them open, but they held fast. I stepped away from the wall and raised my leg to kick them. Bones told me to wait, but I ignored him. The doors gave after 3 hits, swinging inward and falling off their rusted hinges. My eyes took a second to adjust to the dim lighting. When they did, I bellowed and sprinted across the room. Hef stood there, sword drawn and a sneer stretching his lips. Halfway across the room, the sword he wielded became wreathed in dark red flames, the metal giving off a blue hue. Ashmielle's hellfire and her grace were right there. All I had to do was take the sword. Hef hoisted the blade over his head, his hands gripping the hilt, then brought its point down to the floor. Bones snagged my shoulder, yanking me backward. I shouted, trying to get away from him. I was too damn close to saving Ashmielle. "Samazrael, leave it," Bones yelled, not letting me go. The floor trembled beneath my feet, and the walls started to crumble around us. A fiery portal opened behind Hef. He sheathed the sword at his back, swept his body forward in a low bow, then jumped through. I snarled, straining to get to him, even as pieces of the building came down around me. The floor gave out and we crashed to the 4th floor. Fire swirled around us, and Bones pulled on my arm so hard the moment we started to fall again, my shoulder popped out of the socket. We landed on the ground outside the apartment building, the asphalt not making for a cozy fall. The air was knocked from my lungs, and my back was one massive bruise. Better than being buried under a pile of rubble. I sat up with a groan, cursing Hef. The rest of the building fell in on itself, taking with it whatever evidence might have been left behind. "Derek," Bones yelled to one of his black hearts, "get a team together and start tearing what's left apart. Hef went somewhere. See if you can find anything." "There won't be," I snapped, holding my right arm and glaring at the wreckage. I had him. What you were about to have was your head removed, he argued, marching over. He grabbed my right arm, pulled it straight, and pressed his foot into my ribs. I growled in warning, then he twisted, and my shoulder popped back into place. You're welcome. I could have had the sword. I could have ended Ashmielle's torment today. I did you a favor. Getting the sword from him isn't going to be that easy, and you know it. I grabbed him around the throat, and he returned the gesture, until we were glowering at each other like two wild beasts. The hearts closed ranks, ready to break us apart, but I let Bones go, shoving him away from me. Get back to hell. You're a mess, Bones ordered. When I have a new lead, I'll find you. I wanted to stay in case they managed to track where Hef went, but took a long look at myself. My clothes were drenched in blood, and even more crimson stained my hands and arms. And Ashmielle, I needed to see her. I'd left her in hell with Rollins. My rage spiked, and I quickly made a portal to take me to her. I stepped out the other side and stormed through the gates, then into the fortress. 2 demons stood guard outside Ashmielle's door. They nodded and departed after I waved them off. I opened the door, my gaze immediately zeroing in on Ashmielle. She stood at the windows, her eyes lighting up at the sight of me. Rollins stood nearby, and I growled. He looked like he wanted to ask how it went, but gave me a subtle nod, and keeping his distance, left us alone. You look like shit, Ashmielle said. I clenched my jaw, willing my claws to retract. When they didn't, I stayed where I was, unsure I fully trusted myself to be too close to her, not yet. How many did you kill? Not nearly enough, but it's a start. She smiled. Good. Now come here. She held out her hand, but I hesitated. You won't hurt me, Sammy. One slow step at a time, I closed the distance between us. She slipped her arms around my waist, not seeming to care about the gore covering my clothes. My skin hummed to have her touching me. I breathed in deeply, then snarled, gripping her upper arms and glaring. You reek of Rollins and Lucifer, I snapped, my temper rising all over again. Their scents were in the room, but it was the sense being on Ashmielle that sent me over the edge. I should have been asking her what Lucifer wanted. Instead, the primal side of me took over. I sought out every last place on her skin and her clothing that smelled of the other demons, covering it with my own. I had an episode while you were away, she admitted. The last place I touched was her forehead, resting mine against it while I gazed into her eyes, chasing away the last bit of the other sense. Hearing those words sent an icy touch of helplessness creeping down my spine. She was here, and she was alive, but still, I couldn't save her from this internal torment. I wanted to ask how bad it was and if she was all right, but the words were lodged behind a snarl. I couldn't move past how 2 other demons had their hands on her, even if it was only for a few seconds. I started to back away, not wanting to scare her. Ashmielle stood on her toes, ran her hands through my hair, and dragged my mouth down to hers. The feel of her lips on mine set me on fire. Flames surrounded us. I took hold of her hands, backed her into the wall, and placed them on either side of her head. My claws grew longer, digging into the stone. When my wings sprouted, they closed in around us, the sharp bone tips at the joints burying themselves in the wall above our heads. I devoured her mouth, each touch of her skin on mine a soothing balm that slowly eased the anger pouring through my body and threatening to consume me. I drew back, noticing the blood now staining her clothes and smudged on her arms from where she'd hugged me. I should clean up, I murmured. Blood doesn't bother me, she replied, and I captured her mouth in another heated kiss before scooping her into my arms. I kissed her, walking from the living room to the bedroom. She slid down my body and dragged me to the bathroom. I rolled my shoulders, forcing my wings to retract in the much smaller room. Ashmielle wet a washcloth and began wiping the red from my face and neck. Her fingers traced the markings on my skin while she did so. My eyes closed, soaking in the delicate yet demanding touch that would always be there even if I couldn't feel her aura. Her hands moved lower, and she tugged at the hem of my shirt. I dragged it over my head and tossed it aside. She bit her bottom lip, continuing her close examination of my chest. Her fingers trailed along my ribs, then my spine. I figured she was checking for wounds. Aside from a few bruises and scratches that would heal by tonight, I'd made it out unscathed. Ashmielle made it back to my front, her hands gliding up my chest then to my shoulders. Her lips followed, and my head fell back. She nibbled my collarbone, and I grabbed hold of her hips, wanting her more than I'd wanted anything in my life. Flames seeped from my palms, winding around us in a wild dance. She moved away from me, and I growled, but she was only turning on the shower. She removed her dirtied light blue shirt and let it drop to the floor. The clip that held up her hair came next, and the locks tumbled down her back. I had her wrapped in my arms, kissing her like there was no tomorrow. Hef might have escaped me today, but I'd be damned if I'd let him do it a second time. He wasn't going to win this war, and he sure as hell wasn't going to get away with hurting Ashmielle. She was mine to protect, mine to avenge, and she always would be. Later that night, I held Ashmielle in the crook of my arm. She shivered, and I pulled the blankets up higher, then sent a wave of fire cascading over her. She sighed, snuggling even closer while I chuckled. "What's bothering you still?" she asked, tracing the tattoos on the underside of my chin. "Aside from Hef making off with that damn sword." "A few things. At least I don't smell like anyone else anymore." I buried my nose in her neck until she was cackling with mirth. "Not even close. You never told me why Lucifer stopped by." "Merely wanted to ensure I had everything I needed, and to say he was pleased we'd taken up with my training again." "You're okay with that being all he wanted?" "You know, I think I am," she said with a shrug. "He's the king of hell. I'm starting to understand a bit more why he can't be dear old Dad. He's not as cold as he was when I first came here, but he sure isn't the same demon I saw while we were on the surface. He never could be." I didn't say it, because Ashmielle was coming to that conclusion on her own. "Listen," she said, propping herself up. The blankets dipped, and my gaze drifted downward. A blush started at her neck and took over her cheeks, and I growled. She took hold of my chin and redirected my eyes to hers. "We're both going to bed dealing with some shit, and it won't be easy. No matter how pissed off you get, no matter how bad your rage is, don't hide from me. Don't run. I'm only going to tell you this one more time. You will never scare me, Samazrael. And I'll never run from you." I tucked her damp hair behind her ears and pressed my lips to her forehead. She sank into me, hugging me. Before I could think of what to say to her, her breathing steadied, and she fell asleep. I smiled, content to feel the steady beating of her heart, and let my eyes close too. Bones would find another lead on Hef. Until then, I'd make sure Ashmielle remained strong, so when the time came, she could be the one to kill the traitorous bastard who tried to ruin her life. Chapter 6. Samazrael. 2 more days passed after Hef brought down the building on Bones, the rest of his strike team, and me. I'd left that detail out when I told Ashmielle what transpired, but she'd found out anyway. I dealt with a whole 2-hour argument about how much of an idiot I was to nearly get myself crushed to death. There were no new leads on Hef's location or what his plan would be. I wasn't the only one furious about the lack of progress in tracking him down. Lucifer's livid shouts echoed through the fortress this morning about how hard it could possibly be to find a demon of Hef's strength, especially when he was carrying a sword imbued with Ashmielle's power. He should have been easy to track, but with all those damned gadgets Hef had made in recent years, there was a high chance he was managing to shield himself. Whatever he was planning to do, he clearly didn't want us to know about it yet. I doubted he was simply hopping around the globe partying it up. Hef had told Ashmielle he wanted to break open hell. At some point, he'd get tired of waiting and put his plans in motion. We had to be there when he did, so I could destroy him. I turned around to face the training grounds. Ashmielle had been meditating for the last 20 minutes to get herself ready for an evening training session. Despite how relaxing the previous 2 nights had been, she'd awakened this morning to one of her worst episodes yet. The pain had rampaged through her body for a solid 5 minutes. I'd worried it was never going to stop, Then she'd finally sagged in my arms, shaking and freezing cold to the touch. I'd gotten her warmed up, and she'd fallen back to sleep for the next 6 hours. I'd watched over her the entire time. When she finally woke, I'd sent word to Rollins that the bed needed to be replaced. My claws had torn it to shreds after watching Ashmielle suffer. She'd noticed the damage when she got up, but didn't say anything about it. It wasn't any worse than the craters I'd put in the stone walls over the last couple of days. I'd done what she asks and not run from her. Despite my fear, she was still able to calm me down for the most part. Didn't stop me from fearing I'd accidentally hurt her one of these times, if she came too close. Ashmielle let out a deep breath, and her eyes opened. She appeared relaxed, and there was no sign of discomfort on her face. Without a word she rose, settled her feet, and shook out her hands. Her brow arched, and I mirrored her movements. I waited for her to make the first move, preparing to block. Her right foot shifted, and she charged forward, her fist aimed at my shoulder. We darted around the circle, her moves far more deliberate and forceful than they'd been during the first few sessions I ever had with her. Then she'd had power backing up her moves. Subconsciously, I think she let herself fall back on her hellfire, knowing if she was in trouble, she had some form of backup that'd kick in to save her life. Now it was only Ashmielle and her skill, nothing else. She drove me across the circle several times and took me down twice. I was beyond proud of her. She'd definitely be able to hold her own in a fight. Not that I planned on letting her be in one anytime soon, but seeing her move with such determination and fury let me know she wasn't going to let her shredded soul stop her from living. The fierce Ashmielle I met in the bar, who stood up to Lucifer, was still here. She came in to take me down again, but I dodged her attack and ended up pinning her to the ground instead. She growled, her lip twitching and her fangs peeking out. My own rumbling growl answered in kind, and I lowered my mouth to hers in a quick kiss. I pulled us back to our feet and turned to the weapon stand, removed 2 short swords and tossed her one. She caught it, swinging it casually in her right hand. When she gave me a wicked grin, I waved her forward, and she attacked. Our blades clashed, the noise echoing around the training ground. Several demons came over to watch, not that Ashmielle seemed to notice. She was finally able to block out what was happening around her, and only pay attention to the immediate threat. To see her acting as a warrior who'd been trained for years instead of months was incredible. Sensing a more potent presence, I chanced to glance over her shoulder. Lucifer had paused to watch, Commander Bones at his side. His lips twitched, almost in a smile. I had to look away, ducking under Ashmielle's swing and spinning around in time for our blades to cross. She winked, then headbutted me just like I taught her. Cursing, I stumbled back. She drove me to my knees, our swords crossing again while she pressed her blade down. "Not going easy on me, are you?" she asked. "Why would I insult you like that?" "Sammy," she warned, and I beamed up at her. "No holding back." I pushed her away and straightened. "Patience. You'll get there, but I'm not about to go full out, not yet." She rolled her eyes but dropped the argument and came after me again. We were only a few moves in, and Ashmielle's right arm tensed. I pulled back my attack in time, preventing the blade from slicing into her arm. She snapped her jaws, snarling while her shoulders seized and her back went rigid. I dropped my sword, rushing forward, but she backed away. "Ashmielle, let it go," I ordered, waiting for the sword to fall from her hand. "Millie." She doubled over, gripping the sword even harder. With a furious roar, she threw her head back and came at me, fighting through the pain. "It won't control me," she muttered, her face scrunched in agony with each move she made toward me. "You're going to hurt yourself," I snapped, but she kept coming. "Pick up your sword," she said, biting off each word. She rolled her head on her neck, and her fangs bit into her lip, drawing blood. "Do it." I kicked the blade aside instead. "You can't fight like this." "Yes, I can. He won't win. I won't let him." She lunged forward, her sword slicing toward my chest. "Pick it up." Her yell turned into a gasp and she shuddered, her skin paling. She was already sweaty from our sparring, but it dripped down her cheeks in a steady stream now, hitting the dirt at her feet. Another spasm nearly sent her to her knees. I started to yell at her again to stop, ready to yank the sword out of her hand and hold her until the episode passed, but it was like the beast side of her took total control, fighting to survive. I was no longer sparring with Ashmielle, but a wild animal let off its chain. She attacked with maddening speed, ignoring my calls for her to stop. I dodged her attacks, the blade singing past my ear several times and nearly catching me in the leg. I growled in warning, needing her to back off. I might not be able to feel her rage, but I saw it plain enough. Her silver eyes overflowed with it, and I wondered if it was even me she saw anymore. My rage was so close to breaking free, I had to get away from her. I mistimed a dodge, and her blade cut into my shoulder. Blood oozed from the wound and dripped down the sword. I fought to hold on to control, but Ashmielle came at me a second time, cutting into my other shoulder before I had a chance to react. A red haze flooded my mind, and I moved in, my claws extending. I swiped them at her, but she ducked out of the way. Snarling, I went for the sword, knocking it from her hand. She came up from the hit, striking me across the face with her claws. I embraced the stinging pain, knowing it was nothing compared to what she was still tormented by while we fought. Each drop of blood she spilled seemed to ease her pain. Rage might have been coursing through my veins, but for the first time I sensed I could command it. She needed a monster to fight. I could do that for her. I could be that monster to help her through this moment. We moved like a blur around the training circle, exchanging hits and not caring about the rest of the world. What was probably only a couple of minutes felt more like an hour of sparring with Ashmielle, until finally we ended up with a hand around one another's throats. I looked into her eyes, noting how the silver darkened, and her skin was freezing cold to the touch. She trembled, and I had her in my arms a second later, holding her close. Without a word, I carried her away from the training yard, heading inside the fortress. The last bits of my rage slipped away with every step I took. What was that? Ashmielle murmured, her teeth chattering. Fire erupted from my hands and quickly wrapped itself around her body. You tell me. I don't know. I didn't want to give in, and then I struck you with the blade. She reached for the wound, her eyes widening. Shit, how many times did I hurt you? I can take it. No, this isn't right, she snapped, trying to push against my chest and climb out of my arms. My brow rose, and she gave up. Samazrael, stop. I ignored her, carrying her all the way to her quarters. Only then did I set her on her feet. She walked away from me on shaky legs, running her hands madly through her hair. You did nothing wrong out there. How can you say that to me? Look at yourself. I'm already healing. I barely even felt the lacerations anymore. What do you tell me all the time? You'll never run from me. I'm not about to start running from you. Her gaze shifted to my shoulder, where the worst of my injuries was still stitching itself closed. I caught regret flash through her eyes, and right after it was confusion. Her forehead scrunched. She shook her head, muttering to herself. Talk to me, I said quietly. What do you want me to say? She whispered, digging her quickly extending claws into her arms. I rushed forward, prying her hands loose, and held them tightly in mine. I ran my thumbs over her knuckles, wishing now more than ever I could sense what she was feeling. You managed to push through the pain out there. You found a way to cope and not let it control you. Why are you so upset about it? Because I hurt you, she snapped. It's more than that, I argued, and she flinched. I'm not going anywhere. What did you feel? Pain. Not only pain. She cursed, tearing herself away from me to stomp to the other end of the room. At the window she paused, flattening her hands to the glass and glaring outside. I don't know. You're lying. So what if I am? It doesn't matter. I hurt you, and it won't happen again. End of story. I growled her name, studying her reflection in the glass. I said it a second time, and she smashed her open palm against the glass, spinning around to snarl at me. I liked it all right, she shouted, her chest heaving. Is that what you want to hear? I wasn't sure what exactly she meant, and didn't respond. She blinked rapidly, her eyes wide and panicked. Fighting you, fighting through the agony that was trying to drag me down, it helped, and the second I spilled your blood, something changed in me. I don't know how to explain it, but it was like someone placed a soothing hand on my soul. The pain ebbed, and she choked over the words and cleared her throat harshly, growling. I wanted to spill more to make it stop. Make it all just stop. I know, I whispered, and her head shot up. How could you? I saw it in your eyes. Each hit lessened the pain etched on your face. Great, so I'm turning into a monster. That's just great. No, you're figuring out how to deal with a situation that's out of your control. You've said it yourself. You feel helpless, like you're trying to simply cling onto something, anything to stop yourself from falling all the way down. I went to her, lifting her chin so she couldn't keep avoiding me. You're not the monster, Ashmielle, but if you need one to attack, you need one to bleed, I can be that. You're asking me to hurt you, she whispered. I'm telling you to do whatever you have to do to survive. You're not the only one who's been feeling helpless this whole time, I added quietly. If this is how you deal with the pain, I'll take everything you throw at me. And if I hurt you, really hurt you, do you really believe you'd let yourself go that far? The glimmer in her eyes said she wouldn't, but she still seemed uneasy. She ran her fingers over the last of the newly healed wounds on my arms. A look I didn't expect to see appeared on her face, but there wasn't much time for me to contemplate if it was real or not. She grabbed my shirt in her fists and yanked me to her, kissing me and shoving me back toward the hallway. We sidestepped our way to the bedroom, not breaking apart for a moment. Afterward, the hours creeping to the middle of the night, we sat in the living room, Ashmielle drinking a mug of tea and resting against my side. Rollins had been by a little while before to share the latest report, which was sadly nothing much. I'd thanked him anyway, and he left, clearly not sure if he should stick around or not. You know, I'm not about to jump the Samazrael ship and go for every demon that walks through my door, Ashmielle said from beside me. My fingers stilled from running through her hair. He's your friend. I know there's some territorial shit going on here, but don't keep pushing him away. Why don't you go spend some time with him now? I'm probably going to go to sleep soon anyway. I'm fine where I am. Besides, it's the middle of the night, and Rollins understands. Doesn't mean you can't try to not be an asshole. I'm not being an asshole, I argued. She shifted, glancing up at me with her brow raised. That face right there. You've gone from broody face to resting asshole face. Go and talk to him. I'll be in bed when you get back. She stood, winking over her shoulder. Probably wearing one of your t-shirts. They're so comfy. Playing with fire, love. Don't I always? She teased and started toward the hall. I stood up, knowing she was right. I hadn't been much of a friend to Rollins. He was a demon, and I knew deep down he understood why I was acting harsher than usual, but there were issues I didn't want to vent about to Ashmielle. She had enough stress to manage. I was halfway to the door, but whipped around at the harsh curse coming from the bedroom. I ran there in time to see Ashmielle's body seize. She staggered back right into me, and I held her firmly. Her head thrashed, and she whipped around, her claws extended. She shook, and I growled for her to use me as she had earlier that day. There was a moment of hesitation, then she cringed, her body shivering while her temperature plummeted. Ashmielle's eyes locked onto mine, and she buried her claws at my shoulders. I grunted at the pain, but when she started to draw back, I held her closer. Her gaze searched my face, and then she did something I didn't expect. She kissed me, setting off a whirlwind of emotions and desires inside me I couldn't even begin to slow down to figure out. She removed her claws and stabbed into my biceps. I deepened the kiss, burying my hands in her hair while she took out her agony on me. But it wasn't only anguish. Her pupils dilated at the sight of blood on her claws. Something was changing within Ashmielle, but just like when we sparred, If it eased her way through these episodes that had become a part of her life, I didn't give a damn. Her kissing turned frantic, setting off my own desires in turn. She dragged her claws down my back, tearing my shirt to shreds. I snarled, and my wings sprouted to surround her, kneading her even closer. I sensed the moment the pain faded. Ashmielle's body was freezing cold, but we didn't let each other go. Hellfire coated my hands and quickly wrapped around us. I expected her to be exhausted, but the moment I started to pull away, she yanked me right back to her. "Don't," she whispered. That one word was all I needed to hear. I picked her up and carried her further into the bedroom. "She seems to be doing better," Bones said, on our way to Lucifer's dungeons deep within the fortress. I can't lie and say I'm not surprised she hasn't gone insane yet. My lip twitched. She's finding ways to cope. Many of the demons in the fortress knew of at least one of those ways. They'd seen Ashmielle lose it in the training circle with me. The other method she'd figured out, neither of us planned on sharing. My neck grew hot, remembering how this morning had gone before Bones sent word saying he had something I should see. "I'm glad to hear it," Bones said, not even looking at me thankfully. "What was it you wanted to show me?" Bones didn't answer until we reached the guarded door leading to the dungeon beyond. "We were able to bring you a present. Thought you might like to speak to her first." The guard opened the door for us, and we entered the dark, damp hall that led to a round room lined with cells. 2 black hearts flanked the cell at the far end of the room. The fluttering torchlight made it hard to see, but the figure behind the metal bars turned around to face us. Samazrael. I flinched, nostrils flaring, every inch of me ready to charge forward and tear the demon apart. Traitor. The friend I thought I knew leered, nothing more than a stranger now. "Where did you find her?" I asked Bones. "We got a hit on a warehouse somewhere in northern France," Bones replied, crossing his arms while he kept his eyes trained on Kara. "She has yet to tell us what she was doing there, but we'll get it out of her soon enough." "She was alone?" "No, but the rest are dead." "And how do you plan on getting answers?" "Oh, you want to play Samazrael?" Kara asked, throwing her head back and cackling. "You don't scare me even in your rage." "You never did." The air quickly shifted, and I grinned wickedly at Kara. She tripped over her feet, moving away from the bars, her eyes widening, and a tremble started in her hands. "It's not me you should be afraid of," I whispered. "It's the king you betrayed." I stepped to the side, and Lucifer came forward, his forest green silk blouse shimmering in the torchlight. His eyes were already on fire. Bones opened the cell door, and Kara pressed herself flat against the wall, whispering for mercy under her breath. The door clanged shut behind Lucifer. Kara's first scream came not long after. Not once did I look away. None of us did. She'd betrayed Lucifer and hell. Looking away from her receiving the fate she deserved was weakness. Kara lay on the cell floor, her breath rattling in her chest by the time Lucifer exited the cell 20 minutes later. His green shirt was hardly visible beneath the splattering of blood. More coated his hands, dripping off his claws. "It would appear our little bird knows of several locations where Hef might be," Lucifer said. "And his plans?" Bones questioned. "She mentioned a drill. Means nothing to me, but you tore apart Hef's forge." Bones' forehead creased. "Nothing we went through resembled a drill. Perhaps one of these locations will turn up more information or more demons with knowledge of what your brother is after." He turned to me. "You with us?" "I am." "What of Kara?" I asked. Lucifer glanced over his shoulder at her miserable form. "Kill her." Bones started for the cell, but I grabbed his arm. "You can't seriously want her spared." "No, but I think there's someone who needs to see it done." Bones looked to Lucifer. Our king's eyes smoldered, and he nodded, calling for 2 demons to get Ashmielle and have her join us in the dungeons. "Samazrael. What's wrong?" she asked once she joined us not long after. "They wouldn't tell me." Her gaze shifted to the cell behind us. For a second her face went utterly blank, then she charged the cell. You bitch. Kara scrambled back as far as she could get, her eyes widening. You did this to me, Ashmielle yelled, furiously shaking the bars of the cell. Where is he, huh? Where's your precious master? Tell me so I can kill him. She doesn't know, I told her. We've gotten all the information out of her we can. No, Kara yelled, using the stone wall to hoist herself to her feet, tentatively approaching the cell door. Please don't kill me. Please, Lucifer, I beg of you. Lucifer's face remained impassive. The only movement that came from him were the fires flickering madly in his eyes, matching the flames quickly crawling up his arms. Ashmielle had moved away from the bars, turning her back on Kara. I thought she wasn't going to watch Lucifer kill her. Then a wicked glint appeared in her eyes. I realized what she was going to do the second she lunged for Bones, drew the sword from his scabbard, and whirled around, driving it into Kara's chest. Eyes wide in shock, she reached for the blade. Ashmielle grabbed her shoulder, dragging her closer, and shoved the sword all the way through until the hilt touched her body. I hope your soul rots in a cell for eternity, Ashmielle whispered and yanked the blade free. Kara collapsed to the floor, her blood pooling beneath her body as the last bits of her life drained away. Ashmielle breathed heavily and handed the sword hilt first to Bones. Thank you, Commander. Bones took the sword, bowing. Ashmielle gave us a brief look of confusion, probably surprised none of us had tried to stop her. She went to Lucifer and gazed up at him. I'm sorry if I took away your moment. Quite the opposite, daughter, he replied. And you don't have to worry about her soul. Traitors do not deserve eternity. He stepped around her and had the guards unlock the cell door. A bluish gold light rose from Kara, hovering over her body. It straightened, and the face of the dead demoness appeared in the light. Lucifer raised his hands, and 2 ropes of fire lashed out, capturing Kara's soul before it could flee to the afterlife. Her scream ricocheted around the dungeon, while the hellfire burned her soul out of existence. There was a loud pop and a flash of blinding light, then Kara was no more. Lucifer's arms fell to his sides, the fires continuing to burn in his hands. I wasn't sure if it was me, but the flames didn't appear as strong as they should for the king of hell. I frowned, noting Bones also seemed to be concerned. Hef had to have done more damage to Lucifer than he was letting on. The longer he kept the truth from us, the worse the situation would become. Not as if this was the time to bring it up, though. I'd have to talk to Bones alone. For you, Lucifer said, turning to Ashmielle. Her hands were curled tightly at her sides, and she glared at Kara's corpse. If only it were Hef lying there, she murmured. We'll get him, Bones promised her. Soon enough. Samazrael, be prepared to leave in the morning. I sensed Ashmielle was ready to blurt questions, and subtly shook my head. She'd opened her mouth but closed it again. I will be, I told Bones, went to Ashmielle and held out my hand. Hers slipped into mine, and we excused ourselves from the dungeon. The hand in mine was slick with blood from Kara. The entire walk through the fortress to Ashmielle's quarters, I watched her out of the corner of my eye. If she had any regret over executing Kara, she didn't show it. You're leaving me tomorrow? Ashmielle asked once we were in bed that night. I am. How long? I don't know. Too long. I pulled her in, burying my face in her neck, wanting to burn her scent into my memory in case I didn't come back tomorrow or the next day. There was no telling how long it would take to track down every location Kara gave Lucifer. Then there was this issue with a drill. It had to be part of his plan to break open hell. Getting information on it and finding the traitor's location had to be my priority now. I'll be right here when you get back, Ashmielle whispered in my ear, running her fingers through my hair. You should get some sleep. Sleep can wait, I murmured, then yanked the blankets up over our heads to the sounds of Ashmielle's laughter.
Chapter 7. Ashmielle. I sipped the juniper and mint tea Rollins brought back from the surface for me, watching from the window while demons patrolled the fortress grounds. As much as I despised Kara, she knew how to make a damn good cup of tea. No one else here had come close yet, hence the random trip to the surface for prepackaged tea bags. It had been over a week since Samazrael and Bones set off to search the locations Kara had spewed to Lucifer while he'd tortured her. A week of not knowing where Samazrael was or when he'd be coming back. If he ever would. I'd seen him twice, and each time was only for a couple of hours, long enough for him to snag some sleep, change clothes, and set off again. Each visit was the same. He'd find me wherever I was, and spend our first few moments chasing away scents left behind by other demons. I told him if he could give me a warning he was coming, I'd take a shower, but he'd growled a reply about not wanting to miss those minutes with me. We'd certainly taken our relationship to a new level, one I was sure would burn us from the inside out. Not having him around when an episode did hit was making it difficult to function. Rollins had been cleared to spar with me, understanding the risks. I'd been worried about hurting him, but like Samazrael, he said he could take it. What had surprised me more was the day Lucifer came to the training grounds and took Rollins' place. The connection we made down here was far different from the one we had on the surface. This one was filled with rage and bloodshed and a promise of vengeance. A promise of death. I'd seen the pride in his eyes before he'd walked away after sparring with me for a solid hour. Pride and something else I hadn't been able to figure out yet. He'd warned me these episodes would continue to get worse. He hadn't lied, but I sensed a part of him hadn't expected me to hang on as I was. Clearly, I was proving to everyone just how formidable the daughter of Lucifer was. Hef was going to have to try a lot harder to kill us. Pressure built in my gut, and I doubled over, cursing at the pain exploding inside my body. The mug slipped from my hands and shattered on the floor. Rollins and Derek, the other demon Samazrael had given leave to enter my quarters when he wasn't here, rushed into my rooms. They each held onto an arm while the episode dragged on. My teeth chattered from the icy grip clutching my spine. At the same time, every joint was on fire. My vision blurred and my stomach heaved. I gagged, waiting for it to be over. Each time felt like I was dying, but it was always worse when Samazrael wasn't close by. The agony lessened, and the pressure in my chest faded. Heart racing, shivering from a fierce cold, I let Rollins guide me to the couch and sit me down. He let his fire loose, and it curled around my body like a blanket. I couldn't stop shaking, and squeezed Derek's hand hard enough to make him wince. "Sorry," I murmured. "Don't be." Derek removed the blanket from the back of the couch and draped it across my lap. "You want more tea? Food, maybe?" "Both." "Something hot," I requested, to which he nodded. "Thanks." Derek picked up the broken mug, tossed it in the trash bin, and left, promising to return with something steaming from the kitchens. Rollins remained standing at my side, his fire slowly chasing away the chill. It wasn't as strong as Samazrael's, but it was better than nothing. "Hope Samazrael doesn't come back tonight," he said. I half cringed. "I'm sorry for how I'm making him act around you." He laughed. "He's a demon. It's just in our nature to be possessive and overprotective. He has reason to be more intense than normal. I don't take it personally. I just like to not get decked again." "He punched you?" I sat up straighter. "Why?" "It was the last time he came back to hell. You and I had been sparring. You had an episode that day. I hadn't exactly washed off your scent yet, and it was all over me." He rubbed his jaw, but if there was a lingering bruise, it was covered by the scruff on his face. He apologized. "Good. Really, Ashmielle, it's to be expected. Especially when he knows what you're going through, and he's not here. He can't be, not all the time." I unfolded the blanket more and curled up under it, motioning to Rollins he could pull his fire back. One of us has to be able to take our anger out by killing Hef's minions. "You'll be able to fight again." "Yeah? When will that be?" I said, laughing. "If Samazrael's not being overprotective, then Lucifer is. I'm not even allowed off the grounds of the fortress, remember? For now, but you're proving yourself. Besides, Didn't Samazrael tell you to try and enjoy the pampered life of a princess for a while? Rollins teased, taking a seat in the armchair all the way across the room. Distance wouldn't matter. He already had my scent on him. It might help that he wasn't right next to me, though, if Samazrael suddenly returned. I don't do pampered well. He tried that in New Mexico. No pampering then. Maybe see if you can learn more about your realm. Speak with the other elites. Talk to your father. You've got nothing but time, right? I'd learned quite a bit about hell over the last few months, but he was right. Aside from that one dinner party, I hadn't made time to play nice with the elites. Despite how busy Lucifer was trying to find Hef, I sensed if I came to him wanting to know more about my new home, he'd find time to tell me. Shit, I might not be able to track Hef on the surface, but I could always do something useful down here. I would tell Rollins it was a good idea, but realize there was another tense conversation I'd been putting off. Hey Rollins? I said, breaking the silence. Yeah? I never said sorry about Kara. Rollins' eyes darkened. You don't have anything to be sorry for when it comes that bitch. She betrayed us and now she's dead. End of story. After I killed Kara, I'd been a little worried Rollins would hate me for it. He hadn't brought it up, and neither had I until now. I inwardly sighed in relief to know I still had at least one friend in hell, and would hopefully have more soon enough. Derek returned not long after with a steaming bowl of stew, and more tea to warm me up. Once I'd eaten my fill, they returned to their posts in the hall. Evening was quickly turning to night, not that the sky changed all that much. Being down here so long and paying attention to my surroundings this time, I was able to notice that the sky did change a hint when night was coming. I longingly looked out the windows, but there was no sign of Samazrael yet. Slowly, I made my way to the bedroom and stood in front of the full-length mirror. My hair was pulled back in a bun, and I wore a navy t-shirt today that had the devil's face on it. I smiled, remembering how Lucifer had shaken his head at my ensemble before walking away. I thought it was funny. So did most of the demons in the fortress. Not wanting to damage my shirt since I wasn't sure how my wings would expand, I tugged it over my head, leaving on my black cotton sports bra. All right, you can do this, I whispered to my reflection. Time to see what they look like. It's been a couple more weeks. Maybe they miraculously fixed themselves. I hadn't wanted to try to use my wings with Samazrael around, not with how fragile his control was. The couple of times they'd popped out during an episode, he'd been furious for hours after, confronted all over again with how badly Hef had hurt me. But if I was to be back to my full fighting strength, having wings would be a massive bonus. Bracing for the pain, I rolled my neck, cringing at the sensation of my wings shifting and trying to expand. The pain turned sharp and my wings slipped from my back. I gasped, staggering forward into the mirror. My wings fluttered limply behind me. Dizzy, but not about to stop now, I attempted to stretch them out, cursing and sinking to my knees from the effort. Sucking in a breath through my gritted teeth, I forced my left wing to unfurl. The right followed, and I raised my head, staring at them in the mirror. Damn it. Much like the last time, my wings were deformed and barely able to stay up for more than a few seconds before the weight pulled on the bones that hadn't healed properly. So much for being able to fly again. As carefully as I could, I rolled my shoulders, easing my wings out of sight. That hurt almost as much as letting them out had. The only way to fix them properly would probably be to re-break them. I didn't even have to ask to know how that conversation with Samazrael would go. I kicked out of my pants and climbed into bed, willing Samazrael to be safe wherever he was. I was dozing, deciding what my plans for tomorrow would be, when the door to my quarters opened and closed just as quickly. The sharp scent of blood and sweat hit me first, but underneath it was fire and leather, a hint of teakwood too. Samazrael. He was home. The door to the bedroom opened, and his steps crept across the floor. I smiled, opening my eyes and catching his heated gaze. He breathed in deeply and growled, his eyes turning jet black. I was going to explain, but found myself in his arms with his lips crushed to mine a second later. He scooped me up and carried me with him toward the bathroom. I need to shower anyway, he said against my lips. Yeah, you stink, I teased, nipping his lip. He pressed me into the wall, his hands everywhere, erasing the scents of Rollins and Derek. I buried my hands in his hair, while his mouth slipped to my jaw, then lowered to my neck. I shivered, missing him just as badly as he'd missed me. Eventually, we made it into the shower and then back to bed. He climbed in behind me, and I rolled over, pressing my cheek to his chest. No more decking, Rollins, I said, poking him in the gut. He caught my hand, rubbing this thumb over my knuckles before kissing each one. I didn't mean to. I know, but try to take it easier on him? Not so easy, but yeah, I'll try. He hugged me, kissing the top of my head. So what? Come on. I know you want to axe. I shrugged. It can wait till the morning. I'm sure you're exhausted. Millie. I let out a heavy sigh, then sat up and bombarded him with every question I'd been holding onto since he walked through the door. He answered each one patiently, not that there was much to tell. They had one last place to investigate. All the others had turned up empty. Whatever demons had been at those locations, they'd been gone by the time Samazrael and Bones arrived. With no new prisoners to interrogate, we were almost back where we started, which was sadly no closer to catching Hef. When he fell silent, he dragged me onto his body, wound his arms around me, and simply held me there. Gone too damn long, he whispered, pressing his lips to my hair. God, I missed you. Missed you more? I planted a kiss on his collarbone, then lazily traced the tattoos on his neck. Think I'm going to try and get to know some of the elites tomorrow. Not a bad idea. And maybe talk to Lucifer. See if there's anything I can do to help from the safety of the fortress. He grunted, but didn't shut down the idea. Millie? Is there something else you need to tell me? I wasn't about to bring up that I'd tried to use my wings. I shook my head. He sat up, bringing me with him, and stared into my eyes, his brow arching. I hate when you give me that look, I muttered, throwing my head back with a sigh. Fine. I tried to use my wings, but they're still messed up, so definitely no flying in my future. His lips thinned and his eyes flared. Why would you try without me here? You could have hurt yourself even more. But I didn't. I pressed my fingers to his lips, cutting off his protest. I had to do it on my own. Call it closure or whatever. His hands moved over my back, resting where my wings sprouted from. If I could fix them, I would. I know. They're just wings. I'll survive without them. I grinned, wondering how tired he really was. I leaned in to kiss him, but gasped at the sharp wave of pain seizing my muscles. I cursed, tensing in Samazrael's arms. My claws lengthened, wanting to bury themselves in something. I can take it, he growled. Another intense wave of agony struck me, and I dug my claws into his shoulders. He didn't even flinch at the blood oozing from the wounds I caused. Instead, he crushed me to him, capturing my mouth in a kiss that was hot enough to beat back the crippling cold that usually took over my body. Surrounded by his fire and held in the safety of his arms, the episode passed with my barely noticing it had been there to begin with. Exhausted for more than one reason, I fell to the bed, smiling and sinking into Samazrael's warmth. There was more we should have talked about, but his fingers lazily trailing up and down my side and the steady beating of his heart lulled me to sleep. Samazrael stood in front of the mirror while he strapped 3 knives across his chest, slid 2 more into his boots, and sheathed a short sword at his back. I adjusted the sheath for him, running my hands down his arms, then wrapping them around his middle. I couldn't explain it, but I'd awakened this morning anxious. He'd left with Bones and the Black Hearts plenty of times before, and I always knew he'd make it back to hell alive. What's wrong? Samazrael asked, catching my eye in our reflections. I'm worried. I'll be back soon as I can. Unless there's trouble at the final upcoming location, you'll probably see me in a few hours. Then we can go a few rounds in the training circle. I nodded. He sighed and spun around, so he faced me. Millie, I'll come home. You better, or Lucifer's going to find out he's not the only rebellious one in the family. He lifted my chin and kissed me. I sank into his warmth, soaking in as much of him as I could before he left. I might have held him all night long, but it was never enough for either of us. I wanted this shit with Hef to be finished, so Samazrael and I could figure out our lives together. Move on. At least today, I had a full schedule of meetings to keep me occupied. Rollins had sent word to Lucifer about what I hoped to accomplish. He'd agreed and said I was to come to his study once Samazrael set out. If Hef's bastards do show up, kill a few for me, would you? I asked. Samazrael growled in reply, bundled me into his arms and kissed me until I wondered how late he could be to getting downstairs. He smiled, pressed his lips once more to mine, then left without a backward glance. It was how he left every time, but I knew the reason. Leaving me was a struggle, one he nearly lost. He hadn't told me, but I saw it in the tense set to his shoulders and how his hands constantly flexed at his sides. I finished getting ready, opting for something a bit more formal today. The black skinny leg pants fit me perfectly, as did the forest green silk blouse that had some shape to it, unlike the ones Lucifer wore. I rolled up the sleeves, tucked a few errant silver and black strands back into the bun, and reluctantly tugged on knee-high black boots. These had heels and silver-capped toes. I checked my reflection, whistling softly to myself. Damn woman, you might have a shredded soul, but you're one hot hell princess. I grinned, making a mental note about wearing these boots for Samazrael when he came back. Rollins waited for me outside my door, Derek beside him. They escorted me through the fortress, and down to Lucifer's private study. I knocked, and he called for me to enter. I left those I was starting to realize were part of my personal guard outside, and entered the room I'd seen plenty of times before, thanks to Dahlia's memories. Lucifer sat behind the carved wooden desk, sipping from a glass tumbler. His gaze flicked upward, and he nodded in approval. Now you're starting to look like a future queen of hell, he mused. Better than a dress. I shrugged. This outfit would still be shit to fight in. His lip twitched, and he motioned to the chair in front of the desk. With Samazrael gone, I was too anxious to stay still though, and wandered around the study. The dark wooden shelves were overflowing with books, scrolls, loose stacks of parchment, and trinkets made of gold and silver. The artwork that covered the few open spaces was magnificent. I assumed all of these items came from whatever humans he dealt with on the surface. We have a meeting with the elites at noon, Lucifer said lightly. They are eager to speak with you. That's good, right? Yes. Despite the trouble that's happened, you're proving yourself quite well. I smiled at the pride in his words. See how long that lasts. Not as if I'm going to be around for a few hundred years, not with a shredded soul. The chances are slim, Lucifer admitted, a quiet growl accompanying his words. But not impossible. You've beaten the odds already. You're standing here not looking as if you're in any pain at all. I am, I said quietly. It's always there. I'm merely figuring out how to deal with it. As any strong-willed person would do. I hear you and Samazrael have also found a method or two for handling your episodes. My cheeks burned red, and I remained facing the bookshelves so Lucifer couldn't see. Yeah, turns out spilling blood and beating the shit out of someone helps. Why do you sound upset? What if it stops being enough? I confessed my growing fear to Lucifer, words I'd never say to Samazrael, not after I'd already put him through so much turmoil. What if I have to start spilling more, or I don't know, it just stops working? What am I supposed to do then? The sound of his glass being set on the desk, and his chair scraping across the floor made my shoulders tense. His quiet steps padded across the room. When his heated hand landed on my shoulder, I turned to face him. You will do whatever it takes to survive. Samazrael will stop at nothing to see you restored, and neither will I. And if it's too late? Your mother would say to have faith, but she was a fallen angel. What do you say? His lips curled into a vicious sneer. I say you get angry, and you stay that way. You dream about getting revenge because that, my daughter, is what will return your powers to you. Fire flared brightly in his eyes for a second, then dimmed. He blinked a few times, then shook his head, backing away. "Are you all right?" He mused, rubbing his temples. His aura that had been potent and filled the room when I first entered waned. "Yes, fine. Even the king of hell gets migraines." I watched him closely while he returned to his desk. A few seconds later, his aura was back to its normal strength. I shook it off as him merely being affected by his headache. He offered me a drink and said we would start with the basics of running hell. I took the tumbler and sat down. He began to speak when a bright flash of red light outside the window flooded the study. Crackling energy erupted in the air, much as it had back at the safe house near the beach when the warding broke. "What's happening?" I exclaimed. An explosion shook the fortress walls. Lucifer was around his desk and had a hold of my arm, dragging me to his study door. He threw it open, and we came face to face with Rollins, Derek, and the rest of Lucifer's personal guard. Another rippling shockwave of electricity crackled through the air. I grimaced, doubling over from the hit. Lucifer clutched a hand to his gut, cursing, the rest of the demons wincing in discomfort. "We're under attack," one of Lucifer's guards stated. "Hef's forces have gone after the warding and are at the walls trying to get in." "Then I suggest we stop them. Get my daughter to her quarters and keep her there." "I can fight." "No," Lucifer bellowed, his double set of wings exploding out of his back with his rage. "You will remain in your quarters until I come to get you, understand?" I wanted to argue more, but he was already storming down the hall, followed by his guard. Rollins took hold of my arm, and with an irritated nod, I jogged with him and Derek back to my rooms. Derek took up a position outside the door, with 3 more demons joining him. Once inside, Rollins barricaded the door, drew his short sword, and turned his back to me. The black blade glistened in the overhead lights. He held out his right hand, and a ball of fire crackled in his palm. "You stay behind me," he ordered. "They might not even be coming for me," I said, rushing to peer out the windows. "Shit." Keeping his body facing the door, he backed to the windows and quickly glanced outside. The courtyard had erupted into a full-blown battle of demons fighting demons. Bright flashes of blue light interrupted several bursts of hellfire. Hef had armed his fighters with more of those devices of his. Hellfire might not burn a demon, but it still packed a punch. Without it, our forces were down a weapon. "I don't see Lucifer." I scanned the grounds, searching for a demon with 2 sets of wings. He might not have made it outside. An explosion hit the fortress, and we braced, turning to the door. That one was close. Yelling sounded outside in the hall, and I ran to the wall where my sword rested on its pegs. Lucifer had it sent to me not long after Samazrael started my training again. Rubies covered the hilt, and the black obsidian blade matched the swords the demons carried in hell. I tossed the scabbard aside and readied myself for whatever might come through that door. Rollins scowled at the weapon in my hands, but there was no point in telling me to drop it. The battle was getting closer. His eyes turned black and he growled, clearly thinking the same thing I was. Hef wasn't finished with me after all. Rollins returned his eyes to the door, not even flinching each time another yell joined the ruckus. Something heavy slammed into the only barricade between us and the skirmish in the hall. The weight of it cracked the door down the middle. I gripped my sword, not about to go down without a fight, power or no power. The fortress walls trembled, and a second strike knocked several stones loose. Another blow splintered the door, and a third burst it wide open. Rollins unleashed an explosion of hellfire on the first demon to enter. He cursed, thrown further into the hall and taking out 2 more with him on the way. A whip of fire hung from Rollins' hand. He snapped his wrist, and it cracked through the air, snatching the next demon around the neck and sending him flying out the window. I dodged to the right, avoiding broken glass. Rollins snarled, his wings bursting from his back. 2 more demons charged into the room, but his blade moved almost as fast as Samazrael's. I could barely keep up with his moves, and then the 2 demons were following the first, crashing through the other windows and outside. I ran to look out the shattered panes, smirking at the broken bodies lying on the ground. Rollins snarled, and I whirled around. 3 more demons had attacked, and a sword jutted through his shoulder just below his collarbone. I threw myself forward, tackling one to the ground and running him through before he had a chance to react. Derek rushed into the room, limping and holding his hand to his bleeding side. He yelled, finishing off one of the others still trying to kill Rollins. He dispatched the third one, kicking the dead demon off him with a curse. Rollins made it to his feet, but blood gushed from the wound at his shoulder. He pressed his hand to it, snarling while the flames cauterized it to stop the bleeding. Ashmielle, get back to the bedroom and lock the door, Derek argued, standing beside Rollins, the two of them facing the door again. You're wounded. I'm not simply going to cower back there. Do it, Rollins growled. Now. I glanced from one injured demon to the other and shook my head. I might be the princess of hell, but I was also a demon, just like them. Hell was my home, and I was sick of Hef and his assholes trying to take it from me. Derek turned, looking ready to drag me back there himself, but more demons rushed into the room. He took the first one down in 2 moves. The second one aimed for Rollins. Even wounded, they weren't easy targets. 3 more followed, and I wondered just how many demons had decided to follow Hef on his treacherous path. How many of them had already been in hell when the attack started? One of the bastards made it past Derek and Rollins and came straight for me. I blocked his strike with my sword and shoved my shoulder into his chest. He staggered back into Derek's blade, gasping for air while he was tossed aside. Steps pounded down the hall, and we turned to face the doorway again. My claws and fangs elongated, and I yelled and joined Derek and Rollins, charging to meet the assault. Samazrael's intense training kicked in. I swung my sword, clashing with one demon, then another. My blade was drenched in blood before long. More dripped down my face from the few hits I'd taken. Gah! One of the demons smashed Derek in the face with the hilt of his sword. He fell, unconscious or dead, I wasn't sure. Derek! Rollins shouted. The hulking demon who towered over me sneered at Rollins, drawing a dagger from his side. He hefted a sword and a knife, approaching one slow step at a time. Stand aside, he grunted. I'm only here for her. Rollins readjusted the grip on his sword. The demon whistled. 2 more joined him. I groaned inwardly. They were never ending. Where was Lucifer? The devils charged, and Rollins fought them off, yelling at me to run. There was no way I was going to make it out the door. My only other options were jumping out the window with no wings or hiding in the bedroom. That door wasn't very well reinforced. They'd get through it quickly enough. I told Rollins I was sorry and ran forward to help. The demon who'd spoken was there to greet me, stepping into my path. My lip twitched. I flashed fangs, not about to back down now. He lunged forward. I met him attack for attack, blocking just as Samazrael taught me to do. I slashed his inner thigh, then behind his knee, but the bastard didn't go down. He nailed me in the face with his elbow. I stumbled, ducking at the last second to avoid a slash to my throat. A fireball struck him in the chest, and he was thrown through the wall into the next room. I glanced over just as Rollins' eyes rolled into his skull, and he slumped to the floor. The other 2 demons were dead at his feet. Shit. I ran to him, checking for a pulse. It was there, but his skin was cold and clammy. Come on, wake up, damn it. I needed to get him out of here before the next round came for us. A grunt sounded from behind me. I hoped it was Derek coming too, but instead it was 3 more demons all piling into the room. I had 1 blade and my claws. That's it. The anger I'd been holding on to the last few weeks burned in my gut, and I let it loose. They ran forward, and I attacked, giving in to the rage that was still very much a part of me. Remembering what Hef had done to me, what these demons had let him do, drove me into a blood frenzy like I hadn't felt before. I forgot who I was, and only cared about spilling crimson and making them suffer just as I was suffering. I tore out the throat of one, and kicked his body aside while he gurgled on his blood and died. The other 2 came at me, and the sword was knocked from my hand. Growling, I threw myself at the asshole on the right, punching him over and over until the other one yanked me off. He tossed me across the room. Shouting, I rushed him, taking out his legs and digging my claws into every inch of him I could reach. "Get her off me," he shouted, struggling to catch my wrists. "Bitch is crazy. Get her off. Where are the damned manacles?" I screamed in his face, slashing my claws down his cheek. Arms closed around me, trying to break us up. I kicked and threw my head back, nailing the other demon in the nose. He groaned, squeezing me tighter until I couldn't breathe. I reached around, burying my claws in the side of his neck. He released me instantly, and I tore into his body. He was a bloody mess, and I was ready to deliver the killing blow, but my body seized. A tidal wave of agony slammed into me, and the demon shoved me to the side, punching me in the face. Dazed, all I could do was lay there while my muscles tensed and I curled in on myself, paralyzed. I waited for instinct to kick in as it did when I used the pain while sparring Samazrael, but the episode was far worse than any other I'd had so far. My vision blurred and all sound was muffled. The demon I'd been ready to kill kicked me in the gut until my ribs snapped. "Are you sure we can't kill her? Or at least torture her some? We have orders. He wants her alive. Get her chained and let's go." The demon glowered at me, then kicked me one more time. The hit flipped me over, and I landed on the dead body of the demon whose throat I'd ripped out. My breath rattled in my chest, the broken ribs not helping the episode my body was trapped in. The two demons moved in, the one in charge revealing a set of heavy black manacles. They fell from his hands with a clank, and I was dragged right back to the moment Hef threw me in that cage. What would he do to me this time? He'd already taken so much from me. What was the point of kidnapping me now? Why not just kill me? Unless he needed me alive to use me against Lucifer. Again. I couldn't let that happen. I wasn't going to be exploited by that monster, not a second time. Gritting my teeth, I tried to crawl away from them, but the pain locked my limbs and I ended up falling back on the dead demon. They cackled, mocking me while they stalked closer, those manacles clinking against one another and sending a sharp touch of fear down my already tensed spine. "You might as well give in," the demon with the manacles whispered, his eyes glinting with malice. "It's going to be fun. You'll see. Besides, you're good as dead anyway. Come with us, and we can make your last few days alive entertaining." "At least for us," his buddy said, and they laughed louder. I pushed off the corpse, fighting against the tide of pain attempting to drag me right back down. I was on all fours, but my limbs shook. I wasn't going to make it to my feet. They were going to clap those damn chains on me, and I'd be gone. I tried to shout, but all that came out was a wheezy breath. Samazrael. I couldn't do this to him. He'd lose his mind once he found out I'd been taken while he was gone. How could it end like this? A blue-golden hue shimmered around the dead demon's body. I stilled. The others didn't seem to notice. The light covered the corpse from head to toe, rising up and out. I had half a second to realize it was in the shape of his body, and then I breathed in. The light condensed and shot into my mouth. The demons yelled, but it was too damned late. Relief was the first thing to hit me immediately, followed by renewed energy that had me on my feet. I glared at the bastards who'd been ready to kidnap me and take me to Hef. Strength pulsed through my limbs, and I sprinted across the room, taking the shorter demon with me through the stone wall and clear into the hall. I wrapped my hands around his neck, sinking my claws beneath the skin. His scream cut off, and his hits did nothing to deter me from my goal. Kill him. I had to kill him. Baring my fangs, I latched onto his throat and tore through skin and muscle. He stilled beneath me, and I spat out a chunk of flesh. There was no pain, no fear, only a primal drive to destroy these assholes who were trying to take me from my home, my family. The same glow emanated from his body too. I smirked, sucking in his soul without hesitation. The second jolt of energy pulsed through me like lightning. I rolled my head on my shoulders, climbed to my feet, and stalked back to my quarters. The other demon had the manacles in hand, waiting for me. More fighting carried on further down the hall and echoed up the stairs. Distant shouts reached me, but I only had my focus on one villain. He spotted me and sighed. "You just had to be difficult," he muttered. My lip twitched, and my hands itched to destroy something else. An angry voice clamored inside my head, wanting more blood. Wanting more souls. I raised my hand, and a steady stream of red dripped from my claws to the floor. My muscles strained beneath the skin, and my fangs hung over my bottom lip. I was the predator, and he was my prey. The smirk fell from his lips after he locked his gaze on mine. You swallowed another one. Maybe you have a death wish, after all. I took a step closer. He drew 2 daggers from his lower back. Souls or no, I'm leaving here with you. A furious growl, that was far more animal than human, rumbled through my chest. I relished what was to come, lowered into a crouch, then sprang at the demon.
Chapter 8. Samazrael. I struck the demon in the face, knocking him out. He slumped in his chains. Finally, Bones muttered, I was wondering when you were going to shut him up. The final location given to us by Kara turned out to be filled with demons in the process of gathering supplies for Hef. The warehouse had been packed with crates of gears, scraps of metal, and what appeared to be a random assortment of old texts in ancient demonic. Out of the 13 demons we encountered, 3 survived and were ready to be taken to hell. The fight hadn't taken too long, and I was eager to get to Ashmielle and stay with her for more than a few hours. It'd take time for Bones or Lucifer to get information out of our new prisoners. As much fun as killing Hef's minions was, being with Ashmielle for a few days was far better. I nodded at the dead bodies littering the warehouse. At least I'd be returning to her with good news. Bones ordered a portal to be made, but one appeared without the Blackheart actually raising his hand. Derek staggered through, clutching a hand to his right side. His clothes were bloody, and his face bore long claw marks still in the process of healing. Trouble in hell, Derek uttered. The fortress was attacked. Ashmielle. I snapped. She's hurt, but it's not serious. Samazrael, wait. Ignoring Derek, I growled, charging through his portal and right onto the grounds of the fortress in hell. Where is Ashmielle? Derek and Bones had followed me through. I examined the grounds, noting the dead bodies that were being tossed into a pile nearby. Hef's demons. Others were being taken inside, most likely to be given a proper send-off later. It looked like he'd sent a small army. Why would he do something so ridiculous? Had he been here? Had he hurt Ashmielle? The fortress took heavy damage. Several walls had collapsed on the first and second floors. Most of the windows facing the courtyard had been blown out, and there were several holes in the walls. A quick scan of the area didn't reveal Ashmielle, and I bellowed my question again, impatiently waiting for an answer. Inside, Derek replied after Bones glared at him. It's not good. Shoving him aside, I stormed into the fortress, my blood already boiling, knowing Ashmielle had been wounded. With the way Derek was acting, something else must have gone on, but I couldn't figure out what would put him in such a state of panic. Several demons were scattered about the first-floor foyer and hall, tending to the wounded and carrying out the dead. Crashing sounds and ferocious growling came from overhead. They cringed each time there was another thud. I took the stairs 2 at a time, winding through the second floor until I reached the hall that led only to Ashmielle's quarters. I turned the corner and ran right into the back of 2 black hearts blocking my way. More furniture was smashed, and a roar echoed around the second floor. Was that Lucifer? I pushed through the demons, with Bones and Derek right behind me. Rollins was at the doorway, looking as if he was barely standing upright. He spotted me and paled, his gaze shifting to the floor. I hurried past him and through the doorway that was now a hole in the wall. There was another one beside it, as if someone had crashed their way through. From the debris pile, that person had come from inside Ashmielle's quarters. Lucifer stood in the middle of the living room, his hands coated to his elbows in blood. Fire danced around his fingertips, and a rumbling growl came from him. He ducked, and a chair flew over his head, crashing into the wall and breaking. Enough, he snarled. Calm down, or I'll make you calm down. A growling voice answered him, the words too garbled for me to discern. A small table came at Lucifer next, and he turned sideways at the last second. I wasn't sure what was going on, or why they told me Ashmielle was up here, until I spotted a head of black and silver hair as a figure appeared in the hall. Ashmielle raised her fist, smashing it into the doorframe. It splintered and cracked. She buried her hand into the wall, wrenching the stones free, and retreated into the shadows of the bedroom again. What happened? I snapped. Lucifer glanced over his shoulder, his face set in a scowl. Ashmielle saved Rollins and Derek after they were overwhelmed. She prevented Hef's soldiers from kidnapping her. Now she's paying the price for it. Meaning what? A crash came from the end of the hall, and I flinched. Lucifer's lip twitched, and his eyes overflowed with crimson flames. She swallowed souls. What? How did she even know what to do? I don't know. The attack on the fortress wasn't the only reason Hef sent them here. He's after the Hellfire Spark. Why does he want that? Is he insane? Was he even in hell? Not that I sensed, but they had more of those infernal weapons with them. Lucifer's aura pulsed, and I gritted my teeth at the sensation of it pricking my skin. I was honestly surprised his entire body wasn't wreathed in flames. If Hef was after the spark, whatever he was planning to do was apocalyptic in nature. Ashmielle's furious snarl echoed out of the bedroom, and I returned my attention to her. Hef's plans could wait until I got her settled down. She's out of control, Lucifer snapped. Derek tried to calm her. You can see how well that worked. The slashes across Derek's face must have come from Ashmielle. How many did she swallow? I almost didn't want to know. 3. Maybe more? Enough to send her rage into overdrive. I'm honestly surprised she survived it, he added quietly. I hated to admit that I agreed. Swallowing souls was no simple thing. It messed with a demon who had a whole soul. Hers was torn. What were they doing to her? I took a step further down the hall, but Lucifer caught my arm. She's not stable. If you go down there, you're risking your life. If she stays like this much longer, she's going to hurt herself. He released me, and I handed over my weapons to Bones. You think that's a good idea? He asked, hesitating to take my knives and sword. My being armed will set her off more. She won't hurt me, I said, then paused. She won't kill me. I'll be fine, and if not, well, one of you better make sure she doesn't harm herself. Ashmielle's snarling slipped from the room, accompanied by sounds of her destroying something. Closer to the bedroom, I realized she was most likely putting her fist through the wall. Standing in the doorway, I surveyed the space, and my own rage threatened to rise to the surface. I'd seen the corpses in the living room, but hadn't expected to find more back here. 7 dead bodies covered the floor, most of them with their faces slashed and their throats viciously ripped out, like they were attacked by a wild beast. A heavy set of black manacles were twisted in the corner of the room. Manacles meant to be used on Ashmielle. They'd nearly taken her, and I hadn't been here to stop them. 2 massive holes were in the walls leading to the bathroom and the study, also part of her quarters. The window was shattered, and glass shards were everywhere. A shuffling came from my right, and I tensed, turning to look. Ashmielle was crouched in the corner, her fangs hanging over her bottom lip, and her claws digging into the stone floor. Her eyes shimmered with gold flecks from the soul she'd absorbed, and the muscles in her neck and shoulders were bunched and strained. I raised my hand, and she snapped her jaws, her body rocking forward ready to pounce. Easy, I said, lowering myself to her level but staying by the door. It's just me. Her eyes narrowed, and she growled. When she trembled, I cursed softly. The souls had to be wreaking havoc on her body. How could I have let this happen? The air stank of unfamiliar scents, many of them on her too. My rage pushed closer to the surface, but I had to stay in control. Getting rid of the scents would have to wait. The demons are dead, I said, motioning to the bodies in the room. You saved Rollins and Derek. You saved yourself. Now you need to let yourself calm down. Let go of the rage. It's just you and me now, all right. They're not taking you anywhere. I tried not to look at the blood in her hair or smeared across her face. More stained her fangs and had drenched her clothes. How many demons had she torn apart with her bare hands? She hadn't simply gone into a rage. She'd turned into a wild animal. I inched closer, and she threw herself at me. I caught her hands, preventing her claws from digging into my chest. We hit the floor, and she snapped her jaws in my face. I growled, but her roar drowned me out. She got a hand free, and I grunted at the burning slash marks running down my arm. Samazrael, Lucifer yelled, but I was too busy stopping Ashmielle from severely wounding me to answer. Hurting me during one of her episodes was one thing. But if she wounded me while she was deranged on souls, she'd never forgive herself. I sought out the bond we shared, hoping if I could latch onto it, I'd reach her through the blood rage clouding her mind. I might not be able to feel her as strongly as I used to, but our souls still called out to one another, no matter how faint that call was. She slashed me again, and I rolled us over, pinning her to the floor. "Stop," I shouted. "Lily, look at me." Her back arched and she screamed, her head thrashing back and forth. She managed to get her foot beneath my chest and kicked me across the room. My head cracked the stones. I grunted. I barely shook the dust from my hair, and then she was on me again. Each strike pulled on my rage until it exploded outward in a swell of flames and heat. My flames wrapped around her, trapping her, but it wasn't good enough. She broke through the tendrils and came at me, fists flying. I barely kept her at bay, blocking her attacks with fire while reminding myself I was supposed to be reasoning with her. She headbutted me, following it up with a kick to my sternum. I stumbled, righted myself, and sensed the last bit of my control shatter. Seeing the destruction of the fortress and how many demons Ashmielle had to fight off while I was gone, made my rage build to a breaking point all over again. Ashmielle glowered from across the room. I knew it was her, but the fury controlling her called to me. I rumbled. She roared in response, sprinting across the room and crashing into me. We sailed through the wall, creating another hole. She moved faster than I'd ever seen. Then we ended up in the hall. Lucifer yelled for everyone to back up. Ashmielle grabbed hold of me, and we passed through 2 more walls. I snagged her arms, struggling to get the upper hand. We clasped each other by the wrists, 2 predators locked in a battle to the death. In the back of my mind, I knew this was wrong. I had to stop it. I had to be better than this. The more I fought her, the worse it'd be for both of us. I took each hit, my hands twitching to fight back, but I forced myself to endure the pain and get control of my rage as I'd done so many times before. I was willing to absorb her anger, take whatever she threw at me, and not leave her side, but if she didn't calm down, I was worried the soul she swallowed would destroy what little remained of hers. She threw me into the bedroom, punching me hard enough to snap my head back. My lip twitched, but I swallowed back the growl. She hit me again and again, driving me into the only window not yet broken. Yelling, she drew her fist back and slammed it into my chest. We broke through the glass panes, falling to the hard-packed dirt outside. The air was knocked from my lungs, and I groaned, struggling to move. Ashmielle had dropped beside me. She snarled the second her gaze locked onto mine, and scrambled to keep me down. She raised her hand, claws outstretched, ready to strike. Through the last few seconds, I'd finally picked out the bond connecting our souls. It was there, tangled amongst the chaos. I latched onto it using my fire, sending a ribbon of flame soaring around her body and straight to her heart. She gasped, her hand falling to the side, her eyes widening. The flames spread until they encased us. Her claws receded, her gaze falling to me. Samazrael. She slid off my body, turning away, and cursed. She clutched at her stomach and retched. I moved to hold her hair out of the way, hating that she was enduring even more torture because of Hef. Why couldn't he leave her alone? I might have promised Ashmielle she could be the one to kill him once we tracked him down, but all I could think of was how much pain I was going to put him through first. Ashmielle shuddered, falling into me when she finished being sick. Sammy. Gold flecks remained in her silver eyes. How many souls had she swallowed? Unable to speak from the guilt and fury continuing to bombard me, I wrapped my arms and wings around her instead, holding her to my chest. I smoothed my hand over her hair, comforting her the best I could. Lucifer, Bones, and the others from upstairs made their way outside to where we sat. I nodded to Lucifer, and he breathed out heavily through his nose, then turned to Derek and Rollins. He snapped his fingers, and the demons approached, falling to one knee and dropping their heads low. You failed in your duty to protect my daughter. Lucifer marched closer, a whip of fire falling from each hand. I tensed but didn't interfere. We only ask for swift deaths, my king, Rollins replied. What? No, Ashmielle snapped, pushing out of my arms. I tried to stop her, but she staggered forward and put herself between Lucifer and the others. Don't you dare kill them. Lucifer's brow arched. They have failed. They deserve to be punished. Maybe, but they're my personal guards, aren't they? Ashmielle argued, standing to her full height, which compared to Lucifer wasn't much. That means it's my right to punish them how I see fit. Be careful, daughter, Lucifer warned, yet his flame whips vanished with 2 sharp cracks. Of what? The choice you're about to make. Lucifer's gaze shifted around the courtyard. Ashmielle's head turned to the right, then the left, taking in the crowd of demons that had gathered. Amongst them were many of the elites, and the others who guarded the fortress, and the lives within it. Ashmielle gave herself a nod, and faced Derek and Rollins. For your failure, you are sentenced to 1 year to the 9th level of the cells, Ashmielle announced. There, you can relive your failure over and over, until you've learned not to do so again. Derek and Rollins bowed. Bones ordered them to be taken to the cells immediately to start their punishment. Ashmielle rushed forward, stopping them, and whispered to Derek then Rollins. They said something in reply, but it was far too quiet for me to hear. She stepped back, and they were taken away. Death would have sent a better message, Lucifer said lightly, but I accept your decision. Ashmielle started to speak, then doubled over and fell to her knees, vomiting again. I held her upright until she was finished, then picked her up and carried her toward the fortress. Take her to your quarters, Lucifer ordered. Hers will need to be repaired before she can return to them. Yes, my king. And once she's settled, come find us. There's much we need to discuss. He rested his palm on Ashmielle's sweat-soaked forehead. His hand glowed for a moment, and she relaxed in my arms. This will help you sleep. He stepped back, and I headed inside. I've never been to your rooms, Ashmielle murmured while I walked. Why is that? They messy or something? I smiled, trying not to let her see how unstable I was. She still reeked of more demons than I cared to count. Or something. Certainly not as grand. I don't care. It's not your fault, by the way. My jaw tensed and I said nothing, not trusting what would come out of my mouth. We reached my rooms on the 4th floor near the southern side of the fortress, where the rest of the Black Hearts and guards slept. I eased open the door and went straight to the bedroom, laying her down. She shut her eyes, and I fetched a clean washcloth and water to get some of the blood from her face and hands while she rested. I made sure to cover every inch of her with my scent, erasing what had been left behind. The next few hours were going to be torture. Without knowing how many souls she'd swallowed, I had no way to gauge how bad the coming down would be. Sammy, she whispered, half asleep. Weakly, she lifted her hand, and I caught it. Right here, sweetheart. I tore them apart. She licked her lips, her brow furrowing. I slaughtered them. They were going to take you away. You did what you had to do. She shook her head. It's not that. I want to do it again, she breathed. It's just the blood rage talking because of the souls. Rest, Millie. We can talk about it more when you wake up. No pain, she said and smiled. There's no more pain. The realization of what she was saying struck me like someone had shoved an ice-cold blade in my gut. She held fast to my hand and finally drifted off to sleep. Swallowing souls could be addictive, but if they took away the constant agony Ashmielle was in, She just opened the door to a highly complicated situation I wasn't sure we'd find our way out of. Chapter 9. Samazrael. "Drink this," I told Ashmielle, holding her upright in bed. She gagged, slapping a hand over her mouth. "It'll help, I promise." I held out the small vial of smoking black liquid again, and she cringed but took it from me and drained it in one go. She clamped her lips shut, glowering at me. I took the vial back with an apologetic wince. "I know it tastes like shit, but it'll help. You need to sleep." She dozed off in my room earlier, but it hadn't lasted long. She'd awakened shaking and ended up getting sick several more times. She couldn't keep anything down, and the bags under her eyes told me just how exhausted she was. If she didn't get some sleep soon, I was worried she'd end up even sicker. The tonic was meant to help ease her nausea, and had an added sedative to put her to sleep. I laid back down with her, and she curled into me, suddenly feeling so small and fragile. Somewhere amid her cursing and ramblings about the blood rage trying to take over again, she'd managed to tell me how many souls she'd swallowed in the heat of the fight. 5. She'd swallowed 5 demon souls. It was a miracle she hadn't died. Then again, it hadn't even been a full day. There was always a chance she wouldn't make it out of this alive. I pressed my lips to her forehead, frowning at how cool her skin was still to the touch. I ran my fingers down her back, waiting for the tonic to kick in. Once she was asleep, I hung around for another half hour to ensure she was out for a while. I tucked her in, left her with one last lingering kiss, then headed for the door to my bedroom. "The second she awakens, you send for me," I told the Blackheart on guard. He nodded, and I asked if he knew where Lucifer and Commander Bones were. "Dungeons, I believe," he replied. "The king is speaking with the prisoners which were brought back, and those captured after the attack here." Good. I could use a chance to get rid of the rest of my pent-up anger. I checked on Ashmielle one last time, then set off to the lowest level of the dungeon. Not only had the warding around the fortress been increased enough to make the hairs on my arms stand up, but the number of guards within the walls had too. Lucifer was taking no chances of Hef's soldiers finding their way into this place a second time. I was still amazed they'd been able to do it at all. Grunts echoed from the dungeons, and I entered the round room, zeroing in on the cell with the door thrown open. That room was the largest cell, and was used mainly for more thorough interrogations. I stood in the doorway, taking in the scene. The area was lit by 4 torches that hung on the walls. In the center of the damp room was a chair with a demon chained to it. His face was a mottled mess of flesh. His right eye was swollen shut, and his hair was matted from blood and sweat. Lucifer stood to the side, not even breathing hard, though he'd been down here for over an hour. He shook out his right hand, and gore landed on the wall with a wet smack. Bones leaned against the stones behind the prisoner. He glanced up, nodding to me. Lucifer paid no attention to my arrival, too busy stalking the demon like a monster on the prowl for his next kill. It certainly looked like he'd found it. Ashmielle. Lucifer acts, continuing to walk around his victim. "Asleep finally." "The tonic helped," I said. "You should be getting some rest yourself," Bones scolded. I nodded. I was beyond exhausted, but there was no time to rest, not when it was clear Hef wasn't finished with Ashmielle as we thought, and that he was after the Hellfire Spark. That entirely changed the game. There'd be little time to rest until that snake was brought to his knees and relieved of his head. Bones went back to picking at his claws, and I walked further into the room, glaring at the blood-drenched prisoner. Why did he come for Ashmielle? Lucifer asked calmly. The demon sucked in a rattling breath, then spat at Lucifer's feet. Lucifer's eyes narrowed. His hand moved in a blur, and the demon snarled, blood spurting from the fresh slashes running across his face. Is loyalty to a traitor truly worth this torment, Braille? I hadn't recognized the demon at first. Now as I gazed at him, I itched to cause him some pain too. Once upon a time, he'd been close to me, Rollins, and Kara. I'd hardly seen him since I'd been released from my cell. He came here to steal away Ashmielle. Too bad he hadn't been one of the few to attack her. Answering would save you from some torment at least, Lucifer went on, sounding bored. Why does he want Ashmielle? Braille shifted on the chair, but his lips remained clamped shut. Let's try a different question then. What does he want with the hellfire spark? Braille remained silent. Lucifer sighed, rubbing his forehead. I need a drink if we're going to be at this all night. He won't last that long, I whispered. Braille wasn't going to leave this room alive, not if I had any say in the matter. You might as well throw me in a cell now, Braille snapped. Or kill me and get it over with. Lucifer's eyes brightened. He shifted his glowing silver eyes to me, and they filled with fire. Why would I do that when I can bring the cell to you? Samazrael, you have quite a bit of experience with them, yes. Braille hadn't seemed to notice I was there until Lucifer said my name. I marched closer, tilting my head to study him. His good eye widened. Samazrael. Braille. You think I'm scared of you? He asked with a laugh. The quaking in your voice says yes, I replied, letting my claws lengthen. You're working for the bastard who tried to destroy my mate. A woman who is even now suffering from what he did to her. Eternal suffering, I murmured. If I were you, I'd tell us what we want to know. Now. If I wasn't going to tell Lucifer, what makes you think I'll tell you? Several reasons. I thought of all Ashmielle had been through, the anguish she'd endured for the last few weeks, and now having to deal with swallowing souls. The exhaustion that had found me a few moments ago gave way to a manic fury I never knew I could feel. I bared my fangs and closed in on my prey. A half hour later, I wiped the blood from my hands with a rag, following Lucifer and Bones up the steps out of the dungeon. I tossed the soiled cloth on the floor, quietly arguing with myself why I couldn't go back down there and finish Braille off. As it was, he probably wouldn't live through the night. He wasn't going to be able to heal fast enough. Why pick that city? Bones questioned once the three of us were in Lucifer's study. Hef told me when we were looking for Ashmielle that Turquoise Falls is home to many sinners, I said with a shrug. Sinners power hellfire far better than innocent ones. And if he's trying to get to Ashmielle, well, that was her home. Either reason could be why. You're saying he's after their souls? Bones asked. Possibly. Braille mentioned this drill mechanism, just as Kara did, I reminded him. That can't be a coincidence. Nor is Hef wanting the hellfire spark, Lucifer muttered darkly. In between curses and pleas for mercy, Braille finally told us Hef was currently working on something in Turquoise Falls. He mentioned a drill several times, but not what it was for, how it worked, or precisely where it was being built. Since Hef's main agenda seemed to be breaking open hell and starting an apocalyptic chain reaction, it wasn't hard to guess this drill was a massive part of his plan. If Turquoise Falls was where he was building it, he couldn't have picked a better spot. There was nothing around the city for miles. He could have been there this whole time doing who knew what, and I doubted anyone noticed. Sadly, Braille hadn't given up any information on why Hef wanted the spark, except to say he would get his hands on it, one way or another. The hellfire spark was where Lucifer's power came from. It was the source of, well, everything. If it were to fall into Hef's hands, there was no telling the damage he could cause. The spark resided inside a heavily guarded chamber. Hef's assault hadn't even breached the first line of defenses on it, but my gut told me he'd merely been testing Lucifer and his guards to see how they'd react. See how strong they were. Or see what other wards were in place to protect the spark, so he had a chance to break them on the next attempt. Lucifer swayed suddenly on his feet, grabbing hold of the mantle to keep himself upright. Sire. Bones axe. Fine, Lucifer snapped, giving his head a hard shake. I expect to have eyes on Turquoise Falls within the week. I want to know what Hef's doing there. And if he is there. I axe. Lucifer's wicked grin was answer enough. And the other matter. I glanced to the door, my claws tapping anxiously against each other. Ashmielle swallowed 5 souls and lived to talk about it. Should we worry about what it's doing to her? If they were going to kill her, they would have done so by now, Lucifer said simply. I will admit, it's strange she was able to hold so many. Then again, she has my blood running through her veins. Even without power, without a whole soul, she continues to prove how fierce she is. I wasn't sure that was how I saw it. A knock came at the door, distracting me, and Lucifer called for them to enter. A guard bowed and entered, coming to me. Ashmielle's awake and asking for you. Go, Lucifer told me. We'll inform you of our plan in the morning. The walk back to Ashmielle only took seconds. Still, I hesitated outside the door to my rooms, unsure what I would walk into. Reminding myself I had to be strong for Ashmielle, I stepped inside, surprised to find her sitting on the black leather couch, holding a pillow to her chest. She was still pale, and her eyes looked tired, but she was up and moving around. Her hair was loose around her shoulders, and even from this far away, I noted the subtle tremble in her, as if breathing wasn't easy right then. The patchwork blue quilt was piled on her lap like she was cold, and she wore a bulky black sweater. She must have had one of the guards bring her fresh clothes. That quilt had come from her room too. Millie. She turned to me with a brief smile. Hey. I went to her and sat on the edge of the couch. You look better. I'm sure I look like shit. Not to me. I tucked her hair behind her ears, and she threw herself against me. I hugged her tight. Her skin was cold, and I surrounded us with fire. Her hands twisted in my shirt, and she dropped her head even lower, refusing to look at me. I still can't believe what I did. You were doing what you had to do, so you and the others would live. And now they're being punished for it, just like I am. They're alive, I reminded her, sitting her upright so I could see her. It's a far better fate than Lucifer executing them, or Hef's demons taking off with you. I don't want you to be in any more pain than you already are, but if I'd come back to hell to find you'd been taken, I'm pretty sure the last shreds of humanity in me would have burned away. She tugged on the sleeves of the sweater, wrapping her arms around herself. She was twitchy, giving her head a shake every now and then, like an addict already craving their next fix. For a second she reminded me of, well, me when I'd heard voices inside my head. It wasn't impossible the souls she'd taken were messing with her mind. I wanted to ask her what she was hearing, but stressing her out more would worsen the situation. As it was, she'd have to be careful the next time she was in a fight not to give in and take more souls. Do you want me to get you something for the discomfort? I know how hard it can be to come down. Her laugh cut through the air, a mad edge to it. There's no discomfort. Hell, there's no pain. What do you mean? I'm saying aside from going crazy berserker mode, I haven't felt this good since before Hef stole my power, she confessed in a whisper. I know I've had episodes, my muscles seize, but there's no pain. I'm numb to it. It might feel like that now, but it'll wear off. I know. And I'm terrified of what I'll do when it does. I don't want to stop feeling like this, Sammy. I hate myself for it, but I don't know how much longer I can keep going with the agony. I want it to stop, and this stops it. Angrily, she pushed off the couch and stalked around the living room. She came to a halt at an oval mirror in a black frame hanging on the wall. Her fingers rested on her reflection, and I saw the war happening in her eyes, a war over what was right and wrong and giving in. Her face screwed up in a furious snarl, and she crashed her fist into the glass, shattering it. I rushed to her side, picking her up and moving her away from the broken shards. It's going to be all right, I whispered, holding her and glaring at my splintered image in the mirror. I said I was going to fix this, and I am. You just have to hang in there a little while longer. I don't want to feel that pain again, she whispered against my shoulder. I can't. I was at a loss of what to say. The last thing I wanted was to watch her go through another episode, but she couldn't keep swallowing souls. It'd end up destroying her in the end. Eventually it won't only numb you to the pain, I said, drawing back and cupping her face. It'll numb you to everything, to our bond. I know that's not what you want. She shook her head. No, but it's not like this is going to go on forever, right? We're going to find Hef and get the sword. I'll restore my soul. Or we won't, and I'll probably die. I kissed her, trying to erase that dark future from my mind. I carried her back to bed, and we laid there, tucked beneath the blankets, holding each other tight as we could. I wanted to say so much more, but nothing seemed sufficient. All I'd be telling her were lies. I had no way to know when this would end, or if I'd succeed in freeing her of this pain. All I could do right then was hold her, and wait for the sun to rise, and bring another day, another chance to end this nightmare for us both.
Chapter 10. Ashmielle. The glass tumbler shattered in my grip. What did you say? Samazrael frowned, checking my hand, but I yanked it out of his grip. We were with Bones and Lucifer in the study. They'd been relaying what information they'd managed to get out of their latest round of prisoners, and none of it was good. Not that I expected it to be, but this just pissed me off. Samazrael's eye twitched, and he looked like he'd gotten about as much sleep as I did the past 2 nights. Coming down from swallowing souls had been horrible for more than one reason. The glorious numbness I'd felt slipped away with each passing moment, letting the pain creep in. Soon I'd be back to being in a constant state of torment, and it terrified me. Samazrael hadn't spoken to me more about not taking more souls, but he failed to hide his worry every time he looked at me. Turquoise Falls, Bones repeated. We're not sure what he's planning to do there, but right now it's our only solid lead, so that's where we're going. And you're sure it's that city? I asked. Samazrael's lips thinned. Oh, I'm sure. When he'd come to see me that first night, he'd had a few drops of blood on his hands and more on his neck and shirt. I hadn't bothered him about it then, but was curious now. I started to ask him about the demon he'd tortured answers out of, but his eyes turned black. From the hatred burning in that look, he must have known him. I let the topic drop, reaching for his hand. Mine were still shaky thanks to the souls I'd swallowed. An echo of pressure started in my gut, and my arm seized. The episode went unnoticed by everyone except Samazrael. My time was running out. Eventually, the last slivers of the souls would fade, and I'd be back to where I was suffering. It was like they'd formed a shield around my own damaged spirit. I wanted that shield back so I could think straight. And going into such an intense blood rage with Hef still on the loose wasn't a bad thing in my mind. So what's the plan? We go there and what? See if he's home? I asked. Yes, Lucifer said, and Samazrael growled. She's proven she can handle herself even in this weakened state. I'm allowing her to leave the fortress and hell, but our deal remains, Samazrael. Seriously? I interrupted. Just drop it. You're not throwing him in a cell while I'm alive. How many times do I have to tell you that? Stop with the threats. Lucifer's brow arched. You're certainly feeling better. And you're being an asshole. His lips curled into a wicked grin. Perhaps? Call off the deal. Now. Or what, oh daughter of mine, he growled. I'll tear what remains of this fortress apart with my bare hands. One way or another, I'll make your life worse than a living hell, I warned. Call off the damn deal. He's my soulmate, not yours. Lucifer's jaw clenched, and he let out a heavy sigh as if he were already tired of this argument. Fine, if that is what you wish, the deal is off. Good. Now when do we leave for Turquoise Falls? Samazrael was shaking his head. I winked at him. We both knew Lucifer wasn't threatened by me. He was throwing me a bone, and I appreciated it. These little moments of him not being the king of hell, but my father, were all I needed to let me know he did still care beneath the fire. In the morning, Bones answered. We're gathering the last of our supplies, and waiting to hear back from the black hearts I sent on ahead. He headed for the door. Speaking of, they should be back by now. Samazrael. He hesitated and came to me, taking my hand. If I asked you to stay, you'd find a way to tag along, wouldn't you? He murmured. I'm not staying behind anymore. Not seeming to care who watched, he pulled me to him, kissed me until I was gasping for air, then he took off with Bones, not looking back. I tapped my fingers to my tingling lips, knowing I was putting him through a version of hell of his own. I couldn't watch him walk away from me again, knowing there might be a chance he wasn't coming back. "Tell me honestly," Lucifer said. He sat on the front of his desk, and I turned to face him, his eyes glowing silver. "How are you doing? You want the truth, or a pretty little lie?" I asked sarcastically. "Ashmielle." I crossed my arms, wandering around his study. "The pain's coming back already," I whispered. "It's not unbearable yet, but my joints ache and breathing is uncomfortable. The next time I have an episode, it'll be worse than what I've dealt with so far." "I know it." "I don't think," I licked my lips and sank into one of the leather armchairs. "I don't think I'll be able to stand them, as I did before." "It would appear you accidentally found a cure for your current situation." "Yeah, one that involves sucking down souls like a druggie," I snapped. "First it was drawing blood that helped ease the pain, and now this? If you're suggesting you're turning into a monster, I'll gladly remind you of the sinners currently locked away in all 9 levels of cells. They're monsters, Ashmielle. And I'm what? Just a freak of nature? You're surviving. That's what you do. You've always been a survivor." I glared at the floor between my boots, twisting my hands around each other until it hurt. "What do you want, Ashmielle?" Lucifer asks. I shook my head, not trusting myself to answer. "Tell me," he demanded. "In this moment, what do you want?" "A soul," I blurted. "I don't want to feel the pain again. I can't, so I want another soul." I sat up, expecting to see disappointment or worry in his eyes as I had with Samazrael. "You are the princess of hell," Lucifer said, his aura flooding the room. He straightened and walked to the door, nodding for me to follow him. "If it's a soul you want, then it's a soul you shall have." "Where are we going?" I asked, almost having to jog to keep up with his quick pace. He didn't reply, but the second we stepped into the dimly lit stairwell leading into the bowels of the fortress, I knew. He was taking me to the dungeons. We passed several guards, all of them giving us curious looks but remaining at their posts. When we reached the end of the long hall, Lucifer stood in the center and spread his arms wide. "Take your pick." "What?" "These demons are to be executed over the next few days. One less soul in the cells of hell will make no difference. Choose." My feet moved on their own, pulled forward by the promise of the one thing I knew could stop the agony from taking hold of my body. Badly beaten faces, their eyes filled with despair, looked back at me from each cell I passed. I stopped outside of one near the rear of the room, recognizing those piercing green eyes. The demon growled, charging the bars and rattling them. I didn't flinch and glared right back. He'd been outside the cage when Hef had tortured me. When he'd stolen my power. I remembered his mad cackle of delight while my wings had been broken and torn. "Him," I said, almost not recognizing my own voice. "I want his soul." The demon's eyes widened in alarm, and he pressed himself into the back of the cell. Not that it kept him safe. Ropes of fire stretched from Lucifer's hand and wrapped around the demon, dragging him screaming back to the bars. Holding him there, Lucifer plunged his hand into the demon's chest. He screamed, flailing to get away, but there was nowhere to go. Lucifer removed his hand, and I gazed hungrily at the glowing gold orb in his hand. "For you, daughter." Carefully, I took the soul. The demon's pleas for mercy were nothing more than an annoying hum. I shut my eyes and opened my mouth wide, taking in the essence. The relief was immediate, and I stumbled into the wall, holding myself up. My claws sprouted, tearing through the stone like paper while I adjusted to the influx of strength and heat. The pain that had slowly been taking root within me vanished. I lifted my head and Lucifer's eyes flared. He started to speak, then his eyes fluttered closed and he lost his footing. I reached for his arm to steady him. "What's wrong?" I asked. He removed my hand from his arm and stepped away. "Nothing. We should return. Samazrael will be waiting for you." He took off before I could question him further, but I kept a close eye on him all the way back to the main floor. He seemed off. The wound Hef dealt him had healed as far as I knew. So why did Lucifer look like he was growing weaker? From the way Bones acted the last few times I'd seen them together, I wasn't the only one noticing the difference in the King of Hell's demeanor. Ashmielle? I turned around and Samazrael's eyes narrowed. What? Your eyes, he said. You swallowed another soul. I had to, I replied. Lucifer offered it to me to help fight the pain. Just one? You don't get to be angry, not about this, I whispered. How can I not be? Each time you swallow one, you're taking a risk. It could kill you. They haven't yet. So that makes it okay, he shouted, then swiped a hand down his face. Do you have any idea what you're doing to yourself? I'm surviving just like I always have, I said, rephrasing words Lucifer spoke to me moments before. Just like I did when I was on my own. But you're not, he said softly after I turned to walk away. I stopped but didn't turn around. All I ask is you have a care for your life. These souls might keep the pain at bay for now, but eventually their effects will fade too. You'll need more and more, and one time it'll be too many. I don't have a choice. Don't you? He argued. We leave in the morning. If you're coming with us, I suggest you be in the courtyard on time and ready to go. His heavy steps retreated down the hall, then disappeared. I knew taking in souls was risky. There was always a chance they'd end up killing me, but if I didn't use them, the pain would slowly tear me apart anyway. I had no good choices. How could he not see that? You won't lose him, I told myself, storming through the fortress and outside to get some air. You're only doing this to ease the pain and stay strong until you can stop Hef. That's it. You'll get your power back and you'll stop. It's going to be fine. I wandered into the training courtyard, sitting in the center to try and meditate. It was impossible to clear my mind with the soul's power pulsing through my veins. It whispered promises to me of blood and death, of getting revenge. And nowhere inside me could I feel the bond I shared with Samazrael. The numbness had come back, and he was right. I hardly felt anything now except an insatiable urge to cause violence. Maybe tomorrow we'd get lucky, find Hef and end it all. If not, I wondered if there'd even be a soulmate left for Samazrael to save. Does this place feel odd to anyone else? I asked while we walked down the sidewalk in Turquoise Falls. We'd arrived shortly after sunrise, expecting to find the streets empty. Instead, they were bustling with people already out and about for the day. Or at least that's what it had seemed like. The longer we were here, the more my skin crawled. There was a weird smell in the air, but I couldn't place it. I breathed in deeply again and coughed. The sickly sweet tang was back, and I wasn't the only one who noticed. Samazrael cringed, shaking his head as if to clear the stench from his nose. Look at their faces, Samazrael said quietly. We'd passed so many people, I hadn't stopped to look at any of them, too busy searching for any signs of Hef or his soldiers. The next group of people that came close, I paused and stared. The smiles on their faces were creepy, and their eyes were wide open. Most of them had dark circles around them though, and looked as if they'd been up for days. Curious, I stepped right into the path of one guy. He ran straight into me, and his expression never changed. The smile remained, and he simply waited until I moved, then kept on going. Are they under some sort of hypnosis? I asked, noting that every single person appeared exactly the same. Could be, Bones said, waving his hand in front of a woman's face. I think you're right, Samazrael. Hef wants them to stay here for a reason. It has to be their souls. I growled at the mention of souls, then quickly tried to cover it up with a cough. Samazrael heard me and frowned, his look of disappointment worse than the one he gave me this morning. Before we'd left hell, Lucifer had given me another soul to ensure I wouldn't be in any pain while searching for Hef. He and Samazrael had argued, but they'd been too far away for me to hear. It had ended with Lucifer's aura crackling through the air, and Samazrael looking ready to punch him in the face. And, I chimed in, hoping it'd get Samazrael to stop giving me that aggravated scowl, 'Cause Hef knows I'll hate him even more," I murmured under my breath. Figured that asshole would pick my hometown to destroy. It wasn't a perfect city, but none of these people deserved to be yanked into whatever schemes Hef had planned. Samazrael glanced around, a calculating look in his eyes. What does he want with so many? Must be for this drill, whatever that thing is. Bones grunted, scanning the streets. I don't feel any power here, no aura to match Hef's. What about mine? I asked. Samazrael hadn't tried to sense it yet either, and did so the same time Bones did. They shut their eyes, but with each second that passed without either of them reacting, I knew the sword containing my power wasn't here. I'm sorry, Bones sighed, but I sense nothing of your power either. And if Hef's not here, we need to continue our search elsewhere. But the city is clearly being attacked by someone, I pointed out. This isn't normal. They're all acting like they've been drugged. I'll leave several black hearts here to keep an eye on the place, Bones assured me. That's it. For now, yes. Rolling my eyes, I stormed down the street, ignoring Samazrael's calls for me to come back. I wasn't sure where I was going, but I didn't want to leave yet. My gut told me I had to stay. Something terrible was occurring here, and whatever it was, I needed to stop it. I might not have been born here, but this had become my city. Hef wasn't going to take anything else from me. I skidded to a stop at the corner, and turned to my right. There, only a few storefronts down, was a place I never thought to see again. Hank's Bar, or what was left of it. The burned-out structure hadn't been torn down yet. How many days had it been since that horrible moment when I lost control and killed him? I rested my hands on the charred doorframe, trying to remember what my life had been like when I'd only been a bartender and not the daughter of Lucifer. So much had gone wrong since those demon hunters showed up, and it was only getting worse. How many more souls would my body be able to handle? I couldn't keep taking them forever, which made the situation that much more desperate. I had to find Hef and get the sword. I had to restore my soul before it was too late. Warmth brushed across my back, and I knew who stood there without turning around. Bones and the others went back to hell, Samazrael told me. We shouldn't stay much longer. And these people? He did as he said he would. Once they figure out what's happening, we'll come back. The air changed in a blink. I don't think you'll ever be leaving again. I growled at the voice coming from behind me. Hef, I snarled, whipping around. He bowed low, his lips curling in a vicious sneer. Princess Ashmielle. So good of you to leave hell all on your own. Samazrael grabbed my arm and dragged me behind him. Hef snapped his fingers, and we were quickly surrounded by too many demons to count. I squeezed Samazrael's hand. If he could make a portal, we might be able to slip through. Hef clicked his tongue, throwing back his long leather black coat. I spotted the hilt of the sword sheathed at his hip, and my body hummed with recognition. My power was right there. All I had to do was snatch it back. If you both agree to come with me, it'll be less painful for everyone involved, Hef said. Fuck you, I snapped. He laughed. Nice to see you still have some fight left in you. His eyes narrowed, then widened. My, is that what I think it is? Has Ashmielle been swallowing demon souls? How very interesting. He tapped his chin, an appraising look appearing in his eyes that made my stomach churn. This will suit my plans far better than I anticipated. We're not coming with you, Samazrael snarled. No? I really don't need you alive, but then again, what fun is simply killing you when I can torture you? Make you wish you were back in your cell. The demons moved in closer, making ready to grab us. This fight wasn't going to end well, but neither of us was much for simply rolling over and giving up. Samazrael's gaze slid to me and his eyes turned black. I nodded, wishing for a miracle. Hef was talking again, but we paid him no attention. Samazrael sucked a deep breath in, and his muscles bulged while his rage shot to the surface and broke free. His wings exploded from his back, propelling him into Hef, with me tackling the demon to the bastard's right. Hef shouted, then Samazrael was on him, landing strikes to his face. I wanted to watch, but another demon rushed in, going after Samazrael. I slashed my claws across the first demon's throat, then went after the second, tearing into him without a care for the carnage that quickly doused me. A bluish gold hue rose from his body, and I didn't hesitate to swallow his soul. The rush of power shot through my limbs like wildfire. I embraced it and the blood rage. I jerked to the right, searching for Samazrael. He'd created a sword of fire, and was battling it out with Hef a few yards away. I headed in their direction, wanting to help, but two demons snagged my arms and threw me backward. I skidded across the sidewalk, roaring like the beast I was quickly turning into. I forgot about who I was before I swallowed the first demon's soul. All that mattered was killing those who stood in my way. Samazrael's furious snarl reached me, and I yelled right back, charging headfirst into the demons here to take me away and torture the demon I loved. All I'd wanted was a chance at a happy life with Samazrael by my side. And they were trying to take that from me. Moving faster than I had before, I threw myself at a demon, taking him to the ground and ripping his gut open. I lunged at another one, tearing his arm from the socket. I relished in their screams of pain, swallowing down the souls when they appeared. The demons cleared long enough for me to spot Hef and Samazrael. My heart clenched and I bellowed, pushing my way closer. Hef had his blade pressed against Samazrael's fiery one. He was on his knees, barely keeping the sword away from his neck. Samazrael. Hef smashed his blade down, and Samazrael shattered into tiny little embers. A shockwave of power, my power, rippled through the air and slammed Samazrael into the ground. A second hit struck his chest and his head lolled to the side. Shrieking like a banshee, I took off for Samazrael, tearing through the demons who tried to catch me. I had nearly reached Samazrael, but a hilt of a sword smashed into my face. I faltered, shaking my head and snarling. Hef stood over my soulmate, his face twisted in a scowl. He wasn't looking at me, but behind me. "You've made quite the mess," he said. I bared my fangs, roaring with everything I had. With the number of souls pumping through my veins, I was sure I could tear him apart with my bare hands. I rushed him, and he spun away from me, nailing me in the back of the head with the hilt. A second hit drove me to my knees. My vision blurred, but the souls flooding my body with power refused to let me go down that easily. The blade pressed against my throat, and Hef pinned me to his chest with his other arm. I thrashed, not caring when my own blood wet the sword. Hef cursed and a jolt struck my chest, stunning me. My body slumped, and he brought the hilt down on my face once more, sending me tumbling into darkness.
Chapter 11. Samazrael. Nearby chains rattled. I groaned, forcing my eyes open, while the rest of my body protested every subtle effort I made. "Millie," I whispered, recalling the fight with Hef. I looked around but couldn't make out where I was. The ground was cold and hard beneath me. Rock. It was rough, not smoothed out like a floor. "Millie," I tried again, louder this time. "Ah, you're alive. That's good. I was worried I'd killed you after all," Hef said, and I growled at the glee in his voice. "You would have missed all the fun we're about to have." My arms were jerked over my head, and my body went with them. I cursed at the shuddering pain tearing through stiff muscles. The injuries Hef gave me hadn't healed yet. They should have, unless he inflicted new ones while I'd been unconscious. I tried to focus on my surroundings, until Hef backhanded me. My back slammed into the wall I was chained to, and I snarled. He struck me again, and blood filled my mouth. I hawked up a glob of spit straight at his face. The mad bastard cackled like he was having the best time in the world. "Don't worry. I'm not about to physically torture you, well, not yet at least." "Where is she?" I snapped, leaning forward as far as the chains would allow. "Oh, you're gorgeous, Ashmielle. She's here, don't you worry about that." He patted my cheek, turned and clapped his hands. Fires ignited in braziers, lighting the space. We were in some sort of cave that had been hewn into the earth. I thought for a second we were in hell, but the air was wrong, as was the dirt beneath my feet. There were 3 tunnels into the open space. Demons entered and exited, carrying crates and bundles of cables. Sparks and shouting came from the tunnel to my right, but it was impossible to see what was happening back there. The ceiling was about 30 feet over my head and carved like a dome. I didn't think there was anything else here, and wondered why Hef had me chained up in what appeared to be the central hub of his hideout. I took a moment to examine the dark iron manacles around my wrists and ankles. My boots were gone. Of course. I followed the sight of the heavy chains to the connections buried deep in the stone behind me. I could only move a few feet away from the wall before my leash grew taut. 2 cranks used to shorten the chains flanked me on the wall, too far away for me to reach. "I hope you enjoy your new home," Hef said. "You're going to be here a while." I yanked on the metal links, willing them to snap, but they held. "Where is she?" I asked again. Hef had been standing in front of me. At my repeated question, he smirked and stepped to the side, spreading his arm wide. "She's here with you, of course. How could I possibly be so heartless as to separate soulmates?" At first, I wasn't sure what he wanted me to see. A fire appeared in his hands, and he shot a burst of it across the open space, igniting 2 more braziers. "Millie," I breathed, then yelled, ready to tear my arms out of the sockets to get to her. "What did you do to her?" "I'll fucking kill you." Hef didn't even look at me, merely watched Ashmielle's form slumped over on the ground. Chains ran from her body to the wall, just as they did with me, though hers appeared far longer. I could just barely tell she was breathing. She shifted, and the fire illuminated more of her. She was covered in blood, hers or someone else's, I wasn't sure. I tugged on the chains again, straining to get to her. She sat up slowly, holding a hand to her head. "What the?" She lifted one hand, then the other, chains clanking against the ground. "No, what is this?" "Sammy." "Millie," I yelled back, and she whipped around, scrambling to her feet. She started to rush forward, and made it within a yard of me before the chains pulled tight and stopped her short. She jerked to a stop, reaching out for my hands. Her eyes were filled with glowing golden flecks. She must have swallowed souls while we'd been fighting to escape. There was no way to tell how many, but she hadn't died from them yet. She spun around to face Hef, lashing out at him since she couldn't get to me. He snapped his fingers and backed away. The chains keeping Ashmielle prisoner grew taut and dragged her across the room. A demon worked a crank, reeling her in until she was almost trapped against the wall. "It's quite amazing," Hef mused, watching Ashmielle continue to fight her bonds. "How you're going to die soon," I snapped. "You should really stop making promises you can't keep," he said. "Haven't you noticed something extraordinary about your mate yet? She had to have swallowed more than 7 souls out there, and yet here she is. Alive and in one piece. No normal demon could withstand such an influx of power. Then again, she's essentially an empty vessel." I caught Ashmielle's panicked look and nodded, willing her to be strong. Hef's words hinted what he was about to do to her, but I prayed not. He strolled across the room, studying Ashmielle closely. 2 demons snatched her arms, holding her in place. He grabbed her chin, forcing her head back. "Even now, I can see those souls in your eyes, feel their power in your veins. You know, I had meant merely to kidnap you to draw in your father, but now," he said, releasing her, "now you've given me such a better idea." "Let her go," I growled. "Or what?" Hef's dark laugh echoed around the room, and his aura pulsed, pricking my skin, but what I felt wasn't right. His aura had changed. Much as Lucifer's had seemed to weaken over the last couple of weeks, his was sharper. I didn't feel anything of Ashmielle's power in it. Was Lucifer close? The longer I focused on the power filling the space, the more I was sure Lucifer was going to come storming down the tunnels. But he never did, and the familiar sensation of being in his presence remained. I was still trying to understand what I was feeling when another demon came from the tunnel to my left, carrying a large silver pitcher. He took it to Hef and held it out. "What are you doing?" Ashmielle yelled, fighting to get away. "Don't you touch her," I bellowed. I moved as far as the chains would allow, desperate to get to Ashmielle. I yanked on the manacles until the metal cut into my wrists and ankles. My rage was in full throttle, but between the chains, the wounds from the fight, and the blood loss, I was drained. Enough of that, Hef muttered. A shock of electricity shot through the links. Ashmielle was yelling my name. I tried to push to my feet, and a second jolt felt like someone stabbed me in the spine with a bolt of lightning. My back arched, and I snarled while my limbs spasmed, then I collapsed to the ground. "Stop it," Ashmielle yelled. "I'll do whatever you want. Just leave him alone. Please." "Your pleas for mercy aren't going to save either of you," Hef said. "But how I do love hearing them. Now, my dear, let's see just how unique you truly are. Tilt her head back." I pushed myself upright on shaky arms. Weakly, I shouted for Hef to stop, but my voice came out as a croak. Hef had the silver pitcher in hand, then raised it to pour whatever was in it down Ashmielle's throat. 4 demons held her locked between them. I crawled forward until the chains were tight, reaching for her. Her eyes widened, and a golden liquid dribbled down the side of her mouth and her chin. Hef tilted the pitcher up, emptying the last of it into her mouth, and stepped back. The demons released her immediately, and she crumpled in on herself, groaning and clutching at her throat. She vomited the fluid up, heaving violently. Blood boiling, I dragged my claws into the ground, anything to get purchased to try and get to her. She lifted her head, and her silver eyes were solid black with gold swirling through them. "Souls," I rasped and shouted. "You gave her souls?" "Yes, probably around 20. My gaze flicked back to Ashmielle. She'd stopped being sick and was doubled over, her head resting on the ground. "Really? Look at me, sweetheart. You have to stay strong." "She's going to be quite strong," Hef said, and I snapped my jaws at him. His brow arched, and he smiled. "Just think, if you hadn't forgotten so much, you could have put a stop to all this torment." "Why?" I kept my attention on Ashmielle, waiting for her to sit up again. "Haven't you wondered why these souls haven't destroyed her yet? It's fascinating. I thought she would be useless once her power was mine, but there is so much more to this half-breed than I realized." Hef sauntered around Ashmielle, the eagerness in his gaze almost as unsettling as the mad grin stretching his face. "Her blood rage will be astounding once she's taken in more souls," Hef murmured, apparently to himself. "It's a pity her sanity won't last, but I don't need it to." He picked up a lock of her hair, rubbing it between his fingers, then crouched down beside her. "You're going to be my weapon against Lucifer, after all." "She can't kill him," I argued. "No one can. Even you couldn't." Hef ran his fingers through Ashmielle's hair, and she flinched away. "I wasn't trying to. I simply wanted to get a bit of his blood. It's quite a powerful substance, if manipulated correctly. I've had more than enough time to figure out how." "You bastard," Ashmielle said, but her voice wasn't hers. She lunged for Hef, and he caught her around the throat, not seeming to care at her burying her claws into his arm. She snapped her jaws, trying to bite him, and he sighed, tossing her into the wall. She gasped and slid to the floor. I shot forward again, but the chains jerked me right back. "You're draining him," Ashmielle uttered, and I froze. "Just as you did me." "Very good. Looks like those souls aren't driving you mad yet. Soon enough they will. Lucifer will come for you. How could he not? By the time he arrives, he'll be weak enough for you to destroy, and my plan will be complete." "I won't kill him," Ashmielle warned. "You can rot in hell." He pulled her up by her hair, and I cursed him. He ignored me, but another jolt of electricity raced through the chains, rendering me mute for the moment. "My dear, you'll be too mad with blood rage to even know what you're doing." He released her and backed away. "Now, if you both will excuse me, I have a drill to prep." "They're going to find us," I warned, praying we hadn't left Turquoise Falls. "They'll know we're missing and come looking. They won't be able to get to you, not until I'm ready for them. I'll admit, hearing how furious my brother is, knowing his daughter's been taken for a second time, well, that's music to my old heart." Hef exited the chamber, or started to, then paused. "Make sure she has something to play with," he told the demons. "She's going to need a release soon enough." Once Hef was gone, The remaining demons adjusted Ashmielle's chains. She attempted to attack them, but they managed to stay out of her reach. Several figures with hoods over their heads were dragged into the room and dumped near Ashmielle. The demons stepped back, out of reach of Ashmielle's bonds. The hoods came off, and the fallen angels glanced around, confused expressions on their faces. "No," I whispered, watching Ashmielle go utterly still against the wall, her eyes narrowing. The blood rage had to be pumping through her veins. She was going to kill them if she couldn't get control of it. I called her name, wanting her to focus on me, yet it was like I wasn't even in the room. The fallen spotted her, but it was too late. Ashmielle threw herself at them, her claws ripping into flesh and drenching the ground in blood. When the fallen attempted to flee, the demons were there to kick them back into Ashmielle's death grip. All I could do was watch while she tore them to pieces, like she was nothing more than a wild animal. The last one fell, and angrily she kicked the body aside, tugging viciously on the chains to get to the demons. An electric jolt shot down the shackles holding her, and she shrieked. She fell to the ground, growling while the demons removed the dead bodies and left us alone. "Millie," I called, reaching for her the best I could. "Millie, I'm right here. Look at me, sweetheart." She shook her head, a pained moan I never wanted to hear again coming from her. "You have to fight it. You have to hold on. We're going to make it out of here, I promise." She refused to turn to me, shifting closer to the wall and into the shadows. Every few seconds, her body trembled, and she dug her claws into her arms. She drew her legs up, making herself as small as possible. I pushed to my feet, focusing on the eyelets keeping me trapped. If I could get free, I could find a way out of here. I just had to get free. Using my claws, I dug into the stone around the iron plates and tried not to think about what I'd just seen Ashmielle do, or what Hef was planning to do to her next. Ashmielle's scream ripped right through me. Her wings sprouted from her back, broken and misshapen. Hef was here again, forcing more souls down her throat. How long had we been his prisoners? A day? More? There was no way to tell how much time passed. No way to know if it was day or night. Each time Hef returned, he spoke quietly to Ashmielle, too quietly for me to hear. Then he'd fill her with souls, and watch while she was forced into a rage that seemed never-ending. More victims would be brought in, and she'd slaughter them without hesitation. She hadn't spoken one word to me since the first time. Not one damned word. I was losing her right before my eyes, and there wasn't anything I could do to save her. Aside from forcing me to watch Ashmielle's descent into chaotic madness, Hef delighted in seeing how much pain I could take until I passed out. Half the time, I could barely stay conscious. And the other, I hated myself for wishing I wasn't witnessing Ashmielle kill so many fallen angels and demons. Her silver eyes didn't exist anymore. Nothing about the woman I knew did. I was on my knees, helplessly watching Ashmielle succumb to the rage and insanity of what Hef was doing to her. This was far worse than any torture I'd endured while trapped in a cell in hell. She was so close to me, and nothing I did worked to get me to her. The hope I had that we'd find a way out of here died. Ashmielle was going to turn into a mindless monster. My only solace was imagining all the ways I was going to kill Hef once I was free. We were left alone once again, and Ashmielle turned her attention to me. She raced across the room, trying to get to me, but the chains yanked her back. She paced, baring her fangs and watching me as if I were her next meal. This was why he'd made her chains so much longer. So I could see the madness up close. So I could watch while she tried to kill me. "I'm so sorry," I murmured, doubting she heard me. "I'll avenge you. I swear I will. Then, I'll follow you into the afterlife." She threw her head back with a furious bellow, her eyes gold and glowing with all the souls trapped inside her. If I could just reach her through the haze, there was a chance, however slight, I could keep her sane. Remind her she had so much still to fight for. Hef hadn't divulged the rest of his plan to me, but he didn't have to. He was after Lucifer's power and most likely his soul. Whatever drill he was building must need Lucifer's power to work. And if he'd been going after the spark, having Lucifer's soul would make it far easier to summon it to him on the surface. Ashmielle could not kill Lucifer, or we'd all be doomed. Too weak to keep my eyes open, I let them close, listening to Ashmielle's continued pacing and vicious growls. The chains dragged across the floor back and forth, back and forth. The noise slowly faded away, and my mind wandered to moments between Ashmielle and me. I focused on the last few weeks, and the time we spent together holding each other close. I thought of the smile lighting up her face, and her throaty laughter while she was dragging me back beneath the blankets. I saw the strength in everything she'd overcome so far in her life, and all she could still do if she could just hold on. I remembered how it had felt to have her aura surround me, to reach out and touch the bond that tied us together. Since waking up here, I hadn't been able to draw on my hellfire. While thinking of Ashmielle by my side, warmth pooled in my upturned hands which were resting on my thighs. It grew hotter and more potent, pulsing in time with my heartbeat. I couldn't heal her soul as she healed mine, but I just needed to show her who we were together and who she was without the madness. Samazrael. I raised my head and opened my eyes. Millie. She knelt in front of me, her smile faltering. Two thin rivers of fire flowed from my hands, wound up her body, and settled at her heart. I feel you. I knew you were still here. I reached for her, and she mirrored me. Our fingers met, and I sighed in relief. I'm losing it, she whispered, panicky. I don't know how much more I can take. I know, but you have to try. We're going to get out of here. How? I don't know yet, but we will. We were just close enough to hold hands, but every part of me raged to have her fully in my arms. He's whispering things to me, she said, her eyes darting wildly around the room. He wants me to kill Lucifer. If my father shows up, I don't know what's going to happen. The blood rage is too strong now. Use it then, as you used the pain before. Use it against Hef. I've been trying, but he's doing something to me. She shook her head and started to let go, but I held onto her hand tighter. I did this to us. I'm sorry for everything. Don't you dare apologize to me. I can take it. For how long, huh? She argued. I can't watch you die. I'm not going to, and neither are you. Say it, Millie. She wavered, but repeated the words back to me. I wanted to say more to her, but I was too exhausted to get the words out. Her smile said she knew anyway. We laid down facing each other, keeping our hands clasped together. I doubted she'd manage to get any sleep while we'd been trapped down here. She fought to stay awake until I told her to rest while she could. My hellfire hadn't broken from her yet. If I could find a way to reach out to her each time, I might be able to stop Hef from making her go completely insane. I attempted to stay conscious long enough to come up with a plan, but succumbed to the darkness.
Chapter 12. Ashmielle. Samazrael's roar of pain jerked me awake. His body thrashed against the wall. Waves of blue electricity rolled over him. I screamed at Hef to make it stop. Samazrael collapsed, his shoulders shaking and his eyes fluttered, struggling to stay open. You're killing him, I snapped. Hef laughed, strolling toward me. That's the idea. I jerked my arms forward, but the demons had shortened my leash as they always did when Hef came to visit. He clicked his tongue, a habit I found to be annoying. Once I was freed, I was going to tear his tongue out of his mouth. Maybe I'd make him eat it. I could do both. The idea brought a smirk to my face, and when he was close enough, I sneered and spat at him. He wiped the spittle away, then wrapped his hand around my throat, squeezing until I was gasping. It's amazing how you've seemed to have regained your sanity. I wonder, how's it possible, What did you do? I clamped my lips shut, not about to tell him Samazrael's fire had been keeping me from losing the last shred of who I was. Every time Hef left us alone, Samazrael would send his hellfire to me. It eased the craziness that had become my mind. My body still craved the kill, but I was able to think clearly, at least for a few minutes at a time. It wasn't going to last forever. Every day that passed, Samazrael grew weaker. I tried to tell him to save his strength for getting himself out of here. He'd merely glared at me, held my hand, and told me to get some damn sleep while I could. Why hadn't Bones come for us yet? They had to know we were taken from Turquoise Falls. I wasn't even sure we'd left. I was beginning to think we were under the city somewhere. If we could just get a signal out, a way to tell them we were here, they could save us before it was too late. Hef tossed me aside, sighing. Very well. I suppose I'll have to try harder. The drill is almost complete, and you are going to get me what I want. I flipped him off and he laughed. You could simply give in. You'd be quite the formidable weapon. I could use you in the coming war. Carving a bloody path across the surface and eventually the heavens themselves. You could become my personal reaper. Striking terror into the hearts of every living soul. Think about it, Ashmielle. You'd be unstoppable. The souls within me sang with pleasure at the idea of so much death. I shook my head, jarring the cravings, and scrunched my eyes shut to block Hef out. His steps retreated, and soon the chains loosened. The rest of the demons left not long after, and I was once again alone with Samazrael. I crawled across the floor, my legs too shaky to support me. He met me at the end of his chains, fire pooling in his hands. Save it, I whispered. I'm all right. He ignored me, and hellfire soon slipped up my legs to my torso and higher. I sighed, easing into its comforting warmth. Tears burned in my eyes, but I quickly wiped them away. I wasn't going to let Hef see me fall apart. Or Samazrael. He was barely keeping it together, as it was. How much longer do you think we can stand this? I asked. Don't talk like that, Samazrael said, but his voice was weak. Hard not to. We can't do this forever. His hand closed around mine, and he tried to smile, but it didn't reach his eyes. We'll endure as long as it takes to be free and kill him. Millie. A jolt of electricity shot through me, and directly into Samazrael. Our hands clenched each other's harsh enough to hurt. When the jolt stopped, I was dragged away across the rough ground. Samazrael, you clever bastard, Hef said through his cackling. Clearly, I have underestimated you. It would appear you have outsmarted me, but alas, no more. I think it's time for you two to be separated. Samazrael snarled, lunging to his feet, but just as always the manacles stopped him from getting far. Hellfire fell from his hands and coated him like a second skin, but a shock from the chains had it flickering out, leaving his body smoking while he fell to the ground. Get off me, I shouted, clawing at the demons which were manhandling me. I dragged my claws across one of their faces, and went after the other one. A fist collided with my face, and I kicked out with both feet, nailing the third demon in the chest. Unless you want to see him die now, Hef yelled, and I froze. You'll stop struggling. He had Samazrael on his knees, a sword at his throat. Samazrael's eyes pleaded with me to keep fighting, but how could I? I wasn't going to let him die. I growled but didn't attack the demons while they released the manacles around my wrists and hauled me away from the room that had been my prison cell for, I wasn't even sure how long. Much better. Hef shoved Samazrael to the side but didn't sheathe the sword, the same sword that glowed with my power. Don't worry, he said to Samazrael, I won't forget about you down here. I'll let you out long enough to see how the world will change, and then I'll have Ashmielle put you out of your misery. No, Millie? I wanted to reassure Samazrael that somehow I'd be all right, but how could I promise that? The demons dragged me from the room and down one of the tunnels, Samazrael's shouts following us the entire way. The tunnel eventually gave way to another domed room. This one wasn't empty. A cage rose up from the middle of the space, and I screamed, not wanting to be thrown back behind bars. The pent-up rage that had been waiting for a chance to come out rushed to the surface all at once. I threw 2 demons off me and tore into the third, shredding his chest while he shrieked. I whipped around, ready to go after Hef, but he raised the blade and my limbs seized. It's truly incredible what just a hint of my brother's power can do when combined with yours, Hef murmured. I snarled, my hands flexing at my sides, wanting to dig into him. You and I are going to have a nice long chat about your dear old man. By the end of it, you'll be doing exactly as I want you to. Use the rage. I had to use the rage against him somehow. Sweat broke out on my forehead, but I took a step closer, then another. Hef's eyes widened a hint, and I kept going, pulling on the strength of all the souls he'd force-fed me in the last few hours. Yelling, I lunged forward, grabbing the sword by the hilt, and drove Hef into the cave wall. He stepped to the side, fighting with me over the blade. I smashed it into the stones, and sparks ignited. If I could break it, I'd release my power and Lucifer's. I went to hit it again, but Hef nailed me in the gut with his knee, then kicked me clear across the room. Hands hauled me upright, and threw me into the cage before I had a chance to shake off the dizziness. Hef stalked to the cage, gripping the sword in a shaking hand. His face screwed up in a vicious sneer, and he kicked the bars. They rattled, but if he was trying to scare me, he'd have to try a lot harder. I glanced at the hilt of the blade and smiled. There was the tiniest crack just above where the sword met the grip. A few more hits and that damn thing might actually break. Time for games is over, Hef snapped, sheathing the blade. You'll give me what I want, and then I'll unleash you into the world, a crazed beast who seeks only death. You could have made this far easier on yourself. Like the last time when you stole my power? His eye twitched. You'll wish you were back in that prison. Bring it. I spotted the silver pitcher in his hands and recoiled, backing as far away as I could. Samazrael's hellfire had been the only thing keeping me from falling headfirst into a red-tinged world. The only thing that stopped the cravings to kill. Hef entered the cage with 4 of his minions, and I did the only thing I could. I attacked with everything I had. They pinned me to the bars in seconds. I gagged on the souls being poured down my throat. My blood was on fire, while the rest of me experienced a sudden flash of icy cold. I grabbed hold of the bars, willing my wings not to expand again. I pictured Samazrael, wishing more than anything I hadn't dragged him into this mess. His face appeared in my mind's eye, but bit by bit, it was chipped away until there was nothing left but the voices screaming inside my head. I silently begged for Samazrael to forgive me, then was swept away in a wave of burning anger that would never be quenched. The drill's ready. I perked up at the voice and opened my eyes. Holding onto the bars, I stood, wondering if the time had finally come for me to get my revenge. The souls inside me whispered, wanting blood. It had been too long since I'd killed anything, and I wanted death. I wanted out of this cage. There was another voice whispering to me, but it was too subdued for me to pay much attention to. And the city. Everyone's in place. They've gathered where you wanted, right above us, the demon told Hef. Good, very good. Hef turned to me with a grin. Ah, you're awake. I growled, reaching my clawed hand through the bars. Can I come out? I want out so badly, I whispered. Please? He came to me and took my hand. Yes, my dear. Do you remember what you must do? I nodded, eager to be unleashed. I'd been waiting for revenge for too many years. The beast responsible for my pain, for the death of my mother, for everything, he was about to be mine. Hef unlocked the cage, and I stepped out, my blood singing with what I was about to do. Hef held my chin, lifting my face and staring into my eyes. You cannot fail me, he said sternly. I won't. Good. Go to him, bring him here, and then we can bathe the world in blood and death. And you, my dear, you will have as many souls as you desire. I licked my lips, craving them all. Bring him to the drill, he reminded me and set a small metal sphere in my hand. Think of it once you come through the portal, and it'll take you both right to me. Understand? I closed my hand around the sphere and bowed. Then go. I will see you soon enough. I backed away from Hef and shut my eyes, picturing the face of the demon who was going to die this day. The sphere warmed in my hand, and a portal wreathed in flames appeared beside me. I stepped through and came out in a study filled with books. Ashmielle? Lucifer, I gasped, stumbling forward, pretending to be weak. I fell to my knees and he rushed around his desk, reaching for my arm. I grabbed his hand, squeezing it and keeping my gaze averted. That annoying other voice perked up again, telling me to stop this, but the others drowned it out. Where have you been? Lucifer demanded, then glanced behind me at where the portal had been. How did you get here? Samazrael made it, but there's no time. Hef is going to kill him, and the drill, it's almost ready. Please, you have to come back with me. He started to yell for Commander Bones, and I yelped as if struck with a sudden burst of pain. Who took you from me? Lucifer asked harshly. Hef. He's been torturing us, I rasped, throwing in a few shivers for good measure. Don't let him kill Samazrael. Lucifer stood, hauling me to my feet with him. We'll gather the black hearts, then return. No, I snapped, digging my claws into his arm and holding him in place. I said there's no time. He tensed. Ashmielle, look at me, he ordered. I turned away, not letting him see my gaze. He snatched my chin, forcing me back. He hissed furiously and attempted to step back. You're not my daughter. I waited for him to attack, but it was just as Hef had promised. Lucifer's aura was weakened so much I hardly felt it brush across my skin with his outburst. Of course I am. Who else would I be? He tore himself from my claws and backed toward the door. Good. I was hoping he'd make this exciting. He rushed for the exit, but I was faster. I snagged him by the wrist, and with the flood of souls strengthening me, I dragged him through the portal, which opened with the simple thought of where I needed to go. Lucifer shouted, and someone answered, but it was too late. The fiery doorway snapped shut behind us with a loud pop. I threw Lucifer away from me. He rolled, then flipped to his feet, bracing himself. His glare slipped from me to where we were, and then he stilled. I hadn't seen it yet either. The weapon Hef said would break open hell and start a war to end all other wars. To bring about destruction and misery to the surface and the heavens. I thought I recognized the buildings around us, but didn't care enough to try to remember why. A massive structure had been constructed in the middle of a four-way intersection, its metal beams gleaming in the setting sun. Standing around half of it were humans. None of them moved, but their eyes were fixated on the drill towering above them. Its bit was poised above the street, ready to dig not into the earth but the shimmering translucent veil that kept hell separate. Hef had told me what was required to make it work. What he needed. All I had to do was get it for him. One final step, then the real fun could begin. Brother, Hef called, and Lucifer whirled around to his right. So good of you to join us. What have you done? Lucifer yelled. You can't break hell open. Do you have any idea what will happen? Hence why I'm breaking it open, Hef replied. Sadly, I do need one more thing from you. Lucifer snarled, and his double set of wings unfurled from his back. You are going to die, brother. He held out his hands, and two whips of fire coiled around his wrists. He raised his hands to attack, but Hef drew the sword at his hip. The flames died at the same time the sword glowed bright red. Lucifer's wings retreated into his back, and he stumbled. What did you do? You think I was only after Ashmielle's power? Hef cackled. Always underestimating me. Lucky for you, the end's almost here. Lucifer held out his hand again, but this time the flames sputtered out, and nothing he did brought them back. This isn't possible, he whispered. It would appear it is, Hef said mockingly. What else could you possibly take from me? Lucifer gave his empty hands a look of disbelief, then turned that heavy gaze to me. Your soul, Hef said. Well, I mean, it's not me who's going to take it. Ashmielle? That's your plan? Lucifer scoffed. She won't succeed. If she was her normal soul-shredded self, I'd have to agree with you, Hef said, holding up his hand. However, seeing as how many souls she's ingested over the last 8 days and how you are now powerless, I'd say the odds are certainly in her favor. Ashmielle, look at me. I'm your father, Lucifer snapped, but I snarled, cutting him off. You murdered her, I seethed. You stole her from me. You destroyed my life. Now I'm going to destroy yours. Lucifer shook his head. What did you do to her? He demanded of Hef. Me? I set her free. You traitorous wretch, Lucifer shouted, but whatever else he wanted to yell at Hef was lost in my shout. I charged, claws extended and ready for blood. I swiped them across Lucifer's chest, tearing easily through his silk shirt straight down to the skin beneath. He warned me to stop, but at the sight of crimson oozing from the wounds, a red haze filled my vision. Nothing else in the world mattered except watching him bleed out and see his soul wrenched from his body. I clicked my claws together, and with the force of all the souls driving me on, I rushed in to kill the king of hell.
Chapter 13. Samazrael. The cavern shuddered, shaking dust and stones loose around me. The entire place was going to come down and bury me alive. Gritting my teeth, muscles bulging, I pulled against the chains with every ounce of strength I had left in me. Ashmielle's tortured screams had ended a while ago, but I knew she wasn't dead. Hef wasn't going to kill her, just turn her into an insane murderer. A monster. My rage had given out, but I wasn't going to give up. Ashmielle had been stolen from me again. This time, I wouldn't be too late. I'd save her. I had to save her. Sucking in a deep breath, I stepped forward, using my full weight to pull on the eyelets holding me captive. I shouted and cursed, but my body gave out before the chains did. Knees trembling, I stumbled into the wall and slid down. I buried my fist into the stone over and over, desperate to get free. The cavern walls hummed with energy, and overhead, I was sure I heard a familiar battle cry. Millie. Whatever was happening up there, she needed me. I shut my eyes, reaching in vain for the bond that tied us together. It was there but barely holding strong. I focused on it and pushed to my feet once more. Using the pain of the manacles cutting into the skin at my wrists and ankles, I pictured Ashmielle's face, her silver eyes that I wanted to get lost in. I thought of the strength and defiance, the determination that made her who she was. A clink sounded behind me, but I didn't stop to look. I let memories of Ashmielle flood my mind. Heat poured out of my body and pooled around my feet. Another clink came, then a sharp crack. I staggered forward, falling, taking the chains with me. Lightheaded, I lowered myself to the ground all the way, taking in deep, steadying breaths. Finally, I was free, but getting up seemed impossible. I crawled forward a few feet, dragging the lengths of chain with me. A commotion came from the tunnel to the left. Screams of pain followed by a familiar pissed-off voice yelling orders. Shadows emerged from the tunnel first, followed by the beings who created them. Samazrael, Bones yelled, running to me. Shit, you look awful. I glowered, and he clapped me on the shoulder. That only made me growl, and he gave me an apologetic wince. Bones wasn't close to being alone. Lucifer's entire personal guard rushed into the chamber, followed by every single Blackheart. When I saw the fallen angels being led by Draven, I knew whatever was making the cavern shake wasn't merely Hef making noise. The drill, I rasped, and Bones' lips thinned. Has he turned it on? Worse than that. Lucifer was stolen from hell, Bones told me, helping me to my feet. By Ashmielle. We have to get to them, I said, scrambling to get moving. Hef forced her to swallow souls, more than a demon should be able to handle. He's made her go mad with blood rage. She's going to kill him. She can't, Bones argued, but I dug my claws into his shoulders, forcing him to look at me. She can if Hef's been draining Lucifer's power, just as he did hers. I know you saw how strange he's been acting, how off he's seemed these last few weeks, I said when he wavered. How could he have done it? The wound. Apparently, all he needed was Lucifer's blood and several hundred years to perfect his method. Bones cursed and looked to his Blackhearts. You two, get Samazrael back to hell. No, I cut him off. I'm not leaving without Ashmielle. You're in no condition to fight. Then I'll die doing what I can to save her. Bones, please, I begged. She and Lucifer are going to kill each other. I have to go. He grunted, then broke the manacles from my wrists and ankles. Let's move it, he yelled, waving his arm over his head. One of these tunnels will take us to the center of the city. Let's find it fast. That answered one question at least. We'd never left Turquoise Falls. How did you even find your way down here? How'd you find me? I asked while the Black Hearts and Fallen took off down the other 2 tunnels. I tracked the portal Ashmielle used to steal Lucifer, Bones explained. There's a protective dome over the city, Draven went on, quickly checking my wounds, his brow furrowed. His hands glowed blue, and the discomfort from my injuries faded slightly. Couldn't get in on the surface, so we came in through the sewers. Let us here. Commander. Found street access. You need to see this, a Black Heart yelled from the middle tunnel. Keeping a firm grip on my arm, Bones and I hurried forward, Draven following. We passed another cavernous room with a cage. I jerked to a stop at Ashmielle's scent lingering here. Eye twitching and my rage quickly pushing the exhaustion from my body, I took off up the tunnel, not paying attention to Bones yelling after me. The demon who'd shouted for Bones was staring up once I reached him. I craned my neck and glared in furious horror at what waited for us. He did it, Bones muttered. That crazy bastard is going to pierce the veil. Far above us, penetrating the cavern ceiling, were brackets that had been driven deep into the ground. Bundles of cables linked them together, winding back up the frames that led to metal poles that disappeared into the dirt. The cavern shook again, and rocks tumbled in around us. Bones ordered us to get moving, and we crossed the cavern, heading for another entrance that turned into a steeply slanted tunnel. At the mouth of it, sunlight poured in. I squinted, my eyes throbbing under the brutal assault of daylight I hadn't seen in too damned long. I expected guards or someone to stop us, but we filed out of the tunnel without anyone seeming to notice. I spun around, taking in the casinos surrounding us on both sides of the tunnel entrance that had dumped us into the middle of a 4-lane road. The dome Draven mentioned shimmered above, stretching down to the horizon. Unlike the last time I wandered these streets, there wasn't a soul in sight. Where is everyone? Bones unsheathed his sword, then handed me a long dagger, so I wasn't entirely defenseless. We started walking, heading north toward the center of the city. With each step, more of my strength returned, driven only by the knowledge that somewhere close by, Ashmielle battled to the death against Lucifer. I gritted my teeth, my hand clutching the dagger so hard it cramped. I was not going to find her dead. We were walking out of this damned city, alive together. Do you feel that? Draven whispered, and our small army of demons and fallen came to a stop. I hadn't been paying much attention, but once we'd halted, I picked up the quietest hum on the breeze. Shutting my eyes let me home in on it better, and my skin prickled as if someone was lightly dragging hundreds of needles over me. I rolled my shoulders, trying to shake the sensation, but it only grew worse. The ground trembled beneath our feet, but unlike the tremors before, this one didn't stop. The buildings around us shook on their foundations. Glass shattered, and the next moment Bones shoved me, shouting for us to run. Like a line of dominoes, one building collapsed into the next, until the entire street turned into a giant death trap, ready to bury us alive in glass and steel beams. I threw myself out of the way of a falling wall, taking another demon with me along the way to keep him alive. I snarled at the rough ground scraping up my arms, but we hadn't been crushed to death. He's going to bring the entire city down around us, Bones snapped. We have to stop that damn drill. Here. Further down the street, several fallen angels were waving at us. We hustled to catch up to them, then looked past where they pointed. I lunged forward, but Bones stopped me with a solid hand to my chest. Wait, he ordered. Rushing in there will get us all killed. I let him stop me, unable to tear my gaze away from the scene that shouldn't be possible. A few blocks away was the main intersection of Turquoise Falls, though it was hardly recognizable as a city street anymore. A monstrosity of a machine, at least 4 stories high, had been built into the pavement. At its center was a massive drill bit, but it wasn't constructed of metal. Surrounding the drill were thousands of humans. They were on their knees before the machine. The hum we'd felt must have been it being powered on. A thin pale blue hue stretched from every person back to the drill. It was sucking in their souls, all of them, and turning them into the weapon that would pierce the veil. Hef's army stood between us and the drill. Beyond them, a familiar roar echoed off the buildings. Lucifer was there, which meant Ashmielle had to be with him. I was going to start pushing forward, but the air changed. It was like someone sucked it out of my lungs, and my blood sang while it boiled inside me. Fire spilled from my hands, but I wasn't the only one. No, Bones gasped, barely managing to stay on his feet. The spark. He summoned it to the surface. Darkness fell over the street. Storm clouds that hadn't been there minutes ago now blocked out the sun, casting us into shadows. The only light came from the souls being sucked into the drill, and the bright glimmering light from the hellfire spark. It was nothing more than a twisting orb of fire, roaring with a voice of its own. Flames shot out from it every few seconds, as if protesting being dragged away from the bowels of hell. "He won't be able to keep it here for long," Bones said, squaring his shoulders, his face lined with the effort it took. I wasn't in much better shape, but the fight wasn't over, not yet. Now we know why he needs Lucifer's soul. It's the only one strong enough to keep the spark out of hell. Then we're out of time. Bones' eyes turned black, and he raised his arm to the demons behind us. Gripping the dagger in my left hand, I focused on the bastard standing between Ashmielle and me. Draven readied the fallen, and together we sprinted down the street and straight into the battle that awaited us. I lost count of how many demons I tore through, yet more kept stepping into my path. The drill's humming turned into a high-pitched whine, taking in more and more souls. Many of the humans who'd been on their knees had collapsed to the pavement. Bones shouted, and I managed to spot him amid the chaos of the fight. He pointed toward the drill. I roared at the sight of Hef standing there, clutching that cursed sword in one hand, while the other was outstretched toward the spark rising higher into the base of the drill. 10 demons stood around him in a protective circle. I fought my way to Bones' side, and after a quick nod to each other, we ran full out to the traitor who started this mess. I tackled the first demon I came to, throwing my weight into his chest. We hit the ground, and I buried the dagger in his neck before he had a chance to react. A boot collided with my side. I flipped off the demon and raised the bloody blade in time to block a sword from crashing into my face. I planted my boot in the demon's gut and kicked him off, clambered to my feet and went after him. I ducked under a wild swing, coming in low, and plunged the dagger up and under his ribs. He gasped, his blade falling from his limp hand. 3 more demons closed in around me. Tossing the corpse aside, I picked up the fallen sword and waited for them to come at me. Bones' cursing met my ears, but I didn't pause to see if he was still standing. The presence of the spark continued to pulse against my skin like a living, breathing beast had taken to the air, moving with the energy currents. Beyond Hef and the last line of demons, I glimpsed silver and black hair whipping wildly in the wind before it was obscured by a badly beaten Lucifer. My line of sight was interrupted, and I pushed through the urge to simply fall to the ground. I couldn't stop moving, not yet. The sword was kicked out of my hand, the dagger quickly following. A fist nailed me in the nose. Eyes watering, I staggered, trying to regain my balance, but the asshole landed a hit to my gut. I doubled over, gasping for air. He cackled like he was about to win. He grabbed a handful of my hair and yanked my head back. I recognized his face, but his name was lost on me. His hand wrapped around my throat and he squeezed. I clawed at his arm, shredding the skin, but his grip only tightened. Above the screams and cries of those dying and the din of the drill, I heard another voice call out. Ashmielle. I was so close to saving her. Even if it cost me my life, she'd be walking away from here alive. I would not fail. I whispered the words over and over in my head, even as black spots filled my vision. My lips moved, and the demon strangling me frowned. He drew me in closer to hear, and I took my chance. Lunging forward, I bit into his cheek. He shouted, letting me go, and I took him to the ground, ripping his throat out in one quick snap of my jaws. He fumbled to stop the blood gushing out of him. I left him to die, and scooping up my weapons, I took a second to catch my breath. A figure appeared to my right. I raised my blade, but it was only Bones. Go after Hef, he ordered, blood mixing with the sweat running down his face. We'll hold the rest of them off long as we can. I was going to argue, but Bones shoved me away from him. I barely avoided a sword aimed at my shoulder, and with my eyes focused on Hef, I set off again. Bones and his black hearts had drawn the rest of the demons away from the traitor, leaving him alone at the base of the drill. Ashmielle and Lucifer were still fighting, but there was no way to stop her, not without destroying the sword. Praying Lucifer could hold on for a few more minutes, I stalked to the vile demon who sought to plunge our world into an apocalypse. I was a few feet away, pausing at Hef's eyes gleaming at me over his shoulder. "Samazrael, isn't this a wonderful treat?" he yelled to be heard over the humming of the drill. I didn't want me to miss it. He shrugged. "Yes, so sorry I left you down there. Afraid I was a little caught up. Summoning the spark and all that. Why don't you sit down and rest? It should be quite the show. Besides, you'll need your strength once I unleash the souls of the damned." His cackle lit up his eyes. Despite the excitement in his voice, his forehead was creased and his arms trembled. Holding the sword and maintaining the spark were taking their toll. Raising my weapons, I moved in, bringing them both down in a wide arc to relieve Hef of his head. The blades were inches away, but bounced off an invisible barrier that sent rippling energy like electricity, cascading down Hef's body. "Did you really think it'd be that easy to kill me?" he taunted. "Lucifer will die, and I will break hell wide open. Give up, Samazrael. You're so good at it, after all. A few months ago, that insult might have hurt me. Now all it did was piss me off." I brought the blades down on him again and again. Each time my arms shuddered from the impact. I break through. There was no other option. Above me, the spark flickered with power, ready to power the machine that would destroy our world as we knew it. Each second that passed was one more second closer to Ashmielle killing Lucifer. The nightmare had to end. It was going to end. The shield around Hef flared brighter after another hit, and I smiled, watching the crack form, then quickly spiderweb outward. I was ready to shatter it entirely, but he whirled around, kicking me in the chest. I somehow stayed upright, crossing the blades and preventing him from slashing me from neck to navel. The weight of the power pushing down on me had me on my knees. Hef sneered, his eyes wide and filled with the same fire I'd seen so many times before in Lucifer's gaze. "I should have killed you years ago," he snapped. "Yeah, you should have," I agreed, my arms shaking with the effort of keeping him from finishing me off. The energy emanating from the blade brushed against me in the most familiar way, as if Ashmielle stood right there in front of me. My gaze skittered down the sword. I stilled. There on the hilt, just above where it met the blade, was a crack. Ashmielle. That had to be because of her. She'd fought Hef right up until the end. Gritting my teeth, I glared at Hef, dug my feet into the rough asphalt and pushed back. His eyes narrowed and his sneer faltered. I managed to shove him away, and then he was attacking me. Hef had been the demon who trained me for a reason. He was damned good with a blade. My body went numb, falling back on instinct to keep myself alive under his vicious attacks. I stayed on the defensive, unable to turn the tide just yet. I was weak and growing more so by the second. I had to bide my time. But Hef was losing strength too. The effort of using that sword and keeping the spark out of hell was draining him fast. He stumbled, and I moved in to knock him down. But he blocked me at the last second and pressed that sword down on me. I sank to my knees, struggling not to fall. His eyes glowed with madness and eagerness for what would happen if I gave up. One last chance. That was all I had. Every muscle throbbing, I made it to a standing position, let the dagger fall from my hand, and immediately snatched the wrist clutching the sword. Ready for an eternity in hell. He tugged on his arm, but I dug my claws into his wrist until they came out the other side. He snarled, spinning around to try and dislodge my grip. I held on, using my sword to stab him in the thigh. He sputtered curses, headbutting me. I faltered, but shook the dizziness away and returned the gesture. Above us, the spark flickered and began to descend, ready to return to hell where it belonged. Keeping a firm grip on Hef, I brought him around and slammed him into the base of the drill. His head bounced off the metal post, but he didn't go down. The shield that had been around him before started to return. Snagging the back of his head, I crashed it into the post again, and the shield failed to take form. My vision blurred and my knees violently shook. Soon, I wasn't going to be able to stay upright. Taking hold of Hef's hand with the sword, I tried to shatter it against the drill. The crack widened a hair, but it wasn't enough to break the blade. Through the blood coating his face, Hef laughed. "You're too late. They're both mine." Behind us, Ashmielle had Lucifer on the ground and was pummeling his face repeatedly. He wasn't even raising his hands to try and stop her anymore. She held her hand higher, her claws lengthening impossibly more. The intent was evident in her eyes. She was going to murder her father. Hef continued to laugh wildly, telling me it was over. All around us, demons and angels were on the ground, dead or bleeding out. There were only a handful of humans left, most of them on their knees or prone. The rest were already gone, their souls sucked out. A bright flash of light blinded me. I turned. The spark had lowered even more and was only a couple of feet away. It was pure power. I'd had worse ideas in the past and was ultimately out of options. I waited until the spark was level with us, then dragged Hef toward it, sword and all. His cackling cut off. He shouted at me to stop, attempting to yank us back, but it was too late. We tumbled toward the spark, and I shoved his hand with the sword right into it. An ear-splitting crack left me deaf. I was thrown away from the drill, rolling across the pavement until I came to a stop against a corpse. Hef screamed, his hand melted into the hilt, and the sword plunged into the spark. The sword turned white-hot, then exploded, releasing a shockwave of energy that rolled like a tidal wave through the streets. I pushed to my knees and searched for Ashmielle and Lucifer. She was frozen, her hand inches away from killing him. Her back was ramrod straight, and her body was engulfed in a fierce gold and blue glow that twisted and churned around her. It formed into one massive ribbon, then plunged into her chest. She crashed to her knees, doubled over and gasping. A similar light slammed into Lucifer, jerking his body. The glow around them pulsed once, then faded. Utter silence fell over the city, and I held my breath. Lucifer and Ashmielle let out heavy sighs simultaneously, bodies moving as if pulled to their feet by invisible strings. His eyes opened first, overflowing with flames that dripped down his face. Beside him, Ashmielle rolled her head on her shoulders, then unleashed a battle cry that shook the earth. Fire erupted in her hands, and the markings of grace glowed on her arms. A set of double wings far more glorious than those she'd had before erupted from her back and spread wide, healed and unbroken. Obsidian joints gleamed in the light of the spark. A mace and a warhammer made entirely out of fire and grace manifested in her hands. When her eyes finally opened, I was awestruck at the sight of so much raw emotion right there on the surface. Trails of shimmering blue flames flowed down her face, leaving more marks on her cheeks, marks I knew would never fade. She turned to me, and her eyes flared brighter. Much as it had the first time I found her in Hank's bar, her aura reached out and surrounded me. Every emotion she felt, I did too, and it bolstered my spirit to feel her so alive again, so whole. My strength was renewed, as if I hadn't spent days being tortured. As if I hadn't been ready to give in and die. And I wasn't the only one. Every last demon around us who'd been at their breaking point rose to their feet, refreshed and ready for battle. Hef's demons closed ranks, gripping their weapons. Their fear permeated the air. I smirked, ready to finish this.
Chapter 14. Ashmielle. I couldn't remember leaving the cage, or how I ended up covered in blood, which I was damn sure was Lucifer's. I was certain my attacking him had to be some horrible nightmare. The anger pouring through my veins, it wasn't me. Instead, it was like some wild animal had taken up residence inside of me. Glimpses of a battle kept coming to me, but I couldn't make my head turn. I couldn't make myself stop. The last thing I remembered was Hef chucking me in a cage and forcing more souls down my throat. The nightmares came not long after. Then a burning force slammed into my back, and a bright flash blinded me, cutting through the red haze and the voices screaming for more blood and death. When I opened my eyes, I stood in Hank's bar, much as it appeared when I meditated to find my center. The figures that looked like me, the ones from my hellfire and grace, burst into sight, far more substantial than they'd been before. Tears burned in my eyes at the sight of them. I reached out my hands and they took hold. Their bodies combined into one burning pillar of blue fire that shot straight to my damaged soul. I saw it being stitched back together piece by piece, leaving nothing but scars behind. Once I was whole again, my power flooded my system, driving me to my feet. I rolled my shoulders and wings sprang from my back. I didn't have to look to know how strong they were. Weapons. I needed weapons, needed a way to end this fight. My palms closed around the handles of a warhammer and a mace. Slowly, I opened my eyes, seeing the world around me in a very different light. There was little time to realize I hadn't been trapped in a nightmare inside my head. It was all too real. The drill Hef had spoken of had been turned on but wasn't yet completed, and it never would be. A growl came from my right and I turned. Lucifer, king of hell, was on fire, his power fully restored and his wounds healed. All these long months, I'd been waiting to feel a connection to the demon I called Father. Now finally I did. It wasn't love that bound us together. It was the fire that burned within our souls. That same fire called out to someone else. It only took me a second to find a pair of sea green eyes staring back at me in relief. My soul burned for his. He clutched a hand to his chest, and the weakness that had held him so tightly in its clutches faded away. "Ready to end this, daughter?" Lucifer growled. I gripped the mace and warhammer harder in my hands, grinning like the wicked princess of hell I knew without a doubt I was. "After you," he snarled, and 2 whips of fire fell from his hands. He set off in a blur of motion, cutting through the line of enemies without any effort at all. I followed suit, giving in to the side of me I hadn't even realized I'd been trying to hold back. I blazed a hole right through the demons trying to stop me, until I stood face to face with Samazrael. My wings fluttered behind me, and the weapons I'd created shimmered out of sight. I barely got his name out of my mouth, then he dragged me into his arms, kissing me, and lifting me off my feet. "I feel you," he murmured against my lips. "Ashmielle." Fire surrounded us, and I held on to him as hard as I could. But the fight wasn't over. He set me on my feet, and my weapons returned with barely a thought. He manifested 2 short swords in his hands, and together, we turned to face Hef. He clutched his right hand to his body. The hilt that had made the sword was melted into his skin. His eyes were wild with panic, watching Samazrael and me approach. "Wait," he pleaded, his voice shaky. "Don't do this. You have to understand why I did it." We said nothing and closed in on him. "Hell can't remain shut off from the rest of the world forever," he ranted. "It has to be broken free. The mortals and the angels will overrun us one day. They'll take the spark for themselves. Now is our chance to strike." Samazrael moved first, driving one of his flaming swords into Hef's hip and pinning him to the drill. Hef's shriek was pleasant on the ears. I stepped closer, lifting his chin with my mace. "You tried to take everything from me," I whispered viciously. "You should have tried harder." "He's weak," Hef murmured, and I drew my mace back. "He'll fail you. They all will. You have to see what I do. Don't." I cut off his begging with a howl and brought my mace down on his head, crushing his skull. His body crumpled forward, then fell to the ground at our feet. I stepped back, looking up. Lucifer had taken to the sky, his black leather wings carrying him higher and higher. He spread his arms wide and lowered his left hand. The spark sank back into the veil with one final roar and burst of bright white flames. Once it was gone, the drill itself came apart in pieces. Metal screeched and broke, collapsing in the middle of the street. The remainder of Hef's demons laid down their weapons, surrendering to Commander Bones and Draven. It was over. I couldn't believe it was over, and we were standing here. A sharp pain tore through my gut. I threw my head to the side, retching. A shiver rushed down my spine. Terrified my power wasn't going to stick around, I clung to Samazrael's arm. It fell silent around us, and then Lucifer was there. "What's wrong with her?" Samazrael demanded. "The soul she swallowed," Lucifer replied in between me being sick. "Her powers purging them from her system." "Fantastic," I muttered, earning a worried glance from Samazrael and an eyebrow raise from Lucifer. Hef was dead, the drill was destroyed, and I felt like I was dying. I pushed away from Samazrael in time to not puke on his feet. "Returning to hell will help ease your discomfort," Lucifer said, squeezing my shoulder. His hand warmed and a soothing rush of heat settled on me. "That will help you rest. I'm afraid your road to recovery may not be an easy one." I laughed. "Is it ever?" Lucifer backed away, opening a portal with the wave of his hand. I wanted to stick around, but my stomach twisted in knots. Then Samazrael was guiding us into hell. "I told you eventually you'd stop vomiting." I rolled my eyes at Samazrael, then snuggled closer. We were back in his rooms, mine still under construction. Be nice if I could stay awake for more than a couple of hours. "Give yourself time. There's no hurry to leave this room." He bundled me into his arms, kissing my forehead. He sighed, a content smile spreading across his lips, and I knew why. Since the moment my power soared into me once more, Samazrael had been able to feel me again. My aura was as vibrant as ever. I hadn't tried to hold anything back from him, not yet. He needed to know I was whole again, and I was more than happy to prove that fact to him every second of the day. This was how we'd been spending our time since returning to hell. My power might be back, but the turmoil Hef had put us through had yet to entirely leave us alone. If I wasn't waking from nightmares, Samazrael was. Being apart from one another wasn't possible yet. My anxiety was intolerable if he was gone from my side too long. I was beyond exhausted too, but Lucifer had said he wasn't surprised. Not only was my spirit and power working to dispel the last remnants of the ingested souls, but the spark had given me a massive boost. I still wasn't on Lucifer's level, but I was definitely one step closer. On the surface, Turquoise Falls had been put back together. The humans who survived the attack were told there was a massive earthquake that sadly took numerous lives. There was no evidence of the drill ever being there, or how close Hef had come to breaking open hell. No one, thankfully, remembered anything about that awful day. I was a little upset, hearing I'd missed what had apparently been an explosive argument between Draven and Lucifer. Hef never should have gotten as close as he did to succeeding. Lucifer won, of course, but the spark had ramped up his power too. The display he put on had been beyond impressive, and I missed it. Samazrael ran his hand down my back, his fire trailing his fingertips. I grinned, my own flames answering in kind. I wanted to take advantage of not feeling like shit anymore, but my eyes wouldn't stay open. He tucked me in, and I fell asleep. For once, I was sure I wasn't going to be haunted by nightmares. I stood at the window and gazed out over the landscape of hell. My rooms had been fully repaired, and I'd been able to return to them yesterday. Today was the first time I'd been able to get up and move around on my own since Hef was killed and his drill destroyed. His soul was left to rot in the 9th level of hell, along with all those who joined him. I hadn't asked if they'd been executed or not. A few months ago, I might have wanted Lucifer not to slaughter so many demons. Now, I was glad to hear they were dead and joining their leader in an eternity of suffering. I sighed, testing my strength by taking a few steps around the living room. I was shaky but stayed upright. Purging the souls that had been forced into me had been worse than anything I'd ever gone through. But Samazrael had been my side every second of every day. He'd needed me as much as I had him. I wasn't the only one who'd been tortured in that cavern. The mental scars would take time to fade, but we'd get through it together just as we did everything else. I didn't deserve that demon. I smiled, knowing he'd argue with me until the end of time that he was the one who didn't deserve me. "Millie?" I turned at the sound of Samazrael's voice and smiled. Hey. Your color looks good today, he said, pressing the back of his hand gently to my cheek. He hugged me, planting a kiss atop my head. God, I never thought you'd be this warm again. Fire coated my hands, then trailed up and around his shoulders. He sighed, his hellfire answering the call of mine. We were a pillar of flame. I leaned back, frowning at the serious look on his face. What's wrong? I asked, tracing the tattoos along his jaw. Sam. I keep waiting for this to be a dream. And every time I realize it's not, it catches me off guard. He lifted my hand, kissing my palm. My toes curled and I stood on them, kissing him sweetly. It started to turn into more, but a knock at the door interrupted us. Lucifer. We pulled our fire back into ourselves, I put up a mental shield, and Samazrael went to answer the door. I'd been expecting Lucifer to stop by today. I'd sent for him, hoping that what I was going to ask wasn't going to upset him. He entered the room, and our auras crackled against each other before settling. He smiled in greeting, and Samazrael stepped out in the hall to give us a moment alone. Ashmielle. I'm glad to see you up and moving around. Physically, I'm doing good. I motioned for him to sit down on the couch. And mentally, he asked, taking a seat. His silver eyes studied me the way only a father could. I wrung my hands, shaking my head. I know my duty is here to rule hell with you, and I'm willing to do that, but I need time away. Away from other demons and this place. I can't be who I need to be, at least not right now. It wouldn't be for too long, I don't think, but He held up his hand, stopping me from rambling on anymore. You have survived far more than any being should have to endure, he said gently. It's true your place is here, but take what time you need. Go where you need to go. You're sure? He smiled, rising to his feet and coming to me. Yes. All I ask is when I call you back, that you return ready to take up your crown and throne. Throne? What is a ruler of hell without one? He bowed, then headed for the door. If you need anything while you're on this journey of yours, you know how to reach me. Thank you, my king. His brow arched, then he burst out laughing. One of these days, you might actually be able to say that without sounding sarcastic. So like Dahlia. He was still laughing on his way out the door, passing Samazrael on his way in. Well? Samazrael asked eagerly. Told me to take as much as I need until I'm summoned back to hell. I slipped my hand into his, excitement coursing through my veins. Finally, after all these long months of fighting for our lives, Samazrael and I were going to be able to just be. So where should we go? I do have a few places in mind, far away from any demons or angels or humans. He waved his hand behind him, and a fiery portal appeared in the living room. Ready? I glanced around my quarters, knowing they'd be here when we came back. Lucifer hadn't given me a time frame. I was going to make every single minute alone with Samazrael last. That, and I'd finally have a chance to get to know who I truly was, hellfire grace and all. I nodded, and Samazrael guided me through the portal onto the next chapter of our lives. Chapter 15. Ashmielle. 2 years later. I sighed at the dress hanging on the closet door. You going to put it on, or what? Samazrael asked, adjusting the heavy black cape hanging from his shoulders. I hate dresses. I fiddled with the black and forest green layered skirts made of silk and lace. The dress was gorgeous with a V neckline and a bodice decorated with exquisite beading, but I wasn't sure why I had to wear this. It had arrived 2 days ago, with a letter carried by Rollins and Derek. I'd been thrilled to see them after all this time, and thankful Lucifer had released them after their 1 year in the cells per my punishment. They were reporting for duty, they'd said, as my personal guard once more. My time gallivanting around the world with Samazrael had come to an end. The king of hell had summoned me home. What I hadn't understood was the clothing he'd sent for Samazrael and me. For the last 2 years, we'd been living off the grid, traveling to remote locations in the forests of Europe, the mountains that stretched across the continent, down to Australia for a bit, then eventually making our way back to the States. We'd made a home in Alaska, a lovely quiet sanctuary. The power boost the spark had given me hadn't faded. We'd kept up with my training, and I was in a far better mental and physical state than I'd ever thought possible. There was no more second-guessing what I was capable of. Finally, I'd been able to make peace with everything I'd done. This past year had been beyond incredible for more than one reason. I knew who I was now. And I knew who I was with Samazrael. He slipped his arms around my middle, hugging me as I always did for him on the rare occasions the ghosts from his past decided to come back. I felt his smile against my shoulder while his hands gently held my stomach. We'd found out only a few weeks ago, and both of us had been ecstatic ever since. It was the best of news. A baby. "You smell so much sweeter," he murmured, his lips trailing up my neck and tickling my ear. I'd had a mental wall up to block out Derek and Rollins, but let it fall while we were alone. Samazrael's hands gripped my hips, his growl rumbling through him and right into me. I sighed, leaning into him and letting my fire dance around us both. Having him able to feel my emotions again had certainly taken our relationship to a more profound level. I smiled, recalling just what occurred last night in this very room. Samazrael's hands roamed up my sides, picking up on what I was thinking about. "We shouldn't keep the king waiting," he whispered even as he spun me around to kiss me properly. He let me go abruptly, smiling while I glowered. "We'll have time later. How about I help you get ready?" "You know what this is about, don't you?" I accused. He shrugged. "Haven't the slightest idea." "Liar." Samazrael beamed, and I gave up trying to get him to answer me truthfully. He helped me into the dress. I stepped back to admire my reflection, running my hands down the skirts. "You look stunning," Samazrael said in awe. "Yeah? Funny how he knew this would fit." "I picked it out," Samazrael admitted. "All right, what's going on?" I demanded, hands on my hips. "Can't you at least give me a hint? Can't you just let it be a surprise?" He offered me his arm and I took it. I wasn't about to remind him how horrible surprises tended to be in my life. Once I had a mental wall in place, he escorted me out of our small one-bedroom cabin that had been home for so long. I was going to miss it, but Samazrael promised we'd come back to it every chance we had. I didn't think I was ready to go back to hell, but the further from the cabin we walked, the more I was strangely excited to return to my domain. My true home. Derek and Rollins awaited us by a fiery portal leading to hell. They too were dressed for the occasion, whatever that might be. Their heavy black cloaks were regally draped over their shoulders, and they bowed at our approach. I wanted to ask again what I was walking into, but Samazrael took us through the portal. We stepped out into hell. The path to the fortress entrance was lined with torches and, to my confusion, arbors of black and red roses. They were gorgeous, and left a sweet smell hanging in the air. More flower arrangements decorated the foyer, and the murmur of a few hundred voices drifted through the closed throne room doors. I glanced behind me, then back to Samazrael. "Why are there 12 demons following us?" "That's how many there should be," he said. "And me, of course." "You, of course, what?" "Ah, Ashmielle, Samazrael," Bones greeted us, stepping out of a side hall. He gave me a deep bow and shook Samazrael's hand. "Just in time." "In time for what?" I asked, biting off each word. Bones winked and pushed open the throne room doors. I'd never seen the space look so grand. Black candles burned in the hanging chandeliers, and tables lined the room. Roses were everywhere, and a black runner led from the doors to the platform where Lucifer's throne usually sat alone. Tonight, however, a second one sat beside it, smaller but just as intimidating. My grip tightened on Samazrael's arm. "Is this?" I stopped. Lucifer had stepped to the end of the runner, another demon beside him holding a black silk pillow with a crown atop it. Smiling faces yelled back at us while soft music played. Samazrael got me walking again, and I realized now why we'd been requested to wear something so formal. At the end of the runner, Samazrael bowed to Lucifer and stepped to the side. The demons who'd been trailing us, the ones I assumed were my personal guard, remained behind me, watchful as ever. Ashmielle, Lucifer said, and the music stopped. Daughter of Dahlia and the king of hell, tonight you come home to rule at my side. You have proven your strength, your truth, and you have made me proud to be your father. His lips twitched, but he didn't smile yet. He motioned for me to kneel, and I did, careful not to topple over in the elaborate dress. He picked up the black and green crown, the metal manipulated to look like vines and roses. Emeralds, obsidian bands, and several tiny black pearls decorated it. He held it over my head. I crown you, Ashmielle, Princess of Hell. The moment the crown touched my head, a burst of heat overcame me. I gasped at the weight of my future settling on my shoulders. For once, I wasn't scared of it. I was ready for this. Lucifer offered me his hand and pulled me upright. He turned me around to face the room, and the demons broke out in boisterous yelling and cheers. Now to feasting and drinking, Lucifer yelled. Food and drink were served, but he didn't take me to a table. Instead, he offered me his arm and guided me up the steps to my throne. You might as well get used to it, he told me, finally smiling. I sat on the throne and stared out over my subjects. You know, I think I will. Lucifer chuckled, sitting down casually in his. You look good, daughter. Samazrael kept me informed of your recovery. We both thought it was time to come home. It was. The first few months were rough, but I was able to accept the past and move on. I laughed, watching Derek and Rollins challenge each other to a drinking contest with Samazrael standing by, rolling his eyes. So, you going to tell me what I'm going to be in charge of? That can wait until tomorrow. Tonight is for you to celebrate. He stood up and started to walk away, then paused. He tilted his head, studying me closely. There's something else about you that's different. Unable to stop smiling, I rested my hand on my stomach. Lucifer's eyes immediately filled with fire. You're expecting? Yeah, it was kind of a surprise to us too. But we're happy, and that means you, Lucifer, King of Hell, are going to be a grandpa. I went to him, taking his hand. I know you can't be the loving, doting father that I thought I needed. I'll never expect you to be, but I do hope that you get a chance to be a fun grandparent. In between torturing souls, I mean. Show the baby the ropes of hell. He squared his shoulders and nodded. It will be my honor. He kissed my cheek and told me to enjoy the night, for tomorrow, the real work would begin. I wonder whom it'll take after, he mused. May I? I nodded, and he laid his hand on my stomach. There was a crackling behind us. We turned and I laughed. Lucifer scowled at the fire burning happily away on the seat of his throne. Think that answers that question, I said. That it does. You, little one, are going to be trouble, Lucifer murmured. As the grandchild of Lucifer should be. He continued to laugh, walking away and letting the fire burn on his throne. Samazrael took Lucifer's place beside me, eyeing the dancing flames. You? Oh no, that'd be the baby. Samazrael burst out laughing. Great. She's going to take after you. How am I going to survive? Who says it's going to be a girl? He shrugged. A feeling. Now, are you ready to have a night of fun, Princess Ashmielle? Why the hell not? The next couple of hours passed with feasting, dancing, and drinking for everyone except me. When Rollins and Derek both noticed I hadn't touched any of my champagne, they put two and two together. Then more toasts were given, and everyone had something else to celebrate. Their princess was home, and would be bringing another member of the family into the world soon enough. Another toast echoed around the throne room crammed with demons. I was pretty sure all of hell had shown up. Samazrael told me I shouldn't be surprised. I did kill Hef, and stopped him from starting a war that would have led to an apocalypse. I laughed, lifting my glass. You know, I think I might actually end up drunk tonight, Samazrael murmured. I squeezed his leg under the table. Guess that means I get to take advantage of you, I teased. Think I'm all right with that. I scooted over in my chair and rested my head on his shoulder. Samazrael lifted my hand, kissing the back of it. He too was happier than I could recall seeing him. It was nice having a smiling Samazrael at my side, especially when we were alone. He shifted in his chair so he could bend down and plant a kiss on my stomach. My heart lifted, and I glanced around, wondering if we'd be able to sneak away from the party for a little while. "You know," I said, setting my glass down, "I could use some fresh air." His lip twitched and his eyes glowed. "Is that so, princess?" "It is. Care to join me?" He stood and offered me his arm. "Always." I nibbled my lip, lifting my mental walls, so only Samazrael felt what had been building inside me all evening long. A quiet growl rumbled through him, and we picked up the pace, heading for the doors. "Princess Ashmielle," Draven called, and I sighed, turning around. "I'm sorry, I don't mean to interrupt." "You're not," I said, and Samazrael grumbled under his breath. "I'm surprised you're down here. I wasn't sure if we'd be seeing you again. It's been a while." "Yes, well, as much trouble as Hef caused on the surface, it's thanks to you that he was destroyed. Lucifer invited me. I have a gift for you from your father." "Lucifer? Why wouldn't he tell me? You know how he is. No weakness, no softness." "This, I believe, would constitute as both in his mind," Draven explained. I turned, searching for Lucifer. "Samazrael," I whispered, grabbing his arm. "Is that who?" I couldn't get the rest of the words out, but I knew what I saw had to be real. Lucifer stood apart from the crowd. He was at the windows behind his throne, holding a wine glass, but he wasn't alone. Barely visible aside from a faint bluish glow, was a woman with long flowing silver hair. Dahlia. Lucifer was smiling, his eyes glowing. He'd found her soul after all. Samazrael hugged me after I turned back to him. "You all right?" "Yeah, I'm good. I'm happy for them." I wiped at my eyes quickly, then turned to Draven. "What's this gift?" "There's someone Lucifer thought it'd be good for you to see one last time, especially on a night like this one." He held out his hand. "Would you like to come with me? Samazrael is welcome too." "Who are you talking about?" Draven held out his hand, his other opening a blue glowing portal. "Trust me." Keeping hold of Samazrael with my other hand, I set my free one in Draven's, and he guided us through the portal. When we stepped out into a familiar bar, I choked back a gasp of surprise. I knew this bar. "Hey girlie." I whipped around, not believing what I was seeing. The big bear of a man beamed at me, coming around the bar. "Hank?" I took a slow step forward, then stopped, shaking my head. "This isn't real. You wouldn't be smiling if it was really you." "Why?" "Because you accidentally deep-fried me," he said with a laugh. "Thanks, I definitely needed that guilt trip." He kept laughing and wrapped his burly arms around me. "There are worse ways to go out. You going to hug me back, or what?" "Waited long enough." I gave in, closing my arms around him. "I'm sorry," I whispered, tears slipping down my cheeks. "For all of it. If I'd known what I was, I never would have let you take me in that night in your bar, and you?" "Shit, Hank." He leaned back, scowling. "Enough of that. None of this is your fault, you hear me? Besides, I'm not alone up here." "Your wife?" I asked, and he grinned, his eyes lighting up with pure happiness. "She's around. Zane pops in now and then too." "We're okay, Ashmielle," he said, holding my shoulders firmly. He whistled, taking in my fancy dress. "You sure do clean up good, girlie. Besides, I get to brag that I helped raise the princess of hell. Now, why don't you all stick around for a beer? You can tell me about the trouble you got yourself into." "That's a long-ass story." I glanced over my shoulder at Draven. "We've got plenty of time," he assured me. "I could go for a beer," Samazrael said, moving to stand beside me. Hank clapped him on the shoulder. "Be nice to hear about how you landed yourself with this psycho," he said with a wink. Samazrael burst out laughing. "Oh, I'm the psycho, huh? How could you not be?" Hank gave me another long look, then grinned. Check that. No beer for you, girlie. He led the way to the bar, and 3 beers and a sparkling water appeared. We bantered just like we used to do when he was alive. The last bit of closure I hadn't thought I needed came while we talked. The one moment I hadn't fully let go of, the guilt that I planned to just accept would always be a part of me, faded. Ruling hell wasn't going to be easy, but I was born for this. No more fears. No more doubts. This was who I was, the daughter of Lucifer and the princess of hell. I toast to that.
Thank you for listening. This has been a Ciara Graves book. Don't forget to subscribe and ring the bell to be notified of new releases.